Carlos, counting the
Yeah.
cost of heuristic success.
Yeah, heuristic success. It's a good topic, and he's a flat earther. I don't know if you've ever watched his channel.
I'll check it out.
He does lots of Bible stuff, but in this video, I've only just started watching. He doesn't talk anything about too much about the Bible. He's talking about flat Earth and the way that people come to their decisions and their discernment, etc. Yeah, something good to watch if you get bored. Good quality listening.
All right, thanks, Carlos.
What's going on with you?
Nothing. I was just gonna check in before I go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm struggling with my phone. Keeps shutting off. I have to touch it every 2 seconds because it wants to shut down for some reason. I'll be off soon too.
Is it Apple?
Samsung.
On Apple, you have there's a timer where you can keep the screensaver. There's a settings on the display.
Yeah,
Display, and you click it.
my phone, I dropped it, and it's got like this big white line right across the screen, and it keeps on. The screen keeps on going all white. It's a it needs a repair. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it sounds like it's fucked up.
Why the fuck do they make phones with slippery glass casing? I don't get it. I mean, you'd think
So they can sell you another one when you break it.
they'd make like a case that's built in, so you don't have to buy a case and put it on. It just comes with like a sandpaper grip.
Why did they make shitty cars, plastic engines, plastic cars, plastic parts?
Yeah.
So when you get in an accident, your car's totaled, you have to buy another one. And they say it's safe according to standards. However, it's safe. However, it's trash the moment you have an accident.
Yeah, it only takes like you to get hit in the side pillar of your car, and it's a total write-off. Just one side pillar of your car, and yeah. So if you really want to like claim insurance, just let someone just pull out into traffic and let someone hit your side on. You'll be all right. You got airbags. Can you hear the helicopter? Oh.
Can you hear my movie in the background? No.
Nah, can't hear that. Could you hear the helicopter?
No.
Wow. Okay. That's
This one
weird.
has a noise suppression.
Yeah, it knows how far the helicopter is away, and it calculates it. And it goes, that sound's not coming from where I can hear it, from my ears.
Anything new? I'll check your video out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and he's also the same guy that finds, rocks that look like hearts and stuff, fossils.
Like giant hearts.
Well, some are just all various different sizes. Yeah, he's one of the first ones that's started talking about it and finding them.
But they're giant hearts. They're not small hearts.
Well, some of them are small, like tiny. They could be like human hearts, animal hearts, all sorts of different hearts. And he finds
Okay, so
all sorts of fossils
different way.
of organ fossils like livers and stuff
Okay,
like that.
different way. Okay.
But that's not the topic of this particular post that I just did. He does all sorts, Bible stuff as well.
Are all rocks fossils, or just some rocks are fossils?
Oh, wow. How old is this place? It is quite possible that every rock you see is was actually something else once upon a time.
I always wondered, if you go to the beach, right? You'll any beach, right? You start looking at these rocks. You look at these rocks on the shore, where the water's coming lapping up on the waves on the shore. The waves lap up on the shore, and you'll find like brown rocks, uh, tan, clear, like crystal, all kinds of different colors. And I just wondered, don't these rocks come from bigger rocks, and the sand and the water make them smaller over time, then they eventually turn to sand? So what was it before it was a big rock? Where was the big rock? Just think about that shit, like all different kind of colors of rock.
Well, I kicking myself now because have you ever heard of ambergris?
No.
Well, it's like this waxy substance, and it looks like a rock, but it's kind of more like a wax, and it's whale spit, and that's what the whales spit out, and that's what they use to make all the best quality perfume in the world. That all the big names they use ambergris. That's the base for all perfumes, and it's priceless. It's very expensive stuff. And I remember once, before I knew about ambergris, kicking this rock on the beach. It was a boulder. It was ginormous. It was up to my knee, and it was waxy. And if I had have known then that it was ambergris, I'd probably be a couple of $100,000 richer today, at least.
Um. Okay, but I heard it was different. I heard that the source of the perfume is a specimen from it's the ichor from a male whale that has this ichor behind, like in its brain, like where its snout, where it breathes, and
Well,
they used to do whale hunting.
there may be something more precious. Yeah, like you're saying, that's probably even more precious. But the one that's more abundant is ambergris, and it's you can find it in New
Yeah.
Zealand. It washes up on the west coast on the beaches, and because it sort of semi floats. It's light enough that it can get washed up onto the beach in a storm. And that's the best time to go looking on the beach. If you come across a rock that's kind of like it's got a waxy substance to it, yeah, take it home. Take it home. But yeah, there is some other substance in the whale that's even more precious, but it's probably you have to kill the whale to get it, I suppose.
Yeah, there is a scene in Moby Dick where the guy jumps into the little snout of a sperm whale, and he comes
Mm.
out with just covered with ichor, and this is the stuff that is very valuable, and and they use it to make the perfume you're talking about. But I don't know about whale spit, but that might be a thing also. But I understand it to be the ichor that's stored somewhere in the cavity and like near their brain, and you
Well,
have to
this is
kill them
not,
basically
I
to get
say
it.
spit. I say spit. It's more like a kidney stone, but it's formed in the whale's intestines, and it rolls around, and it comes out like mucus would in a human, and it comes out, and it's already formed into a solid, you know, uh, rock shape.
It's like a
Um,
kidney, but
so
it's
yeah,
waxy. That could be. That very well could be. I have. I have a bunch of stones from the beach. I just have to look at them. I don't know. Put 'em
There's
somewhere.
another thing that's really precious, and it's guarded for some reason. It's illegal to export it from New Zealand. It's this it's like they call it a air mushroom, I think. It's like a giant mushroom that grows on the side of a tree, and it's like rock hard. Have you ever seen those? The kind of like if like a nodule that sticks out of the tree. It's actually growing. It's a form of fungus.
I don't know
That's
that I've
very
seen that. Tell me about it. Why is it illegal to
well. That's
transport?
in Chinese medicine. It's a very expensive medicinal growth that you can find growing on specific types of trees, and it's very beneficial to your health in many ways, especially for for detoxifying and increasing your libido and that type of thing. There are all
Oh,
sorts of herbs. Well, I don't know if you can call them herbs, but Chinese medicine, they call them all herbs, even though they come from worms and etc. You heard of that worm that has a seed on its head, and when the worm dies, the seed is this one seed is always on its head. It's a kind of uh, uh, a parasite to the worm. That's
and it
a
takes over its body.
and then what it does when it dies, the seed that the worm carried its whole life turns into a plant. So
Oh,
this worm you can find them in Chinese medicine. They're dried, and they're very expensive because they're really good for the body too.
interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, just before they die, they stick their head in the ground so they make sure they plant the seed deep enough to grow.
Interesting.
Mm. Sea slugs are very in Korean culture. These sea slugs are really precious as well. Dried sea slugs. Oh, I think they call them sea cucumbers.
Well, check out your video. Good night.
Good night, man.
You ready to hit the vroom vroom button? I'm gonna crank this chainsaw. This is a pull start day, I think.
Oh, we got pull started. Nah, it'll be easy. Just push to start these days.
All right. We'll just relax into it. Let's just stressing ourselves out. We gotta do this tomorrow.
Dude, what we gotta do is get more people in here. I don't know
What
why.
is up with what's up with Tartaria, and now it's radio, and then like I'm not even qualified to talk now. There's like a special room, and then there's like you can be a peanut gallery or fuck off. That's not a good format either.
Bro, I don't know what them dudes got going on, man. We're just doing our thing over here, and whatever. There's a lot of weird shit going on in Discord these days.
Well, right. I'm just saying it's better to like keep or try and keep it going as much of the 24-hour cycle as possible. That way, you don't have to start up in the morning most of the time.
I know, dude. We had a nice fucking cycle going. It was me, Gio, and Bandsaw. We basically had 3 8-hour shifts. And then fucking Bandsaw's been on a hiatus. So now every night, like I used to wake up and the shit would just be popping. And it was dope. And I just stepped right into it. And Bandsaw would be like, all right. And I'd be like, all right, I got it. And then he would go to bed. And then I would do it for a little bit. And then Gio would come through. And yeah, we had it going for 24 hours. And then right around when that happened. Yeah, right around when that happened. And then this other place came up. It's right when that other place opened, like right when we started pulling people out of like 24/7. We were getting big, bro. Heads from 24/7 started coming on a regular, and we just had it bumping. And then the other place opened, and there's a little split now. We're divided. It doesn't even matter, dude. We're only. How many people do you think are in this arena right now? We're fucking around.
You know, I wonder that.
Like 100, maybe 200.
Well, I mean, in Discord?
Yeah, Discord, yeah.
Huh.
Between here,
I don't know. You'd probably know better than me. I don't really know the Discord, the ways.
I feel like it's like a couple hundred, bro. Like there's not a lot of people in this Discord thing.
That's what I mean. This started out that way on YouTube too, where it's like there's like I only know of like maybe 50 actual people that like post and or that like to talk.
I mean, there's
some
not
people
a lot
don't
of
like
people.
to talk. Yeah.
Jeb's probably got like 25 people.
Kind of
we
people.
probably got like, what's that?
I guess they're people too, I guess. Some of them.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you're not a person. I'm not gonna say that much. They might still be people under there. I don't even know. Biology's crazy. But yeah, it's good to have. It's just good to have it like where there's some Aussies. Because if there's some Aussies, then then Gio can go to sleep and you can wake up. Or like or some very like sleep deprived person from the UK.
Dude, Bandsaw used to keep it going all fucking night, bro. He was a trooper, dude. I'd wake up, the shit would be bumping. It doesn't matter. I get it. All I have to do is sit here and talk. And just people, I don't know how people are like scouring the internet, but like it seems like when I just start talking in the morning, like people would just start coming in. Like there's like one listener on YouTube, and then they heard me and came in, and then other people saw that he came in and they come in. It's crazy. Has don't want to miss on.
Yeah, man. Get the train going here. Pretty soon Die Slow pop in, and then like 3 people pop in.
Shit show Saturday.
Yeah. We start early. We're like tailgating before the shit show Saturday party. The super shit show showdown. Yeah. Do you think Xander gets tired? He sounds like he's got lower energy now than he used to.
Bro, I've been debating on whether to ban Xanax or not. Not ban him, but just start breaking him off with warnings. I do this. There's this dance I do with Xanax every day, where it's like kind of like Groundhog's Day, where he comes in, starts a shit show. I mute him. He DMs me and says, "Hey, bro, please unmute me. I'll behave." Da da da. I'm like, "No, you won't. I know you won't." He's like, "No, I promise I'll behave."
Promise, yeah.
And I'm like,
knew there was a
I
promise
know
there.
you're lying." Yeah, so we go through DMs and I end up unmuting him, and then he ends up causing another shit show later. So I've been debating on like giving him warnings or like what, but I don't want to box Xanax out because if you get too many warnings, you're like next warning Xanax gets, he's gonna be gone for like 5 days or something. I don't know, 7 days maybe, and it just keeps getting progressively worse and worse. Like he's on like a something-teenth warning, so you just end up like banning yourself. Basically, it's not like anyone actually gets banned really. So
Yeah.
like, we need
Like
Geo said. Geo said this to me the other day. Like, we need to start reevaluating who we're fucking interacting with here. We could have good conversations and build, and then someone will come in and just ruin the whole thing. It happens all the time, dude. We'll be having these banging conversations. And I like some of these guys. Like Kosho's cool, right? He doesn't really fuck the chat up that much. But somebody like Xanax will work you into a tizzy.
Yeah, he starts getting
Like,
all pitchy. You know, Kosho's pretty nice and monotone. You know, Xanax can get you into your feelings. You know, but sometimes the things that he's saying are not appropriate to the conversation, or he's adjusted them so that it's going to sound like he's correct or he has the authority on the topic, and that's very confounding, infuriating, irritating. I don't know other words. And then he interrupts to like so that you misunderstand what the fuck was being said, and it's just like, wow. Oh yeah,
it's rough, man. It's rough.
I just feel like he should have been like a JAG like lawyer or like a Navy lawyer, or that he is a Navy. Like I'm not sure what reality is going on, or maybe he's just like going like he'll like leave for 15 minutes, hit some crack, and then come back and be like, okay guys, it's a fucking ball. You guys don't fucking know. You know, I don't know
He
what
just wants
happens.
to teach us. He's trying to press this thing on us or something. I don't know.
It's
Like Geo
fine.
yesterday was having
It's fine.
a nice conversation with Kosho, a nice calm conversation, and then Xanax just came in and ruined the whole fucking thing because that's what he does.
Why doesn't Xanax should have his own server if he's so like good at that stuff? You know, just go do that. Have a Xanax server. Imagine that, like all Xanax all the time. He's always right, and no one's there to fucking fuck with him. What a world!
Like his own shit.
Or that's like what he wants. Sometimes I don't know. He's not really into having like discussions on topics unless it's like with an agenda, you know. And then there's a debate. Otherwise, yeah. Well, what are you gonna get, man? It's looking for quality interactions. But he's like actively like fucking like a good thing up. That's That's almost like a shitty cherry on top of a shitty sundae, sort of.
Yeah, I think my mic wasn't plugged in. Can you guys hear me?
You're somewhat audible. Yes.
Okay, I was just say, dude, Xanic's a good guy, real smart, capable dude. He's very competitive. He knows a lot. He just has, quirks. Just like there's different personality types. There's dudes like
He has personality
like
quirks.
Brian Leakey. He's a good guy, but he's got similar sort of conversational tactics or methods as Xanic does. It's just in his nature, and I don't think you can't hold it against him too much. I mean, I've known him for a long time. He's incorrigible. I mean,
Because you're both
he's not
Jaguars.
going to change.
I know. That's
Yeah, but
the
he's a good
thing.
guy. So it's like you take the bad with the good.
You guys are Global Defense Force. It's just activate. Let's go. Move.
The GDFs.
Anyhow,
I hear you,
I was.
Coach. We'd much rather deal with you, though.
Yeah, well, stop telling that to people, dude, because
I tell everyone.
you get my ass kicked, dude. Fucking,
Or
I'm
you're
in the
the best
bathrooms and
welder.
Xanac shows up. Xanac and Pay NASA Shill and all these other dudes show up in there. But oh yeah, dude, they'd way rather talk to Kosho, huh? They give me like a swirly.
I use Xanac.
Punch me in the stomach.
I use Xanac as a threat for people to be nice to you.
Yeah, well, Xanac's a good guy. And,
I've been telling Wits that I'm like, listen, man, just be nice to Kosho or Xanac's up on deck.
Oh, right. It's a good cop, bad cop
You know,
kind of scenario. Interesting.
I'm just saying, like, if heads want to be an asshole to you and you get all fired up and end up leaving, and then Xanac or someone's gonna come in, and that's no fun. I used to love Xanac. Me and him had so many talks.
he's a good guy, dude. He's well worth it.
Well worth it.
Oh yeah. Well worth it. Even Rumpus, dude.
The Rumpus
You know what?
has actually been helpful.
The same way that you were saying that, like, hey, dude, you'd rather have Kosho than Xanac. I mean, I don't know why you said it, but to try to convince people to be nice to me, just tell people like, you'd rather have Xanac than Rumpus to get them to be nicer to Xanac.
Xanac and Rumpus, though, are like two peas in a pod.
I mean, they're both
how can we
smart dudes,
lower
but
the-
Xanac really is a good guy.
Whatever. But just lowering the floor with putting Rumpus in here doesn't help. Trying to high in the floor.
Yeah, shit. Blue Marble was in here the other day. Is that we got to get? How do we get more people in here, Kosho?
It's not my place.
What would you do if you were in charge of getting more people in here?
I really couldn't say.
Say I hired you. You had no budget, and I might get more people in a Discord. What do you do?
I literally can't say. It's a conflict of interest.
I know.
Send me a DM.
Well, no, it's not a DM. It's just people on both the same way.
You're right.
People on
Don't
all
say it out
sides.
loud. Send it in a DM so
Yeah.
nobody else hears.
I got you.
It's
I
not a
got you.
secret. But okay.
I mean, there's only like a couple. How many people do you think are in this whole Discord arena thing? Like 200, 300? Like active people that we.
Oh, active. Well, I think that people underestimate the amount of silent listeners or silent.
Bro, nobody's listening.
Sort of just.
We get like 30 people on
No,
YouTube.
there's people who. Yeah, but that's at one point. It's at one time. It's not always the same 30 people. First of all, second of all, it's not only in this
Yeah, I get
room.
it.
It's like it's different shows. Some people only watch like those big shows and don't really know anything about Discord. There's a lot of
Yeah.
quieter people out there. I think it could be thousands.
I just meant people we interact with in Discord, like between here, Gems. You know, I don't really think there's a lot of listeners, but there might be a few hundred listeners, and besides the people.
Man, I wanted to make this card game, like with all the different flat earthers and globers from over the years, but it's like I can't even remember most of them now. But there's so many, especially people who came in like the gems that they ran off immediately. But it's like,
Bro, that place is a gauntlet.
Yeah, it is. The first time I
They
went
just
in there, I
run
got
you through the
roasted.
ringer in there. I gotta say though, it was more inviting than other places. Like the first place I went was like 24/7 science versus pseudoscience. I was like, ooh, this is a good room because I was listening to Oakley. I'm like, these are going to be my people right here, and it was all Globers in the text chat, and I was like, oh, that's fucking sucked. So then I don't know. I
didn't like
found
the
Gems.
Glovers in that place. The place was half and half, but it was still polarized. Like,
But like
Glovers only talk to Glovers.
Nathan was like all nice and like professional and shit at one point, you know, and the Globers
Oh yeah,
really
if you
like
go,
shake him, you know. Well, no, I guess he always had that streak in him. You know what I mean? It was always there to start with, but but just the vile people, the vile Globers of like Gen 1 Flat Earth, man, like they just affected him. He kind of that's kind of molded him in a
I
way.
mean, dude, I came in this shit nice and calm, and then 2 years in Gems, I was fucking screaming at people and shit. You know what I mean?
That is true. You're extremely
Like,
calm and reasonable, and people could say
yeah, and
anything
then
to you, and he wouldn't even say anything back. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's probably true. I probably do suck dick."
and then there's 2 years. 2 years later, I was like, "Wait, what? No, why'd you have to go gay with it?" Listen, 2 years later, I was fucking screaming at people like a lunatic.
Yeah,
I almost got in trouble. Like one of my teachers one time was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" They're like, "Oh, I heard you yelling the other day." I was like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "No, my bad. I was just talking to people on the internet."
that's what I told them in Gems though, because I noticed that you got to that point where you basically had to leave to retain your real life relationships because you didn't want people to see you screaming at people on the internet. So I had to tell them to simmer down.
Yeah, fucking whatever.
Well, there's people that only like, I don't want to name names, but there's people who only like their only find their purpose is to trigger people.
I know. That's why some people are here. They just want to trigger people. That's ridiculous. They shouldn't even be. I don't know.
Well, some of them are pretty high up.
Yeah, they slide in here with their Eastern European accent sometimes, and they're just like, "So, SC, what do you think about this?" You know what I mean? That shit's annoying too. Like,
No, I don't.
They're not adding stuff.
I don't even mean those people because those people. I mean, I know who you're talking about when you say that. They're not as bad as the people I'm thinking about are pretty vile. Like they don't
It's
even
not
talk about
one
the subject.
person. It's multiple people that are from like Eastern Europe that have funny languages, but they like to just pick fights, you know?
Yeah.
Funny. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I guess there's a time and a place for everything, but whatever.
Yeah. But it's like the people who are just obsessed with doxing and like getting on people for like their personal shit. That's like the only thing they bring up. It's like extremely toxic, in my opinion.
Yeah. You came in looking for some kind of like spiritual, enlightening kind of content. You know what I mean? You get further into it, 2 years later, a bunch of toxic people turned you into a fucking argumentative, loudmouth, fucking know it all. You know what I mean? So all these things that you don't want to be to talking to regular motherfuckers, right? Is what this internet bubble was trying to do to people. So I don't know. I think it sucks. It's a shit tactic too, and people know that if they're in this ring where they're just like, yeah, let's play poke the flat earther, like where we get one flat earther and we poke them with a stick, you know. We grill them to see what they're made out of. Do they have a brain? Does it have a heart? Does it? You know what I mean? They're just so inhuman, and I love that, because it really teaches me about the true nature of people, and
Yeah, but that behavior is not unique to Glovers. It's
I
just
know,
people like to do it.
the flat earther that does it. Here
I know
to
a bunch of
just
flat
trigger
earthers,
people.
it's not
Yeah,
a
just trigger people.
good thing though. Yeah.
but the behaviors are almost identical on both sides. It's just hard to see unless you're in the environment that allows
It's
for it. Like,
only I know, but Kosho, this argument has advanced for our side possibly more than the other side, because the other side just has the same things to say. But it's allowed the opposite to happen, like where a bunch of flat earthers can gain out on a Glober now. I think I don't know, but I don't think it started that way in my recollection. But whatever. Maybe it's just natural. Maybe it happened on any platform. Maybe it's not specific. But Gem Panda started on YouTube with that shit, and then brought it to Discord, and then spread that shit. So it's like a toxic virus that he's trying to spread, with his participation in this topic.
yeah, but he thinks
I don't know if
he's.
Gem's Go ahead, Coach.
I was gonna say he would say the same thing about a lot of the whole entire purpose of your side. So it's like that's what I'm saying. So both sides, they view the other side very similarly, and you get the same sort of negative and temper, the moderate and mild people on both sides. I think it's a the spread is almost even for the motivations and the intent. Yeah.
it there are people that do things for Gem or to protect Gem, or had done things in that way. A lot of people have helped him to kind of like, I don't know, man. They do shady shit. You know what I mean? But it helps. It helps his
I gotta
side.
give it up.
Yeah.
I gotta give it up for Gem though. He's got mad loyal people. He's got people that will only go there. They're always there. Like, it's impressive.
He's a fine, upstanding person, I guess. I don't know. I'm not trying to demean his moral character per se, but I just mean that in the earlier days, I mean, shit. Okay, he was like in one of our first servers, like so I had to deal with him for about, I don't think 3 or 4 months in the beginning, and that was, we broke him down into just being a mellow person, because really that's what people are. People just want to be happy. They want to have like a little social. Once all that's happening, like he wasn't toxic. You know what I mean? And I think it was killing him. He's like, I have to fucking be nice in this fucking place. God damn it. But he's older
That's why
now.
some people don't come here, because they have to be nice. Like, you can't be fucking. You can't do that crazy shit. That's it. That fucking. What's up?
So that's one of the good things about this place, though, dude. There's people. I'm not gonna name names, but usually when I say that, I'm talking about one person. But regardless, there's people who go to other servers just because they know that when they're here, there's shit they can't say or do, and so they fucking let it out on other servers, and then you really see what kind of like nasty person they are. But yeah, I mean that's kind of why I like it here, is because for me, talking about the subject is really the only thing. We're the only worthy part of the conversation, unless we're just like banter or, shooting the shit or whatever. But when it comes to like arguing or debating or having dialogue about the subject is usually the most interesting part about that, in my opinion. Not really the personal back and forth or like stupid insults or whatever.
Yeah, get down to the bones right here. Get down to the nitty gritty. That's what I like too. I feel you. Get right into it. Like, I'm not gonna stop the fucking argument at some mundane thing, and then the argument's over. Like, we're gonna get right down to it, which some people find boring. Honestly, like, oh my god, they've been talking about fucking Coriolis effect or electrons or for 4 hours now or something.
Well, I mean, if there's people engaged on both sides, then what are you gonna do about it? But
What's up?
So if there's people engaged,
No, I'm saying I love it. There's a lot of people that love that shit. There's just some people that are like, I find it boring.
Well, you know what Arma did? Arma did something the other day, and usually you can't say this about him, but I think this was actually a pretty useful, pretty clever thing that he did. And I had this idea before too. Well, no, it's just he was debating with a few people about something, and he kept going back to just to reaffirm the argument, like make sure that the frame of the argument was consistent, like because you know how it jumps around, and then next thing you know you're arguing a different point because somebody threw something else at you, and he just kept going back and saying, okay, I just want to make clear, here's the argument, I wrote it down, this is what I'm saying, this is what you guys are saying, and so this is what I'm saying.
Did he do that really?
Yeah, it was really annoying after a little bit.
Did he do that really?
Yeah, but the thing is, it was useful though, because he was right. I forgot what the argument was, but the people who were jumping in weren't, like, they would make an argument, he would respond to it, they'd come up with a totally different argument that didn't follow from that. People do that all the time, and next thing you know, he's like being forced to argue.
That's another reason why I was telling you, let me just do it my way, because now I have just one person going against you, and they're following. Because if you got a whole bunch of people jumping in, you can't go nowhere with it. You know what I mean? I come in and make a point about one thing. Someone else comes in, asks a question about a different thing, similarly related. Then someone else after says some other rhetoric. Like, it's way easier if just one person, if you just have those little quick one-on-ones.
Yeah, I mean, unless the people can
it
control
fucks up the
themselves.
Organic nature. What's up?
I said, unless people can control themselves, that's if you foster.
When does that ever happen?
I mean, it happens sometimes. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to like identify because once somebody causes a problem, other people will cause the same problem because they think it's like okay to do it. But it's like the easiest way to do it is to have a natural conversation, and then when people are trying to jump in and they see that you're still going, they let you go. But then at the same time, you see that somebody was trying to get in, and you make room for them.
Well, that's just half the problem. Dude, the over talking is just half the problem. I was just talking about the thing where they're jumping around from point to point and making different arguments, because you have two people on the same. Say you're going against two people, they'll be making two different arguments against you at the same time.
Exactly.
Then you got to go, and then somebody else goes, and then another, then one flat earther goes, then another flat earther goes. So now you're waiting two people deep. I'm telling you, bro, it's way easier with just one.
So then it considers, because you have one eye, so you know what it's like to be halfway blind. Well, there's people who are blind to these conversational cues.
I know.
You know what I mean? So that is like, even no matter how many times you explain it, I think it's like sometimes people can't even, like, they can't see that someone's in the middle of a dialogue with somebody. They're asking him a question, knowing there's going to be a follow-up question, and they're now changing the point. But I have actually a solution. Hold on a second.
Okay, let's hear it.
Hey, you guys know about GPT-4?
I heard of it.
Yeah, well, yeah, it just came out. just came out the other day. I'm trying to get access to it now. Regardless, it far outpaces GT or GT3. It's amazing. And
is that what you're going to do the bot with for us? That's going to replace all the Glovers?
No, it's not going to replace anybody.
Remember, I told you to do that. I'm like, yo, I need you to make a bot.
No, yeah, I actually was working on that, but that's so retarded. And actually, it's ChatGPT 4 or GPT 4 would actually be better for that. But I have a better idea. Instead of doing that, because it has a whisper model, like there's just can listen to voice and analyze it, and I can have it do what Armin was doing, right? Like it will try and frame the arguments. Like it'll be listening to the arguments, and then it'll make like a thread in the thread area. It'll actually frame what the argument is on both sides and how it's evolving. That way you can see if people are just jumping all around or changing the topic and what the main point originally was and all that kind of shit.
Yo, what up, bros?
Oh, that sounds
dope.
This guy doing? Look who decided to fucking come out and play.
Yeah, we're just talking about AIs, and then fucking this guy shows up. I was kidding, man. How have you been?
Yo, Kosho, what's the perfect way to like plagiarize a paper using AI without getting caught?
Bro, you would have had a better chance of getting a good response if you asked him what's a better way to try to bang a dude or something.
Listen, dude. Listen, here's what I would do. Just like, this is not even a programmer's perspective. This is like a person who's both a criminal and a private detective's perspective. And I would do research on all because there's plenty of papers and research that is being implemented on how to catch people doing that. So I would first research all those and see what their methods are. And then you'd be able to kind of know where the wiggle room is. Because at this point, like I haven't done that much research.
So basically,
into that.
You don't know.
No, I hadn't done much research into how they catch them, but I know how you can make a completely authentic work. But I think the telltale.
I mean, all you have to do is change words.
Yeah, I don't want to do research. I want to know the process.
Well, let's look into it now.
Plagiarize?
One of the there's all these tools that help you see if your paper was not. It's not plagiary, by the way, but to help it see if it was written by AI.
Yeah, I heard the story. I don't know if it's accurate, but I heard the story that someone used ChatGPT to write a paper. So the prof just took that entire paper, copy pasted it into ChatGPT, and said, "Did you write this?" And then it answered yes.
Yeah, but that's fucking.
I don't know if that's true or not, but it's hilarious.
No, it doesn't matter though. Here's the problem, and this is what a lot of people in this community keep doing, and I keep telling them to stop doing it. Is ChatGPT, their GPT, these large language models have a lot of purposes and usefulnesses, and one of them is not just asking it questions and expecting a true answer, because that's one thing that you will fucking it will give you wrong answers all the time and not even know the half of it. So there's much like a good tool for it is like getting it to write a paper, or taking a paper that somebody else wrote and say rewrite this paper in completely different words, but the same fucking just keep the same sentiments or whatever. And people do that all the time.
But if you ask it, did it write this paper? Does it have any imperative to tell the truth? No, it's got no way. It's got no way to know the truth. So let alone tell the truth. Why would it?
It doesn't know what it did.
No. Okay. So two things, dude. It was trained on the internet for 2 years ago. It's not trained on things that happened on the internet since then, except for it has
no log of its own actions.
Yeah. So the OpenAI will have a log of people's what people are doing, and also your own personal terminal, like your ChatGPT page will keep track of your old messages. But every time you open a new message, it's a brand new message. You're not gonna be able to reference an old message unless you actually share it.
No, not you, but can it reference its own old like database entries.
No, like you can't say, hey, has a person from this IP address used that you? It's not gonna be able to tell you that, or no.
Why not?
Like not directly, like because it's not it doesn't store that information and train itself on that information. But that information could be available to OpenAI. Like if somebody went to OpenAI and say, hey, can you see if your tool created this?
Yeah, of course they'd have the records. Just like
access.
if you subpoenaed any kind of company.
Yeah, well, they're in the interest of storing all that stuff. All right, I see.
What happened?
God, we really offended him. Yeah, dude, he got really offended by
Percentage ain't been chilling a lot lately, dude. I don't know. He popped in.
He's probably busy. He came in here just to ask us about how to plagiarize a paper.
I know. What do you got, a book report? What's it? You got a book report, do?
I think he's trying to get a Nobel Prize. Yeah, but chat.
I heard they're big in. Hold on. You know those rope ladders they used to build into like a clubhouse and shit, like a tree fort or something?
Yeah,
I heard they're gonna build something like that to the moon.
Yeah, that's me. I'm the one
Dude,
who
this
said
is like your hot air balloon idea.
No, but I'm not really gonna do it. But I was in Gems a couple years ago, 4 years ago maybe, and I was trying to see if you could do that. Like, what would that take? And it turned out it can. If you had enough of the material, you could build a rope ladder that didn't get to the moon. Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Oh no, never mind. I'm good. Mic check. I think it's the other apps on my phone that cause the lag, because I was just getting mad lag, and then I closed all my other apps down, and now I'm not having that delay thing anymore.
Yeah, that's part of the problem.
I wasn't even listening to what you were saying. I'd be thinking of cool shit while you're talking.
Yeah, I know. I bet you do, because you're an asshole, dude. Just like the other day, you asked a question. You asked us a question, and then you hot mic'd and had a conversation with somebody else while somebody was trying to answer you.
Yeah, I can't believe I was hot micing that whole time. My coworker had diarrhea or some shit. It's like, oh my god.
He said, no shit. It was not only that, but you had just asked somebody a question. So it's like, dude, people are like thinking they're in a conversation with you. You're fucking somewhere else.
They're killing me at work. It's too much like work these days.
I think they got a sale on Pepto-Bismol, man.
Work's too much like work these days, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that book Geo brought up yesterday about the janitor who ended up being like a astronaut or space superhero or something.
What's up?
Learning some new words already.
I know.
Can't wait till I'm a dad one day, like a legitimate dad.
It never ends.
Well, I mean, if I had it my way, like if I just became successful, beyond the need to, worry about that again, I would just start knocking them out, dude. I would start my ranch, and then like the Many Mothers. I'd probably call it the Many Mothers Ranch, and yeah, have a bunch of kids, hundreds.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. If you got money, you're set.
Well, people don't realize that once you have so many kids, it starts paying for itself, because the kids start taking care of the other kids. You don't have to pay staff members or babysitters or cooks or doctors. Like, you have like a whole workforce basically.
You got the mom. So what do you mean?
Yeah, and then you could start a mob, a mafia.
This isn't the 1800s. What are you gonna have them working on the farm? Are you gonna go Amish with it? I mean, what are you doing with the kids?
It'd be a ranch. What did you say those snacks at Mob Mom?
No, I'm just saying you have troubled kids. You know what I mean? But you just you just put them in organized crime. You know, help them be the best they can be.
And you have to understand there would be like, you ever seen that Waco? What's his name? David Koresh.
You're
He
trying
had
to
like
put
a
him
whole.
to shame. I got you.
Yeah, no, but he had a whole floor where only women would go on the floor and would not people go there. And he had kind of the right idea. Like on my ranch, it'd have like a hotel at the front of the ranch, like a nice
You're already
hotel,
in Texas,
and that would be like the mother's. Yeah, I'm in Texas. Yeah,
right? Waco's the same place.
yeah, it is. But Waco's a shitty place.
Pick a better
I'm
place.
actually right near Waco. I'm near Waco right now.
There you go. That's dope. You start like a part
You know,
two.
you hear SpaceX all the time out here, dude. Like they test their rockets right down the street or whatever. You can hear it all the time.
Uh-huh.
I'm all over
Okay,
the
so
place
how
right
do we
now.
get this money? Is there any crypto bubbling?
Yeah, actually, there is, dude. I'm glad you
Where do I
asked.
get in?
First of all, this is what I've been working on. Is there's this thing called prop firms? Okay, that's when this firm. First of all, what they do is they allow you to take this test. You got to pay for it. It's a couple $100. Most people fail it, but the whole point of the test is to give you this fake account, and you have to make this much profit without losing this much money. And if you pass the test,
You already said that was a scam, dude.
yeah, no, it is. No, yeah, you're right. It is a scam only if you
Okay,
suck at
just
trade. If you suck at trading, because then you
no.
end
You
up
said
paying
they
for
put
it.
the
And
money in your account, and then you had to put it. They were taking it out of somebody else's account. It was like a huge
no,
fraud.
that depends on what. Yeah, there's companies that are just scams, but there's companies that are not scams. They're real firms. But regardless, when you get to work with a real firm because you passed the eval, you get to keep like 80-90% of the profit. And so, anyways, the idea is you just use a bot to do it for you because they allow you to use bots. So you got to do is train them to be consistent, follow certain market patterns, and yeah, that's what I'm working. I'm working on training some right now. I have to test them myself though before I pay a couple $100.
Dude,
You
if
ever
the
heard
bot
about
works,
crypto
why would you
arbitrage?
even fucking?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Snacks.
You ever
I'm
heard
saying
of
if the
crypto?
bot.
You said go ahead and keep going.
I know, my bad.
Go
My
ahead,
bad.
go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
go ahead, snacks. Oh no,
Yeah.
fuck, dude.
Go ahead, Snacks.
All right, just keep all right. Crypto
There we go.
arbitrage bots. Have you heard of those, Kosha?
What does that mean? Yeah, no.
Crypto
Actually, to be honest with
arbitrage
you,
bot.
I'm
It takes
completely.
I used to actually do that manually from exchange to exchange.
and
What does
so
that mean,
Googling.
arbitrage?
arbitrage
Okay,
is
say.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Snacks. No, go ahead, Snacks.
Snacks,
No,
please.
you please.
Snacks, go ahead.
No, please, Jeremy, you explain it.
Well, I used to do it with crypto, and it's like if Bitcoin is
Oh, dude,
if Bitcoin was $27,000. What? No, we're talking
you
about.
just do it with crypto?
No, I used to arbitrage crypto. It's like if Bitcoin is 27,000 somewhere, and then it's on one exchange, and then it's $27,100 on another exchange. You obviously go buy it on the one where it's 27, and then you go sell it on the one where it's 27.1,
Oh
and now
yeah,
you just
yeah,
made a few bucks.
yeah. Okay,
That's arbitrage.
sure.
People do it all the
Well,
time. Like you go ahead, Zach.
So if you program a bot, you can program a smart contract. In the smart contract, you can reference another source for what's called a micro flash loan, which is essentially paid off as soon as the transaction happens. So you can borrow up to $1 million to leverage in a crypto arbitrage bot. So if you spotted a difference in one exchange and another exchange, you want to capitalize on that exchange by buying low, selling high. The bot can do it. If it identifies it, it can do it in a flash in a second. As soon as it goes through, you could use $1 million leverage, and then you exploit that difference.
It's called a flash what?
Flash loan.
Okay. And that doesn't. There's no caveats with that. It seems like something that like the price will be higher.
Unless there has to be a buyer. If there's not a buyer, then there's no money to do the transaction, so it won't go through. So there's no problem with it. It's like computationally in there to where if you just like put it in your bot code, you can. I don't know. It'll probably take you a year to build that code up. But
yeah. Okay, dude. I'm gonna write that down though, so I can look into that.
I don't know. There's probably some starters people have made. You know, there's sites that do it too for you, but they charge you such a high fee as to make it, I don't know, a little bit less attractive than building your own. Yeah.
No, yeah, I know, because I was gonna say I know somebody who uses something uses a service like that, so they don't have to wait for the transactions. But usually they charge higher prices.
But also the difficult part is to be able to spot that transaction difference or that value difference, and then put it into the app and then let it work. Whereas if you had a bot, it could just like, if you're just paying attention to certain currencies, maybe in certain that, you know, indices of things, it would work faster.
See, the way to make it work the fastest would be to have the capital already on hand, so you can make the transactions instantly, and not like hand it off, not like hand it off, and then buy it from someone, sell it to someone else, but actually buy and sell it at the same time because you already have the capital. You know what I mean?
Well, that's so essentially what happens with the flash loans.
Okay.
Then, yeah.
But like I said, I'm doing a lot of research, basically around the stock market though, because there's a reason why the stock market, this whole patterns and trends and all this type of stuff, it works infinitely better with the stock market because the crypto market doesn't really have the same historic data to be able to compare these patterns. The patterns aren't exactly the same as they are on the stock market because the behavior in crypto markets is, a lot of the people who are first time traders or risky traders and this kind of thing. So it's like it's a totally different. So even though I think you could do one or the other. I just think doing the stock market is like safer, especially from someone who doesn't have a lot of experience with those patterns in the first place. Yeah.
Well, yes and no. I guess like if you're just like looking at graphs and numbers, then it's going to yield like some kind of understanding for you, like what's a good buy, when, and why. Maybe not the why though. The why is probably the most important of investment factors for me personally. Like, why is it going to go up? Like, what's the information you're hedging on? I guess.
Well, that's the thing that's what I'm saying on the stock market, at least, and it's probably true to some extent on crypto markets too, but more so on the stock market. Like those candlestick patterns, like in the graphs, they actually do behave. Like there's like rules that aren't like hard rules, but there's rules that like if it does like a bump, and like if it does like a, what do you call it? They call it what do they call it? Support and what's the other one? I forget what the other one's called. Support and something else. Either way, but it's like when it'll dip down for a second, and then it'll like rise up.
Support and resistance.
Like dips like that. But yeah, support and resistance. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what it is. And that's like you can catch those patterns in the graphs and see when that's happening, and be able to tell what's gonna predict it's gonna keep rising or whatever. And you can also tell when it's on an uptrend or downtrend. Like I said, with the regular stock market, and I'm sure the same is true to some extent in the crypto market, but there's probably too much volatility that you'd be caught up trying to think it's one of those patterns, but it end up being, it's just some random fucking funky fluke.
Yeah. So like knowing, because like a lot of web pages you could check to see if like there's a company that you're thinking about investing, you might find their web page. You could see their news, and then maybe it's something that they just got a big government contract, or they just got like a they signed a partnership deal with this and that or whatever. And I think those are real like data points to like validate any kind of like numbered disco dancing that's going on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why I say like the people who I've been listening to, like I've seen this. They used a bot and it made them like what was it, like 30% in with the $50,000 they put in there in 1 month. But at the same time, like most even those people recommend that like you use those bots in conjunction, or you use it to help influence your trades. But part of the benefit of them is also that you get your emotion out of it. But yeah, you're right. Like that's if you were like a real good trader, like a world class best trader, then you wouldn't only be looking at those patterns and trends. You'd be looking at like real sort of almost insider information type stuff. Just like real data about what the company's doing specifically. Basically like the borderline trading and legal shit.
Well, it's just like different tiers of things kick off other things, So, like if a bunch of construction goes on, well, like then there's a bunch of money spent in certain sectors, So you can kind of like look at certain general trends, right? So as you're not like, oh yeah, this is like the next big like I don't know battery technology, or this is the next VR technology, right? And invest heavily in that, and then you're like, oh well, I guess that was just a bunch of fluff that I read, and it's like sold on something that seemed like it had a lot of potential, but it was just mostly marketing.
Right.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. It's like
yeah.
It's to me, it seems easier to do the crypto because it's almost so confusing that it almost has to be purely on a numeric level. I mean, I'm sure there's like other factors that go in there, but I don't know.
I don't think that crypto is easier. I think that what attracts people to it, because they were saying this the other day, and it was clear that's just the case for like my brother when he was into it, 2 years ago. It's because it is so volatile that it offers the opportunity to really be one of those, just really triple your money or quadruple it, or just like expand it extremely quickly, exponentially in some cases. It's like you have a better chance of doing that in this market than say the stock market, for example. But at the same time, with the same exact amount of risk. So it's really like it's almost like the lottery. Like the lottery offers a better opportunity to triple, quadruple, and really, infinitely increase your money supply if you're the winner. But the risk is, like I said, proportionately just as great because you're probably most likely not going to win.
Right.
But yeah, I just because I think that's what the appeal is. It's like it's the opportunity to potentially win or make so much money.
Yeah, I know more people. I've met more people that have like wanted to talk about stocks because they worked for brokerages, but not like many people that like made their own money with stocks. So I don't know. But I've met some people that just like have a windfall crypto, kind of things happen.
Well, that's because like Lewis Hackett, for example, he was going to get into day trading, and the SEC has these rules where you can't be a day trader unless you have 25K, that you're playing with. So if you have anything less than 25K, you can't day trade. And really, people who are if you're not with a firm or whatever, and you just want to be a pro trader, usually it's somebody who wants to be a day trader. So that's what I've noticed is that it's like the people who just want to get in and kind of learn how to trade or whatever, or get their feet wet, it's kind of hard for them to do that unless they want to like, spend like almost all their money.
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean, the gains aren't that high if you're just dealing with a small amount of money, So unless you risk a bit, you're not going to gain much. Whereas, like, crypto offers you that like a low cost of. It's a lower cost to gamble on it, I guess.
Well, that's what I mean. In the height of it, like the past 2 years, like what people like Elon Musk was doing was certainly illegal, but really anybody who was doing those pump and dumps, like that's just basically a scam. But the thing is, if you caught any of those at the right time and sold it at the right time, you would have made bank. You would have made bank,
Right.
and a lot of people did. But
a lot of these crypto, I think there's like a lot of symmetry between like low cost crypto stocks and like what they call penny stocks.
Yeah, exactly.
So that they're famous for the pump and dump move, and
but they do it the same sort of way, like because I know that like the pump and dump model that they were using in crypto was almost like cookie cutter. Like they would do the same thing. Like they would offer free coins to like Coinbase or like these different markets, so they can promote it, and then they would promote it, and then people would buy it, and then everyone who got free coins and people who made it would all sell it at the same time. I mean, I to be honest with you, I know like the surface level. I know like less than surface level stuff. So penny stocks probably could work the same way for all I know.
Yeah, and even though they might hit their marks or have been like a high value, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to sell it at that price. So it's like timing is everything,
Wow.
Right?
Well, yeah, exactly. That's why it pays to be in the know. But typically, like I said, if you're not in the know, looking at those market trends or looking at those patterns, I guess the thing is though, anybody who's actually knows what they're doing trading is going to also be doing the same thing. So it's almost like, do you really even have an edge at that point?
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then, and it's like a lot of it's already being moved by bots. A lot of the financial products and stuff like that. Whatever, however you want to broadly categorize like stocks and crypto, but there's just bots pushing that around all day. So, how much of the financial transactions do you think are botted? Maybe close to 50%, maybe.
Well, all the big firms are they might not admit it, but they're already using that, and that's why a lot of those prop firms are allowing people to use bots, is because all they care about is successful traders. They don't care that if it's a bot or not. So if you use a bot to pass their eval, they really don't give a shit, as long as it's if it's behaving the way that you've shown them to behave. Hold on a second.
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm dealing with some shit right now. Maybe I'll tell you about it one day when I feel I can, but I can't.
Yeah, I like bots. I like the concept of them. I've built some in code, I guess, different types, but nothing for financial reasons.
Well, you should really see what Chat GPT was cool, but I thought GPT-4 was going to come out for years. Just came out the other day. Already, I've seen shit. I've seen this game. There's this fucking game where it's like I don't know how to describe it, but it's kind of like. Have you ever played like Mass Effect? I can't. I don't know what game.
Is that on Mars or some shit?
Well, it's like you're like in a. It's like you're almost like you're like a Star Trek, sort of like space. You have like a spaceship. You go to different planets and shit. But what's the game style where you go around, and it's like an RPG, but you also like talk to fucking people, and it's like text based also. Like there's a lot of text interactions. I don't know what you call that kind of game. I guess it's just RPG. Anyway, I saw this game this dude was playing last night using AI, and there's no like written dialogue. So it's kind of like there was this thing called AI Dungeon, which used GPT-3, and it was sort of like a text-based thing. Like you would talk to it, it would talk back, and it would create this game. But the thing I was watching was it was a 3D actual game, and you could talk to it with voice, and it would respond to you in voice, and so you're like a detective, and you're talking to all these witnesses and shit, and you could say whatever you want to them, and they're going to respond. They're going to respond in kind, like the way they're, in order to help you solve whatever the crime is. But it's just crazy that it's not like pre-written. Like they can respond to whatever it is you say or ask them.
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, I would think it would be easy to script something like that with like a node-based system where it's just going from node to node to try to get to like a certain point or reveal a certain plot or a variable,
Yeah, but no, I know what you're talking about. Like that's how like they would make like those choose your own adventure type of game or something like that. Is that what?
Well, I mean, like specifically, like you could just like embed like 4 words or a combination of words or even a sentence, and just feed that as a node, and then it would just develop the rest of it just based as like call and response to whatever. Yeah.
Oh, you mean like the predictive? Like yeah, that's what it uses like the predictive model.
I can like sometimes when I improv or solo and stuff, I just have like what I call like a target note, which is like a pitch I'm going to hit. And like I might do all kinds of weird fucking gymnastics with my fingers to get to that note, but that's what I'm honing in on. It's like a target, So like I think if you had some kind of node-based system where the essentially the chat GPT is just improving until it gets to that target, and then on and on, you could really simulate some pretty cool interactions.
Yeah, but I mean that is that. I mean, I'm sure you know that is what large language models. That's how they operate. Basically, is that they're basically like predict. It's like predictive text. Like you say one thing and it uses what it's been trained on.
Is there like a direct like port for like Unity or what's the other one?
Unreal Engine.
Unreal. Yeah, is there like an Unreal's usually better, but does Unreal have a like a ChatGPT like plugin yet? Because they will soon.
I know like for the API. So that's what I just signed up for. Or actually, I'm in the process of signing up for it now, because I have the API for all the other models, but if you have the API, then you can just like make a plugin stuff. You know what I mean? You just implement it.
Yeah. So essentially, yeah, it's really weird. Like, so if you were gonna make like custom characters, are they stored like to a local computer, and then it just like uses that, and then that accesses the GPT through the internet?
Yeah, there's different ways of doing it. I forget if you can have your own locally stored, like, because you can fine tune GPT, any of the models. You can fine tune it, and I forget where that's stored.
Can it be?
But there's other
portable, like self-enclosed. Really?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like for what's it called? Stable Diffusion, which is like the art model.
Yeah.
All of theirs, they give you like the complete open source code, and you get.
I have that. I'm ready to fuck with that. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can have and you can train however many models you'd like,
So
unique models. Yeah.
does Stable Diffusion now work with GPT-4?
I mean, you could try to you can use them in conjunction. You can use any of them in conjunction with each other if you're like clever. Because GPT-4 is one of the features it can do too now is it can actually look at pictures. So you could just show it a picture, and it would be able to communicate to you what's on the picture and shit like that. So like you could make something in Stable Diffusion and have GPT or OpenAI edit it, or and vice versa. Because I've done that. I mean, because you can use pictures, like you can upload pictures and have them edit it.
That's really interesting. Yeah, it's so dope. Like, I mean, you could do like all kinds of photo correction and stuff. If it can see the picture, it should know what it looks like, or I guess you could fine tune it there. Man, the
Dude,
future
this
is bright for AI,
GPT-4 is
dude.
pretty good, dude.
Yeah, shit.
So it can look at memes and like dissect the meme, like what it means, like without any text. It'll just like look at the meme and say like break it down for you, why it's funny, what the meaning
Yeah.
is, and all this kind of shit. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's crazy how that works. It's like whoa, yeah, that's deep. That's deep learning, deep
Yeah.
shit there. I mean, even if we were to have a discussion on even what shapes mean to you and like why they fucking mean what they mean, then that's a whole boring snooze conversation. But I mean, there's like libraries of books written on like semiotics and shape break. You know what I mean? Like signifiers and identifiers and different things like that. That
Yeah.
to build like meaning to say like, oh, it's not just a picture of a flower, but it says something else, or like Van Gogh's sunflowers, right? They're like kind of wilty, a little bit kind of sad.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
would you say, oh, that's a picture of flowers, or like, oh no, this is an artistic representation of flowers meant to denote like the fucking impermanency of fucking cut flowers or whatever.
I've seen some examples. I was watching it yesterday, and yeah, you'd be surprised on how adept it is at real like I said, like it'll be like a completely niche community and a meme that is like only relevant in that community, and it will break down for you like exactly the meaning behind it, the what it means to the people, why it's meaningful to the people that in that community, and all this kind of stuff.
Whoa, that's weird. That is very weird.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you have
doesn't that just lead to better meme programming? Just using like as long as you understand the higher functioning of memes, you could just build better memes than if you had a AI.
oh yeah, I think this is gonna.
Do you think the AI will just communicate to us in memes? It would be the most effective and easiest way for it to talk to us.
You could.
Like,
I mean, I was trying to
humor or insights into things.
I was trying to get it to. I was like asking it to only talk to me in song titles. This was with ChatGPT. I was like, talk to me in song titles. So I asked you a question, just respond to me in song titles, and it tried to do it, but it was fucking. It like kept talking to me normally too. I said, dude, only talk to me in song titles. Don't fucking say song titles and then fucking talk normally. But anyways, I saw that GPT-4 though, it can actually go above and beyond that kind of shit. So you could say, speak to me only in memes, and like ask it questions and see what it does. That'd be interesting. Because it explains to me using only one sentence and construct that sentence with every letter in the alphabet from A to Z. So like, first letter's A, first word starts with A, then B. And I saw it, and it was actually the sentence made sense, and it was the plot of Cinderella, so it was pretty good.
Yeah, I guess really like memes are at the core of the idea of semiotics, which is that there's a sign and a signifier. So, principally we use the idea of a stop sign. It's It is what it is, and it says stop. So, like any meme, it could be a stop sign, but you could change the meaning of that, right? So that's malleable, and so it's an interesting way for an AI to kind of like use direct pictorial reference and then just change the meaning to where that's it's expressing something else. Man, I don't know. It's a little more dimensional because just words really don't say everything. You know what I mean? Like if you just read someone's writing, I guess it would be better to like know maybe what their voice was, how they spoke. You know, it'd be nice to have those kinds of artifacts of Shakespeare. You know, like oh yeah, did you notice Shakespeare had to say cunt all the time when he got drunk? No, who knows? Nobody has these little peccadillos. But anyway, where am I? Where am I off to here? Jesus.
Well, I was trying to get it to rewrite the Bible for me, like in Quentin Tarantino language.
Oh,
You gotta
Tarantino
give me a
does
second.
the Bible. Okay,
Yeah, they did a pretty good job, but
so like a Jesus Unchained sort of
yeah,
like Jesus
part of
gets
it.
revenge on the Romans or whatever. Like a Jesus revenge story. That'd be dope. Well, it would be anti-biblical, but also dope.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll tell you in a second. I did something else too, but you got to give me a second. I'm dealing with
Like
some shit
he
right
would have
now.
like a huge shotgun, like sort of like built like a crucifix. You know what I mean? Early shotgun, like a blunderbuss. You know what I mean? Something possibly time period.
Like I said, in a second, I'm gonna get back. I'll tell you about this buddy cop film I
Oh,
had right.
he could blow them away with coins, like like in a fucking explosion. Like shrapnel coins. And like, here, you want the money? Yeah, fucking take the money. Well, they bleep it out probably because it's Christian.
Well, no, but like I said, depends on where you get it to write it. But you have to give me a second. I'm dealing with this. I'm dealing with something real quick. So just give me just one
Why did I
minute.
give Jesus like a bandito voice? That was terrible. Sorry. Well, it's Tarantino, baby. Danny Trejo could play him. That'd be dope. Danny Trejo as Vengeful Jesus. Sorry if that was sacrilegious to anybody. I thought it was worth the comic risk, to weigh these things. On the spreadsheet, that said it was worth it. So, yeah. Kind of imagining like a soundtrack, like a little bit, some wah guitar, a little shaft kind of feel, but it's also in like ancient lands. So that's even more gritty. Jesus will have like bell bottoms on for no reason. Kind of goes with that 70s vibe, long hair, beard. Yeah. Okay.
What's up next?
Just, going on about this Jesus revenge picture, sort of in the style of Tarantino. Just playing around with that in my head. It's all fucked up here. What's going on? What are we doing?
Much. I was just checking out my crypto wallet, one of my wallets.
And if Jesus could have like holy hand grenade, like little grenades, but they'd be like holy water, but they would actually explode. Jesus, the action hero.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's not. It's not. It's not amusing. Okay.
Shit, they changed MetaMask.
Yeah. Do they put more holes in it?
No, just the interface a little bit.
It's pretty cool what it can do. So, like, if you have like a website that you build like with MetaMask on it, then it can like see your wallet. So, like, you could have like tokens for website access, I guess. Kind of neat.
Oh, wait, what'd you say?
Like, well, like to, I don't know. I guess it's that conversation about like use case for certain things, like NFTs. Like, so like, let's say you had like a like crazy like flat Earth website or whatever, and to get access in there, you need to have the flat Earth NFT and MetaMask, and then the website would just check to see if you had your badge or whatever, and then you get in the server. That's kind of how they do with the Bored Apes as well, like to get into their yacht club or whatever. Do you know about any of that shit? All like the mysteries, like there's like a crazy ass puzzle, like crazy ass like brain games in there.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's weird, man. I don't know if that whole Bored Apes thing is just really. It really does seem like maybe it could be like just a very elaborate like race joke in some
I
weird
don't
way.
know. I like the passive income on those though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Personally, even invest in these days because I don't like to trade and shit, or so I just buy shit and then hold on to it.
Did you have a Bored Ape?
No, I wish I did.
Oh. I wonder what the lowest like price anybody paid for one was. Because
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't
I
know.
remember I was checking OpenSea like every day, just like seeing new things because it's hard to search. And I remember the first day I saw them, they were like at $375 or $400, and that would have been a dope investment. And I saw it, and I was like, I bet you these are fucking gonna go off, and I wasn't wrong. So cool, man. All the tech that you need to like come up with to build these like stupid fucking pieces of art. It's funny. I don't know, man. It's like, yeah, just to make the art is like I guess one thing, but to do all the coding and the back end and all that stuff is another weird science.
With AI now, the art should be easy, ain't it?
It's got to be like, well, it
Like I
already.
can make a whole NFT collection right now of all original art pieces from
Yeah.
Chad.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you could even take, dude, it's sick what you could do. I mean, you could even take like a shitty picture or a shitty like picture that you draw and then feed it to ChatGPT and show it the comparison, and it'll kind of extract your shitty style and throw it on anything, you know? Not saying you draw like shit or anything, but even if you wanted to just do that, it'd be cool. You could recreate any kind of thing and what it would look like you might draw. That's kind of cool, man. Or if you do one thing that's really good, you can kind of use that as a template and then make all your shit look like that, you know? Fuck yeah. I don't know. Like, I guess it was. You remember like Picasso's blue period? That was like so. He was like so revolutionary. He's like, I'm gonna use lots of blue. But whatever. Yeah, he could have just like copied that and then made all his shit just like a filter, basically. Like, oh, this is all what blue style would look like on all these. Anyway, that's pretty. That's just some cool shit to fuck with, man. I don't know. This AI is like so detailed that way. But I don't know. I'm impressed by simple. Like, I don't know. Like when I first saw like a Van Gogh filter, and I'm like, whoa, you can just turn anything into a Van Gogh. I was like, wow, that's cool. That's nifty.
Yeah, that's just me.
Then I'm like, I don't like that shit because everybody can do it now.
Yeah. What are you ladies talking about?
AI, you wouldn't understand.
What's up, Nate?
No, sorry, Nate. You are
Oh,
actually
good,
artificially
bro.
intelligent.
What you saying, man?
Yeah, don't come to my house all sleepy. All right, this shit is not a sleepover. This is a whorehouse.
Come on, man.
Nah,
Cut me some slack. It's a Saturday, man.
he's gonna pretend he's sleepy for like 10 minutes, and then he's gonna snap on me for some crazy amount of questions.
Yeah, don't snap on snacks.
Nah,
Yo,
snacks.
last time you tried that though, I was correct, right? Because what was I
Snacks
saying?
be
Like, yo, it's like, yo, what's good, snacks? What's good? You know, you're like
Yeah,
chest bumping me and shit.
you be acting out, bro.
You're trying to chest bump me and stuff. This isn't hockey, bro.
I'm trying to check you, bro. Trying to see if you got the juice.
And what did I say?
I don't even remember what happened last time, man.
I was saying about tides.
Tides?
And then what happened for like 3 or 4 hours after that was just like fucking tides.
I don't know, but I don't know much about the tides. I don't really get into that.
I mean, this shit ain't on DraftKings yet, but I would have fucking scored something on that.
Yeah. Yo, you guys watching the UFC today? No. Yeah, I feel like y'all are like unathletic, don't really do sports and shit.
You like
Bro,
to
I'll
watch?
fucking arm wrestle you, bro.
What? I'll
I'll beat you
take
in
you on.
horse on the court, 1-on-1,
Get the
arm
fuck
wrestling
out of here,
competition,
Jeremy.
slap boxing.
Get the fuck
What do you
out of
want to
here,
do?
bro. Bro,
I'll slap box you in the
how
elevator,
how
bro.
how are you gonna beat me in horse on a basketball court, Jeremy? Can you even jump, bro?
What?
Can you jump? Like,
Dude,
I
I'll
bet
beat you
you.
in my steel toe Timbs.
Oh yeah, we're doing
Nah,
it in the
bro.
playground here, asphalt.
Bro, I'm brolic as fuck, bro. I got muscles in places y'all ain't even got places. Like,
Did you say you're brolic as fuck?
yeah.
Like from Dragon Ball Z?
Who?
What?
Nah, brolic, bro. You know?
I don't know what that is.
You know what
He's
brolic
all
means?
jacked up. He's diesel.
Yeah.
What?
I thought you was from New York, Snacks. What's going
You
on?
still don't know what it means. He's built. He got muscles.
Yeah. Talk to him,
That,
Jim.
that's not a reference to the same character from Dragon Ball?
he said he'll flex on you.
Yeah.
I get it.
I'll
Yeah,
flex
no.
Armstrong on you, bro. I'll go Lex Luger on you. But nah,
You
for
got like
Dragon
sick
Ball Z,
lats?
that's Broly, bro. Yeah.
Broly. I'm fucking thinking. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Damn.
Yeah.
Either way, I am the horse champ at my school.
For real?
And I had a half court shot the other night. My friend was sweeping. My coworker was 5 foot in a gym, and I was just fucking around. I threw a half court shot and I hit it. I was like, oh, they saw it.
I bet your shooting technique all sloppy, bro. Like that was crazy luck. I mean,
Yeah, all you gotta do is throw the ball straight at the hoop, and then it's only a matter of if you threw it hard enough.
Did you throw it underarm or?
Yeah, dude, granny style. Yeah, that's how I shoot.
Kyrella, do you have like a Steph Curry quantum back snap? What do you got going on? Are you sick from the 3-point line?
I'll tell you what. Did you ever see the guy who does shoot underhand, but it makes it look like he's shooting overhand?
No.
Like he'll go to throw up a shot, but before his arms go up, already out of his hands. But then he acts like he's shooting it. It's crazy. You never seen that?
You gotta show me that, bro.
I can't. I don't know if I'll even be able to find it. It's dope as fuck though. Like as he's coming up with the ball to go shoot, you know how you bring the ball up? It's already out of his hands by the time his hands are even get up to his face. It's crazy the way he does it. It's slick. It's like a fucking magic trick.
I'm even struggling to visualize this.
It's like
Bro.
a scoopy like layup or something.
Yeah.
No, he'll just be shooting out in the field, and he'll be dribbling a ball, and then as he goes to bring it up, like he lets it go before it even gets like to his chest, kind of like it's already out of his hands. He shot it like kind of like weird.
Huh.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it should sound so weird.
That's not standard.
I would love to see it.
I tried to do it. I can't even do it. Yeah, I don't know how to even do it.
Well, like I don't know. I guess like a chest pass is pretty accurate. Yeah, that's usually how like they'll be throwing like those assists like down a court. But maybe if you're really tall, it'd be easier to like just throw directly from square in your chest. Then like
Bro, the NBA assist leader is still Stockton to this day, if I'm not mistaken. He was sick with it, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
Is he still the assist leader?
He should be. Yeah.
I don't think it's even close.
Well, because he had Malone, and
yeah, I mean, it was easy.
And he also had a home.
I mean, it was easy. He was going up against Jordan every year.
Yeah, but I mean,
he was
giving assists to the same person all the time, bro.
Yo, they were sick with the screens and the pick and rolls.
They have like an advantage because they're at high altitudes, and every other home like visiting team has got to adjust to altitude. All the high altitude teams.
Yo, did you see Wilson? Did you see Wilson? I'm super psyched about this. Kinda a little psyched. Anyways, Wilson just made an airless basketball. I heard.
Just made a what?
A
airless basketball? So what's inside it?
What's up?
What's inside it?
What do you mean? What's inside it?
Like if it's not air, like I would say.
It's fucking just how. I mean, there's air inside of it. There's air everywhere, but it's not like
flat.
Pressurized.
It's just flat.
Is it like a gel or something?
It made it flat.
Dude, there's nothing inside the ball. There's no inside to the ball. It's just this core thing. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah.
They 3D print it though. I think that's how they make it. Is they 3D print it. They're like, yo, it's way better because there's no leftover material, and every ball is exactly the same. You don't have to check it for pressure and shit all the time. You know what I mean?
That's interesting. Very interesting. Probably doesn't play the same though.
No, it's exactly this. It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
Airless basketball prototype, Wilson Sporting Goods. There we go. Yeah, it's on their official website. Just go to Wilson's web. Just search Wilson airless basketball.
All right, Wilson airless basketball.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen this new shit they making liquid light?
They're making liquid light.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that even mean, dude? You gotta stop watching that science fiction shit, Nate.
What? Check it out, bro.
I got your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson stating wrong shit.
Well, what happened? Wait, number one, he's not my boy.
That's your boy. First of all, that's your boy.
No.
Second of all, he said if you drop a bullet and shoot one, they'll hit the ground at the same time.
In the vacuum or what?
What do you mean? It doesn't matter either way. It's not going to hit the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one's shooting a bullet in a vacuum. First of all, how big do
Yeah.
you think the vacuum is?
I don't know. I mean, I just want clarity. You know, like maybe he was talking about something. What was the topic?
Do you have the
Let's
same
get
mustache as
content.
Neil deGrasse Tyson? Do you admit
Well,
that you?
I don't know. He's
copy-
talking about nerd shit, nerd space shit or whatever. He said if you drop a bullet and fucking shoot one, they hit the ground at the same exact time, which is not true in your paradigm because the ground's curving, right? So it would have to fall 8 inches farther for every mile squared. If you shoot a bullet and it goes a mile, that bullet's got to drop 8 inches farther than the one that fell out of your hand, right? On your globe. Does he not
Sorry,
think he lives on a globe? On a flat Earth, that actually makes sense, but not on a globe. I didn't know Neil, your boy Neil, was a flat earther.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I was looking at this basketball. This shit crazy. It's
That's
basically
crazy, right?
Yeah, it's basically
There's nothing in it.
Yeah, it's like a shell.
They just like print the skin. Yeah, they
Yeah.
print the shell. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, there technically is air in it, but it's not like.
Okay.
Yeah. It can come in and out. Yeah, it's not pressurized like you said.
Yeah, it's just the air that we're breathing. So it's like whatever.
Crazy.
Yo, every basketball's the same. No more waste. They probably last forever. I mean, I don't know what would even go wrong with that. What could go wrong?
Exactly. This would be
Yeah,
dope as fuck.
Probably doesn't sound.
Yeah,
the same.
bro.
I like to hear that like balloon sound. You really know. It's like pressurized air, like doom, whatever. 3D printed balls gonna be like. What's next? Sneakers that don't squeak? Come on. This game's gonna sound like nothing. Some people don't watch the game because they don't like squeaky sneakers.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's squeaky sneakers or someone needs to change the battery in her fire alarm.
Yeah.
And bro, how awesome is that basketball?
It's fucking amazing, man.
They need to expand that to tires for cars, though. Like basketballs, that's cute that they did it with a b-ball.
Uh-huh.
But
they do it basically where they take a wheel and then they put a bunch of circles in the wheel, like or cylinder pieces, just around it.
Yeah, no, I've seen some prototypes for wheels too. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I think Goodyear or somebody did one where it's
Airless
like
tires.
Yeah, they got airless tires out. Yeah, I think Goodyear said they were going to have them for commercial use. What's the other? Maybe might have been Michelin. I forget. Some of them said they were going to be available for retail.
Maybe it was what is it, Pirelli?
I can't remember, but I saw them in action. I saw them actually driving. It's like
Barstone.
Yeah, there's just no air in it. I don't know. It has to be comparable though, because yeah, that's cool to not get a flat tire and shit, but you need to get as much mileage for the price value at least. Somewhat reasonable. You know what I mean? Like if right now if I go drop $200 a tire, I'm guaranteed 50,000 miles out of it. You know what I mean? And it needs to be like that. Like, okay, maybe the airless ones are $400 and I only get 40,000 miles, but it needs to be something like something reasonable. It can't be anything like, oh, the tire only lasts fucking 10,000 miles and it's 80 times the price or something. Like that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, ain't no one gonna
like not getting a flat is cool, but it's not that cool.
Yeah. Yo, can we agree today though that we're not gonna talk about a topic we've talked about before?
Bro, shit's gonna get crazy, and we're gonna repeat half of the shit we've been talking about the whole time, man. What do you want to do? I mean, I've got the airless basketball, the airless tires. I mean, what else?
No, this is dope. I mean, let's keep it on this, but no talking about NASA and the moon landing, at least. How about that? No lunar models and At
You
least.
said you want to talk about the moon landing today?
I don't wanna. Please.
Like, there's foil on the outside of the lem, but like the camera doesn't need foil. Man, imagine if we had skateboarding on the moon, dude. Imagine the kind of like fucking tricks. Shit would be
Oh, I would love that shit.
like Tony Hawk moon gravity, like in the crater.
Mm. You're catching mad air, bro.
Damn. Do like a 35-20.
Yo, that fucking that airless basketball, that's got to affect your shot and passes and shit and all kinds of shit. No,
I don't know. I mean,
The weight the
it
same.
depends. If it feels like a real basketball, does it bounce like a real one?
it's about doesn't move like one though through the air
Mm.
because
Well,
your shot. You know, if
Yeah,
you're
'cause
shooting a
like
3-pointer or you're trying to do a long pass or something,
does it have
yeah,
the
but
same like 6 vectors on it? Like that where the
and way
think
does
about if you
the
crumple up a piece of paper.
Mhm.
If you have like a fucking baseball the same size, like you're gonna be able to fucking throw the baseball like a dart. You know what I'm saying? Whereas the paper is gonna be like, it's not gonna go so well through the air.
Exactly. Like I mean, air is going through it. It's gonna affect your shot.
And your
Also,
passes and shit. Yeah.
yeah, does it bounce the same? I don't know.
Like if you're trying to make that no look Ginobili pass, like I don't know.
Yeah. Like I would love to feel one in my hand. To just
Yeah,
see
that's
what's
something
up. Yeah.
you have to play around with.
what are you small forward?
Nah, I'm a PG, but I'm more about my handles than my shot, really, man. I would snap your ankles.
Who's all right? Who's who are some of your point guards?
Fuck out of here.
What,
AI,
you're,
I'm
you're
like
like
AI.
you're like
Kyrie
Sham God.
Irving.
You're basically Sham God reincarnated.
Yeah, I'm like Kyrie Irving.
You're
Snapping
like
ankles.
Kyrie Irving. You have
Yeah,
Kyrie Irving handles. Okay, so
yeah, bro.
we're all about the double behind the back, no look,
All that and all that. Yeah,
just to fake so that you can get into the paint,
yeah.
so you can
And
make
then
a
just
Yo, what
little
lopsided
about that
layup.
guy?
high English
Yo,
off the backboard,
you seen
That
his guy that can dunk
fall down
standing
and
up?
hurt yourself.
You don't even got to
Dunk
jump.
standing up. What?
You ain't
How
seen that
tall
dude
is he?
yet, bro? He's dumb tall. His only problem is getting up and down the court, but he's working on it. He just dunks standing up. I think he gets up on his tippy toes, maybe. I'm not even sure. It doesn't even look like he like moves vertically at all.
Asian.
Oh, you talking about the French guy?
He's like 8 foot. It's crazy. I don't know how to.
7'6".
Can you guys dunk? Like,
Taller than that.
He's
can you dunk, Jeremy?
No, I can't fucking dunk
Oh.
his
How tall are you, bro?
on a on an 8 foot rim, maybe.
his
Just put the
standing
rim down
reach
for the
is like is above the rim, I'm sure, but his head height I think is like 7'6.5" or something. So,
Yeah.
the guy from France, yeah, he's crazy fluid, athletic, and huge.
Is he French?
Like, yeah,
All right. Yeah, no, the French got
well,
some ballers as well, man.
he's not like ethnically French, but he's French.
Maybe like French Canadian or some shit.
He's like gonna be better than Yao Ming, at least.
All right.
But he's like a guard basically, like a 7'8". I don't know. Maybe he's not done growing either. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But he might as well be like 8 foot tall because no one else can fucking guard him. No one's gonna have the wingspan to guard his. No one can stop his three. So that's kind of cool. Just a fucking
Sounds like Katie.
yeah. Basically,
Kevin Durant type.
KD.
Yeah.
Yeah, KD with but taller.
Jeez. I mean, Katie,
With
what,
like
7'1"
like
already?
Giannis, like the stride. The stride on
Yeah.
him is like probably two, like from 3-point line to fucking dunking the ball.
Jeez.
It's 2 steps in. It's like it's probably 10 steps to fucking cross the court. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's too tall, man.
It's like yeah, well, like Manute Bol. He's like Manute Bol, but he's like Manute Bol is pretty skinny, pretty rail thin. Somehow durable enough to play. I hope they bring Bol to Brooklyn. That will be the shit.
Bobo, you
I
know
want-
Bobo.
Oh, Bol is. I've been dreaming about Bol for a while.
Bobo.
I feel like this whole conspiracy's been going on to eventually bring Bol to Brooklyn to play for the Nets, like his father, because
Right.
he's a heritage player. Like it means something, I guess. Yeah, it would be
Nah,
like
I don't
bringing
want Bobo with the Nets, man. Come on.
like Kenya Martin Jr. Like to bring him to the Nets would be, whatever. Yeah, your father played for our team, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You got to play better for your father's team, for fuck's sake, right? Than any other team.
Bobo.
Fuck him.
Yeah,
That
that's
dude's
a
got the
lanky
best
ass
name
nigga.
probably ever.
Yeah.
Who else has that? Like your first name is the same as your last name. Get out.
Yeah, that's some Asian shit, like Ming Minga or some shit.
Dude. Bol is sick he has a sick shot. Like he is accurate as fuck from 3. And
Yeah, but that
unstoppable at the rim. You need like 2 guys because he can like get over the guy, with his reach and height and shit. Crazy.
Yeah. Like
Rebounding.
he would just be blocking everyone's shots, It's like no
He
one
could
can
be
shoot
mad
over.
effective.
Yeah.
But yeah, durability is a problem. 82 games is too long.
Yeah. And he's so lanky. I don't know. Bobo.
He's sleeping on Bol, man.
Yeah. But yeah, man, liquid light. Y'all should look into it, bro.
You're talking about a form of light that is a liquid, but wait a second. Isn't light not material?
Check it out, bro. Look into it. I'll post the link. Hang on.
Oh, so you can't summarize?
This your real life, bro. Liquid light.
And what are we gonna do with it?
I mean, it's brand new, bro. Like we don't even know what like applications it's really got anything. And
I
I mean,
mean,
they
like,
can only demonstrate it for like a very short time, in quantized conditions.
Yeah, I've been studying quantum hydrodynamics for years, off and on. Wait for this article. Cool Photoshop. That is cool Photoshop.
So does the liquid have mass?
Yeah, it's made out of matter, bro.
And it's light.
Yeah.
In liquid form.
Yeah. It's like a superfluid Einstein Bose condensate of photons. So it's just like a sea of photons. It's like a sea of photons closely packed together, and they act like superfluid. If you push your finger through it, it's gonna feel no resistance, no friction, no viscosity, nothing.
It's just like it's matter organized into such a highly efficient way that it translates any kind of like energy applied to it equally across all the molecules at the rate of the speed of light or something around there. The researchers achieved this by putting 130 nanometer thick film of organic molecules, possibly gelatin, between 2 very reflective mirrors which they then exposed to a 35 femtosecond laser pulse blast. Because of light's strong interaction with the organic molecules, a hybrid light matter superfluid was formed. A hybrid light and matter.
Yeah, it's a superfluid and Einstein-Bose condensate. So Einstein-Bose condensate is the type of matter.
They're high in calories, correct?
Yeah.
So how long were these? 137 nanometers, or what did you say?
The 130 nanometer thick film.
All right.
It was exposed to a 35 femtosecond laser pulse blast. So this basically created some type of plasma, we call it.
Superfluid Einstein
Energetic plasma. Okay, superfluid, yeah.
Nate, let me ask you this real quick, Nate. We drop a ball, same ball. We drop one of them in a vacuum. We drop another one in a superfluid, same distance. Which one hits the ground first?
They would hit the ground at the same time.
Incorrect.
Which one would hit first?
The superfluid one.
Why?
There's zero drag.
But what drag is in the vacuum?
You're gonna have air. Some drag is gonna be in there, right?
Why? It's a vacuum. Like a pure, like hypothetically, if we made a pure.
Oh no,
just like
no,
a normal
you can't.
Yeah,
I was just talking like a normal vacuum.
Oh, okay, yeah. Obviously, superfluid. But if it was like a real ass space vacuum, they would both fall at the same time.
Even if it was a outer space vacuum.
No.
Like, let's say you get 10 miles of outer space and then 10 miles of superfluid. The superfluid one's still gonna fall first.
Definitely, because even 10 miles of outer space got particles.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if you hypothetically had a 100% pure vacuum,
they would both, at the same time, yeah.
So that's cool. Yeah, room temperature Bose-Einstein condensate formed from laser pulses.
What was it?
What is it shot onto?
Captain.
Hydrogen.
They just say it's organic molecules. I'm not sure what kind of molecule. I would assume it's photons. I don't know.
Okay. Wait. Yeah, there's just like weird things that you can do with like lasers and liquids, I find.
No, definitely. Yeah, I mean,
like you can plate like you can electroplate like a electrolyte to a substrate using a laser, and I think that's nifty. Like you don't need anything else.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I kind of understand Witsu when he says we don't fully understand light. I mean, we have a basic understanding of what light is, but its full range of properties and applications. There's so much about it we don't know.
Oh, it's like trying to say we understand computers too. Like we don't really, but we do.
No, computers we understand. Like we
you
made
say
them.
that, right? But
yeah, we made computers. We fully understand.
We engineer lenses.
We fully understand them, bro.
We understand lenses and engineer lenses. But I'm just saying, like, there's a point in time, probably in the mid 1800s, where they didn't think that they could see, like, with an infrared camera. They probably didn't realize that there were other.
Because in the 1800s, they didn't even know what infrared light was. It was because
I know, but it's like I think the lens that I just got yesterday is like from it's like the lens design is from like the late 1890s. It's like, once you get it right, you get it right.
Yeah.
It's just not knowing that there's other implications to it. So like not knowing the implications to it, like we could say we understand computing because we can like engineer and build like all types of crazy shit. But that's to say, like, what are we building with now might not be what we compose it with later, right? You could be building it all in glass, or it could just be in a. Who knows? How you might do computing in 100 years from now. Right? I mean, you see, floppy disks and fucking 5 1/4. You ever see like the huge platter drives? Just giant. They're like 12-inch floppy disks. They used to use. Crazy.
No, I wasn't even alive when floppy disks were a thing.
No, those are very old.
No, I'm just way younger than most of these things. You got to remember that.
Well, how old are you?
I'm young enough to be your son, bro.
That's a terrible thought. Why'd you make me go there?
No, I'm playing.
You could be related to me is
I'm 29.
awful concept. You're 29?
Yeah.
I guess if I was a very active teenager.
Yeah.
You could have been my irresponsible mistake. Yep. My wayward son.
Wayward son.
Here to argue with me. Taking out all your issues on me. Anyway. How fast is a femtosecond? It sounds really fast. It sounds faster than a nanosecond to me.
It is.
Is that order of 10 faster?
Here it says a femtosecond is 1 quadrillionth of a second. I don't even know what a quadrillion is.
You don't know that shit? What are you?
Quadrillion. A quadrillion is 1,000 raised to the power of 5. Okay. It's basically 10 to the power.
1005.
Yeah, so it's 10 to the power of 15. It's 10 with 15 zeros. Damn. I need 15. Imagine you had money like that. So it's a billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion.
You could be a femtillionaire.
So a quadrillion is 100 trillions.
But a femtosecond is 1
1,000
quadrillion.
trillions.
Oh wait. So to be a femtillionaire would be practically impossible, I guess.
Yeah, that's too much. That's more money than all the money in the world.
You could invent some kind of. Well, maybe we could make a crypto. We could divide it into that many pieces.
Yeah, but then like money would be worthless because you would have more money.
But you would be no. Here's what I think is really because each one is its own unit. That like, how many things do you even have 10 of? Maybe it's socks. You know what I mean? Got more than 10. To have 100 of something or to have 1,000 of something, you're like 1,000-aire of that thing. So even if you just have like a trillion worthless crypto coins, you still are a trillionaire.
Yeah.
It helps. You try to it soothes my ego to think so. That's a lot, or that's such a little amount. So it's like such a pulse that it would be just like almost like it would be invisible to the eye, obviously. Right? Yeah, of course it would be. But actually, it's weird, like the way fields kind of multiply. Sometimes you might see some kind of like slow pulse to it where it would really be happening super fast. But you're just seeing like the magnitude of the fast pulses like turn into a mirror, smaller, slower version of it. Fucking waves are crazy, man. Jeez. But why is it that like this a fucking 1940s lens I got is like so crispy. It's like so much better than all these other lenses that have been made after that. It's so bizarre. You know, are you impressed by Bose-Einstein condensates generally? Chirality? They're fun to say.
I've worked with them for a long time. Einstein Bose condensates, fermionic condensates.
Is this because you're bringing stuff down to very, very low temperature where it becomes a Bose-Einstein condensate, or do you work with room temperature ones?
No, I work with low temperature ones. I've never worked with them at room temperature.
Okay, so there's what sorts of things become Bose-Einstein condensation-y at those low temperatures? Are general bosons?
Yeah, bosons.
That's
so any boson, it could be W, Y, Z boson, a photon, a gluon. Or if you had fermions, with when you sum it up, they have a full integer spin.
Yeah.
So certain types of hydrogen, certain isotopes of hydrogen, those could become bosons.
Interesting. Yeah, I was
no
long before.
Helium.
I was impressed by the pigments of different pyramids. Different cultures seem to have different pigments that they use. That sort of their formula. I guess like the Egyptians are sort of famous for Egyptian blue.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever heard of that before?
No, that's
it's a particular type of chemical formula, but it's long lived, right? So it's a pigment that has lasted the ages, and so it's cool, and it's got this color and a formula, so they're able to create it like a pigment. So that's cool, and it's also Bose-Einstein condensate. So that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Does that say anything about that, or to any greater degree, like, or no?
No, the Egyptians would have never been able to make condensates because these are subatomic particles. They would have they don't even have the technology to cool these particles down so you can work with them.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so my claim is that the Egyptian blue is a Bose-Einstein condensate at low temperature.
It wouldn't.
And my claim is also that Han purple is like this. And my claim is also that Maya blue is like this. And my claim would also be that other pigments in India that are like fuchsia colored and green colored are also have this quality.
What's Han purple and Maya blue?
They are also associated to pyramids. Maya blue is found near the Mayan pyramids. Han purple is found in the Han culture, Han area pyramid structures in China.
Okay.
But also other places. But yeah.
I didn't know that.
It may be simulated in other forms now, but in the samples, yeah. I was just like trying to. I thought I was like on some kind of fucking rabbit hole here. So, but I don't know. I didn't watch it in a video or anything, but I did. I done my research. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can look into it, see what you think. Because like, I don't know, just something interesting about things that stay a particular color and don't fade. Or do you not agree?
I don't agree, but it sounds
Have you ever lived
interesting.
I've lived in the desert for a little bit, and it's just like the color becomes something you're sensitized to in a certain way, because if you just like look at sand and sky all the time, it's just like anything else is just interesting to you. Like a little cactus flower you can see from very far away. But flowers are pretty, they look awesome, and then they die eventually, turning brown again, back like to sand color. So things that retain flower-like colors, like whatever, I find that interesting. Like there's something about that material that is unchanging and is fused in this kind of matrix and diffracts light in a certain way and refracts light in a certain way. Right. to look like that. It's ejecting certain colors, reflecting certain colors. That shit is so whatever's doing that in there, that pigment is like some pretty special material. So, you know, in these ways that these pigments endure the ages, the ones that I mentioned. Yeah, man. Just I think there could be some deeper understanding of what's going on, or maybe they just got lucky and that's just how it winds up.
Yeah.
Do you think that they couldn't have had the ability to cool things down to what you can cool them down to then?
We haven't. There's no evidence of it. Anything's possible, but we just haven't seen the evidence.
Of
Them having that
cooling.
that type of technology.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, anything's possible, bro.
Well, like I mean, you know, just with like pumping something, you can get a lot of cooling effect happening. You know.
What do you mean?
Like if I force a large air volume through a long tube with a smaller orifice, when orifice sizes are going to change, the pressure has got to be reduced, and that pressure change is expressed as a endothermic reaction. So like I can cool like a radiator block if I wanted to, just by pumping like a lot of pressurized air through it. You know, it's not that air has. So if I just take a high amount of pressure and force it down into another channel, I can get temperature differential. It's the same thing that's going on in your refrigerator. As a water pump hits a different orifice size, if you like.
All right.
And every time the orifice changes, it's gonna do cooling, and it's gonna cause an endothermic loss. Endothermic loss, right there. That's what it's gonna do. Or loss through endothermic reaction. I'm not a physicist, but anyway. So I guess my point is you could create chillers or a series of chillers, you know, just doing with pneumatics basically and pipes. I guess there's no evidence of that either, but you know, it's not super high tech stuff to me.
Yeah, but if he was born 2,000 years ago and you try to explain this to an Egyptian, they wouldn't even know what you're talking
I don't know if they were getting down to like cryo chiller temperatures. I mean, I'm not sure that they could have done that, but I don't know. If you take enough people like with enough brains and, you know, threaten them with possibly death, but give them also like a good budget, they're probably going to do okay. I don't know.
but not 2, 3, 4,000 years ago.
Why not? You know, and you know, most of like the stuff you guys like want to pin badges on Ptolemy and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah,
A
but I
lot
mean,
of these things are compendiums of other people's work. You know, they just had the ability to publish them. They were like endowed by someone else's like appointing to compile, you know, these things into Almagast and, you know, technical manuals or whatever. Alberni did the same thing basically. He's just pulling out of old books and like compiling them and, you know, finalizing them. But he's credited with a lot of different things because he was given the title to do so. Yeah, man. So, how's your Neil deGrasse Tyson necktie feel right about now, huh? With your sons on it. What are you thinking? No, I'm just joking around. I did imagine you with a Neil deGrasse Tyson mustache on, even though I don't know what you look like. Well, actually, it was like progressively more and more. Like it started out with, you know, that, and then Jeremy would talk, and then, you know, cut back to you. You were in the vest and the tie and the mustache.
I look
Hilarious.
nothing like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I wouldn't think so. You could beat him one-on-one on the basketball court.
I could.
You could run orbital mechanical rings around him.
I could. I'll go Space Jam on him, you know?
Right. You gonna go Space Jam on?
Yeah.
You know, I heard Neil Tyson was actually a Muslim.
He's not though.
Yeah, he is.
Is he? He
Yeah,
is.
he's a full. Yeah, he said he's doing a jihad this year.
No way. He's not Muslim. He's not even religious. Yeah, because I've seen him plenty of times say he's atheist. That
Well, no,
didn't make sense. I was so confused.
yeah, I know, man. I was fucking with you, but no, but you know, I think most scientists, including himself, Einstein included, they probably adhere to Spinoza's God, and he'll reference God, he'll say God, and Einstein has too, but I think they basically, I think they think of it in the aspect of Spinoza's God, which is like, you know, the whole universe in totality manifests itself as a single entity, or you can call nature a single entity, and they often do, right?
It's like pantheistic almost.
Yeah, a lot of people equate Spinoza's God with pantheism, I
Yeah.
suppose.
I doubt Neil deGrasse even believes in that God though. But I get what you mean. If he ever says the word God, that's what he's referring to.
Yeah, well, no, but I mean, you can see like there's compilations of him talking about God, and that's basically what he basically refers to it just like that. And actually, like I said, most scientists, even if they seem atheist, like Einstein, you know, he has all those quotes about God. Like he's like, God doesn't play dice with the universe. You know, God. I don't know. I think that's the only one, but yeah, but still, but yeah, when he's saying that, he's obviously talking about nature, but it's obviously interchangeable with God.
Yeah, that's what they mean, nature. You know. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you believe in God. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
but
you
the
stole it
God
from.
I believe in is very different from Spinoza's God.
Yeah. Spinoza, he started out being a Jew too, just like your people. They got their ideas from the Jewish people. He was a Jewish person, and he became a philosopher, and then came up with that his own thing. And I think that I think that's it's valid. I think it's valid. I think actually Abraham probably was the same kind of way. Besides when he was going to
What?
kill his son. Yeah, but
Nah,
it's like
Abraham
besides
did
that
not
part when he was going to
believe
kill his
in
son.
Spinoza's God because Abraham spoke to his God. You know, they engaged in conversation.
That's true. You remember that part where he's like making that deal with God about Lot?
Yeah.
He's like, "What if I could find 50 people who are good?" He's like, "Fine." He's like, "What about 45?" Yeah, keeps going down until he finally gets
Yeah.
to this one person. It's like, dude, fine, dude.
Yeah. Do you believe in Spinoza's God? You sound like a
Yeah,
fan.
yeah. I believe in the Hebrew Bible and the Hebrew God. I honestly believe that this, like, when I wasn't kidding when I said Abraham believe, because there's stories about Abraham like that's nobody was there but Abraham and God with that
Yeah.
fucking with that deal. So it's obviously somebody told somebody that story, and it's probably based on something that happened, but probably not at all what it says. So it's like I personally do think that the God that Abraham was talking to when he first looked up to the stars and was like, dude, fuck all these stupid gods everyone else believes in. It's like he's literally asking the universe questions. That's what he was looking up at the stars and asking questions to speak to him. And I believe in that story. I believe that that's based on truth. And I think that that's probably the same entity, same God
Okay.
as Spinoza's. Yeah. I mean, you have to know that most all the stories in the Bible, no matter how closely you think they're true or hear them as truth, as a thinking man, at least the way I look at it is, I think it's all based on the truth, but it's all fundamentally has the same flaw or potential for flaw, and that's that it was, you know, recorded by man, and you know, we don't always record things accurately.
So you're saying these stories are true? It's just it's not the true
Based on
version
the
we have.
truth.
Okay.
Based on the truth. It's like the movie, that movie that came out, Lincoln, with Daniel Day-Lewis. I think that was based on true events. Abraham Lincoln was real. He really was a part of that war. But I think most of the things that happen in the movie, even the way Daniel Day-Lewis tried to talk like him, I mean, this is just conjecture and, what do you call it? Hyper, what do you call that when you're embellishing and all this type of stuff.
Yeah,
So it's like
because
you're gonna get all these interpretations.
no one alive today knows what Lincoln spoke like, and we don't have a voice recording. So
Yeah.
whatever Daniel Day-Lewis, whatever accent he's putting on, it's not. I get you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like no, but even even if even if he did do the Gettysburg Address, he probably did. He probably wrote it, but like their displaying of those events versus the actual events, there's obviously going to be some disparity. So it stands to reason that the same is true for any story that anybody holds true that was written in the past. No matter how closely it was based on the truth, it's going to have those same, even if it's not intentional, like flaws, like just the flaws of information being passed and the information that's highlighted and focused on, and the stuff that's forgotten. You know what I mean? That's why stories change over time. Is because people focus on certain parts of it and then embellish those parts, and then other parts are just completely ignored, and so you end up with this kind of stories you have, which like sound like miracles happen and all this type of stuff. But I'm not sure if really there's anything magical about what happened, you know. But that's another story.
Nah, I hear you, man. I hear you. So you believe in Spinoza's God? Interesting.
Yeah, I happen to like Jewish people. Usually, if a Jewish person came up with the interpretation, like Jesus, even, I think Jesus' interpretation was fairly good. Maybe not the people who followed him, and then the Italian dudes who try to create the religion around Jesus, they did it wrong. But I think Jesus' idea was pretty good. For all we know, Muhammad was really Jewish.
But we know that's not true because I mean, his whole life is documented. You know, it's not like
Yeah, but
Jesus
don't they
waited
say
like
that?
it's like 20 years just like for 20 years of his life we don't know what the fuck he was doing.
Yeah, but that's why I like Jefferson's Bible, is because I feel like it's the same exact story, but it's cut up in a way so that it reads like a chronological story, and it makes so much more sense. Because, like Jesus, if you look at the story of him, he was basically always rebellious against his parents. He never listened to his parents. Like they would go looking for him when he's 12 years old or whatever. They had to go back to Jerusalem because he fucking, didn't even, he wasn't. Anyways, that's not the point. The point is, when later in the story, when he goes back to Jerusalem, or he goes back to not Jerusalem. Where's the place he came from? Nazareth or Bethlehem? One of those. I think it was no. He was born in Bethlehem, but I think he's from Nazareth or
Yeah,
something
Jesus,
like that.
Jesus of Nazareth.
Whichever place he was actually from, he goes back there, and like all the
He was
people
born
that
on the
knew him
west side.
all the people that knew him growing up, like all the people that were from there, it was like Jimi Hendrix. Like when Jimi Hendrix left the United States, people thought he was a loser. That's probably why he left. But he became cool in the UK, and they came back, and he was like this cool dude. And that's like basically what happened to Jesus. Like they were like, when Jesus came back, all the people were like, "This is the same fucking dude, that same guy that was, who knows what they were thinking? Like he was probably this troublemaker before. Now he's like this widely popularized slash infamous dude."
Mm. What is the Jefferson Bible? What do you say? Jefferson's Bible? What is it? Hello?
Pressing the wrong button. Yeah, but you know how all the presidents, they have to pretend like they're religious. Well, he was the third president. He's a really smart dude. He did surgery on himself. He
He made
basically
his own
married.
Bible?
Well, he didn't make his own Bible. What he did was he edited the Bible. So he literally cut and pasted the Bible, so that instead of reading like oh, here's John's interpretation. Here's Paul. Here's Paul again. Here's fucking Luke. Like he just wrote it like in literally. It starts off with Jesus being born, and then it goes to John the Baptist, and it's just literally in order. It's like a chronological story, which is why it's so much easier to read. But yeah, he just cut and pasted and edited and yeah, he said that was his version. And he took out the miracles too. He didn't leave in any miracles.
It's like all the miracles and all the supernatural stuff were supposed to be edited out.
Yeah, like he just took it out. Yeah, he just took it out completely.
Just like he took out the fact that he owned slaves, right? No, I'm just.
Hey, I don't think he owned slaves. He did own them, but he also banged them in a loving way. You know, they say Obama was probably the first president to say the N-word in as a term of endearment, but I think maybe Thomas Jefferson was the first president to use it as a term of endearment. For all we know.
My nigga. No, I'm playing. It's a term of endearment.
Yeah, yeah, right. Because he wasn't the first president to use it. We know that.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess so. Yeah. I guess he definitely would have been.
But he did free his slaves.
Yeah, he did. Life must have been
after he died. For some people.
Yeah.
Like you mean like with having slaves and stuff, like slave kind of thing?
Yeah. Like we wouldn't be having this conversation type of thing.
Yeah, but I think it got turned into something that it wasn't. Like it was never supposed to be about, like it would just be plain disgusting if they were like, you know, if black people exist, let's just make them slaves. It just happened that the slaves that were in high demand were the black slaves from Africa, right? But slavery has always been a thing where it's like, you know, prisoners of war, and then you could trade them to some other people, and you can end up with all different types of slaves. But it turned into like a strictly racial thing in America, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. That's true.
Let me ask you a question that I don't know if it's appropriate, but what would you think if they had a football team, like a college football team, or maybe a pro team, like a kind of a lesser league? Like they're not always in the fucking main league, but they sometimes are. Doesn't matter. The point is, it's a new team, and
like an XFL team. Right?
It's kind of like XFL, but let's just say they sometimes play with NFL, so it's like a legit NFL team, but they're just low key. Anyway, and they choose as their mascot the Mandingos. That'd be fucked up.
That would not be allowed. Not maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago, but today no.
You think 30, 20, 40 years ago? Yeah,
today, like you know, we had the Washington Redskins and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. You know, but
I thought that was it's like retarded that they changed that, but then like you look in the history, it actually is pretty offensive.
It is.
They would never be able to do that. Not even in the Jim Crow South would that shit fly. I don't think.
The Jim Crow South.
Man, yeah. Well, they had like warnings, like, you know, you might not want to drive in a vehicle because people will assume you stole it.
Yo, are you taking a leak while you talking?
I'm frying eggs.
Oh,
sounds like he's grilling. Yeah. I thought he was taking a shower, but I was like, nice, probably grilling. Have you seen Chris Rock's new special
on Will Smith?
Well, I mean, Will Smith was a part of the special for like 2 minutes, but the special wasn't only about Will Smith. But regardless, have you seen it?
I just watched that 2-minute part about Will Smith and watched the
rest. Oh, okay. It's pretty funny though. But at one point, he talks about how his mom was from South Carolina, I think, and he talks about how she, like when she was growing up, like they basically black people couldn't go to a white dentist, and so he said that people like his mom had to go to the vet to get their teeth fixed. So he was just kind of like putting that contrast with like his kids today and like how well off they have it and stuff, but comparing it to his mom, that's that's kind of fucked up. I didn't know that you'd have
You'd
to
have
go
to
to
go
the
to a
vet.
vet?
Yeah, to get your teeth fixed. I guess in some
What
places.
the fuck?
Yeah, because you weren't allowed to go to a white dentist. I don't imagine there were very many black dentists.
Yeah. And if there was, most black people couldn't afford them. So that's crazy.
He says something crazy too, though, dude. He was talking about O.J. Simpson, and he was like, because he's like O.J. Simpson, obviously killed 2 people, and he's fucking got away with it, and he's like he was one of the first, black heroes, he was a black hero back when, like way before Wakanda, like back when that's all we had. I thought that was funny.
God, Wakanda
What?
Forever is such a piece of crap. Oh man, I wish it was
Is that
better.
What?
O.J.?
But
Wakanda
was
Forever.
OJ considered like a hero in the black community?
That
Was he?
that event that event was obviously seen as obviously people don't like you would still condemn OJ, but it's the fact that that was the first time. It doesn't matter that he hangs out with only white people, but he's like a pro football player, black dude, and a high profile crime, and he gets off the
The
hook.
Yeah, and the
Yeah, he was
victims
up
are
First
there
all
with
time.
white.
like Bill
Yeah.
Cosby. Like Bill Cosby was a big kind of hero in the community too.
Yeah, but by Bill Cosby's time, O.J. Simpson had already gotten off the hook. They're not going to let people. They're not just going to keep letting people get off the hook.
Yeah, they're only gonna
And,
let
and, and
one.
Bill Cosby his shit is like hypocritical too, so it leaves like a bad taste in people's mouths. You know what I mean? Because like he'd always
What?
he'd always be on his high horse about everything.
Oh yeah, America's dead and whatnot.
Yeah. Like Eddie Murphy has that joke when
Yeah,
he was
I
talking about
can't
how.
believe you just said bad taste in your mouth. Like, given what his
Bill Cosby.
activities were, honestly.
Oh my god.
Have you seen that show? Like, we need to talk about Bill Cosby.
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh man, it talks about all about like how he used to just like drug girls up on like barbiturates and fucking.
Yeah,
They
dude,
would
he
they'd
used.
be like, he would like, but it wasn't. Yeah, um, yeah, like they wouldn't even know what was going on. They'd just be like, I felt the sickest I've ever felt in my life, and then I passed out, and then Bill Cosby was naked in bed with me.
Yeah, or like walking him out the door in his bathrobe or something like that.
That's fucked up.
He had a bit in his stand up where he would talk about doing that. Like he talked about this thing called Spanish Fly, and it was exactly that. It was this drug that you could use to you give it to women and it just makes them, I don't know, want to sleep with you or something like that. I forget exactly how the bit goes, but it was basically what he ended up doing. It was like just
Yeah.
give people drugs and have sex with them.
That's fucked up.
Well,
So
he
this
talks
guy,
about it in stand up. He also talks. It's written in his book,
what?
and he talks about it on Larry King Live. He's like, "Oh, we heard about this stuff called Spanish Fly, and you know what that does." And really, I think all it does is, well, it didn't do. It doesn't do that anyway. I think it just makes women have to pee, or have the sensation that they have to pee.
Yeah, he probably would tell people that Spanish Fly story all the time, and he's like talking about it at the bar one day. He's like, Spanish Fly. And some guy's like, Spanish Fly, dude. Check this out. That gives him a roofie. He's like, dude, use these, man. Use this fucking roofie. He's like, oh shit. And started using them at that point. I mean, because he seemed to be enamored with that Spanish Fly thing. Like I said, that was like, I don't know when the Larry King Live thing was, but that was a part
Also,
of his.
in an episode of the Cosby Show, there's a particularly disgusting part where he basically like the character Cliff Huxtable makes a barbecue sauce that makes everybody get all lovey-dovey. Really strange.
Oh, I remember that actually. Yeah.
Very cringe.
But Dave Chappelle has a bit about Bill Cosby too. He frames it differently, and then he later obviously is talking about Bill Cosby, but because he's like, what if there's like a superhero? Well, he saves lives. You know, he does all this stuff for the community, saves lives, and every now and then he rape a chick. He's like just road rape a chick. It's like he saves millions of lives and takes all these people out of poverty, does this and that. But he has this fundamental flaw. He's like, do you condemn him for the one thing, and then like forget about all the good things he did or whatever? And anyways, the point is that I don't think that's fair to say that just because somebody does a lot of good stuff, you can ignore the bad things they do. And that's politicians do that shit all the time. Like they do all this charity stuff, all this good shit, just so they can look good, and they obviously do dirty shit behind closed doors. So. Who's that other guy? Jimmy Savile, the British dude. Like he used to run those children's hospitals and do all those children's charities, and it turned out he was like one of the worst offenders. I don't know how we got all the way from Neil Tyson being a Muslim to Bill Cosby slipping women's roofies.
Superheroes raping people.
Oh, I think we were talking about O.J. Simpson before that, and the scandal to basically take down heroes or something like that. Was that the maybe more focus? I'm not ChatGPT 4. I can't track all these things. What do you think, Kosher?
Yeah, I mean this combo was pretty wholesome till you showed up, Kosher. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I bet it was, man. You're America's dad, America's Muslim dad. Do we have a Muslim dad?
I am a Muslim dad.
Yeah, no, but does America have a Muslim dad?
Do you have a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Obama.
Do you have a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar poster?
Yeah, Kareem. Yeah.
Like next to some other like Muslim like trinkets or something.
No, because he's a different type of Muslim. Oh, I don't know.
Oh wow, dude.
Is he more Muslim?
He's a racist as fuck, man. You guys are racist as fuck, man. I thought Jews were the only ones who did that. But, you know, because obviously we're Jewish people, and then we have the Ethiopian Jews. It's kind of separate. But you guys also separate. You guys have Muslims, and you have the black people who convert to Islam in prison.
Yeah, definitely. Like we don't really see them as real Muslims. The 5% is in the Nation of Islam people.
Yeah, but Islam is different.
I don't know. He's
Protest
part
what is it?
He's part of the whole movement. Like he was wasn't he? Didn't he like have a gold medal and then also like do it in protest or something or whatever?
Yeah, a bunch of people did that. Owen whatever, or Jesse Owens, right?
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a very Muslim name to me. Anyway, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he was totally repping it. He was 100% into it.
I think Jesse Owens is from the 30s, actually. I have to look this up.
Yeah, different culture wave.
Who are all those dudes who are putting their fist up at the Olympics? Was that?
Well, I think Kareem's one.
There's a few other dudes too. I looked it up.
I'm not sure.
Well, why not do whatever you want to do? You won the gold medal, right? Throw up any gang signs you want. No, it's not a gang sign.
Yeah, you'd wish that was the case, dude. Do you remember Michael Phelps? He wasn't even allowed to smoke weed. He won like so many gold. He had like 8,000 gold medals. He smokes weed one time and fucking everyone hates him. I don't think he won any gold medals after that either.
Didn't he? I don't
Well,
know.
I
That's
think
the point.
that Lochte guy was like maybe he did win some gold medals, but I think that Lochte guy won more or something. I forget exactly what happened the next Olympics.
Well, I don't think.
Yeah, I was wrong. Jesse Owens was from the 30s.
Okay. He would have been way ahead of his time.
I think I'm just remembering him because he was allowed to compete in the Olympics. I think that was the first time. I think.
Yep. That's flat Earth for you. Running around a track in a circle.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, isn't that the whole
relay
sport?
races?
I know, but like running around in a track is it not like to symbolize the fact that the sun goes above the earth in a circle?
That's true. That's true. Although it depends on which reference frame you're in. Because I always think about it as the Earth going around the sun, but I guess it can go either way.
They do like a dash, but that's still on the track, They gather everybody around in a big orbit. Just like NASCAR, but with people.
Yeah. NASCAR always seems so boring. But I mean, I've been to NASCAR and it was actually really fun. But just watching it seems so boring, dude. It's like like watching a race. It's like watching a fucking race where they ran around like 500 times. It's like who's gonna sit there and watch that, dude?
What people do, man.
No, they don't. Actually, not with running. They when people run, they do not want to bore anybody and keep them running in a circle. They fucking put them in some stupid places just so they can get off the track. They don't make them run fucking around the track.
They run in the
Do they have
track.
marathons like that?
That's the Olympic thing. Well, they have marathons. That's different.
There's like
I think
it's a long ass
1600.
marathon. Yeah, on a track.
There's
1600 yard. 100 is not a marathon though, dude.
Okay, yeah. That's not a marathon. That's like long distance, right?
It's like a mile almost.
Yeah.
Not exactly a mile.
That's what chirality does. He just dribbles a ball for a mile just to get his handles like super sharp,
That's what I do.
His sandals.
Have you seen that? His sandals. No, his handles.
Oh, his handles. I was like,
yeah, basketball handles, man. Like we were talking about snapping ankles and stuff earlier.
Yeah, that's just an act that he puts on. He doesn't. He used to always post pictures of his shoes, his sneakers. He's just other people's shoes.
Oh, he's posting other people's gear and playing it off like it's his.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be right back. Hang on.
He's gonna walk the dogs now. What the fuck?
Yeah, because he's fucking getting caught. And he knows it.
Oh man.
No, he's obsessed. He's obsessed with his shoes. He used to always post so many pictures of his shoes.
Dude, he'd be trying sneakers on in Foot Locker, posting pics, and then like, I don't want this pair.
I was a window shopper.
You know what's funny? I never got that. I don't have that in my blood. I don't have that black part. That like Nikes
fucking racist,
or
bro.
Jordans.
That
or
is not. That actually is a statistic.
You
That's
don't
not
have
racist.
Jordans in your blood, right?
No, but
that's
there's
actually
plenty of
a statistic though. The black people spend more money on Mercedes and Nike and Gucci and shit than anyone else.
Yeah,
but there are plenty.
Is that a bad thing?
There are sneakerheads.
It's just a stat. No, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just a stat. What's up?
It's not racist either, dude.
It is. It kind of is. I mean, there's like a lot of white sneakerheads and Hispanic sneakerheads out there, Asian sneakerheads. You know.
My dad is obsessed with shoes, dude. Like he has so many shoes in his closet, but they're not sneakers. They're like these dress shoes. I don't know if that's the same thing, but
it's like, check out these floor shines.
What's he got? Like some
he's got like
gators?
The air cushion.
I'd show them to you because a lot of the shoes, like the nicest shoes I have, or like he'll buy he bought 2 pairs by accident because he liked them so much. Like he buys them on impulse, and he'll be like, you take these shoes, you can have them. I'm like, oh, thanks. So yeah, but they're great shoes. I mean, I like them.
Your dad's running around talking about I need to her.
I was listening to that song the other day, dude. So fucking stupid. But no, yeah, I was gonna say that's not racist. You know what is also not racist is
I mean, bro, Nelly's the reason why I got Nelly's the reason why I got my grill, bro. Huh?
Oh my god. I said the Band-Aid on your face.
No, the grill.
Yeah.
You used to have a grill trim?
He still does, dude.
I still do, yeah.
Get the fuck out of here, for real?
Dude, I'm straight gangster, bro. Like, no joke. Deep in the streets.
He's got 3 gold teeth. 3 gold teeth and a golden eye. Golden eye.
A gold eye.
Yeah, that's what it was funny. Jeremy said that he was the top golden eye player. One day we were in Gems and dudes were talking about how they were the top Halo. And he said he literally says he's the top fucking golden eye player.
My friend got a 64 right now with 4 controllers. We're all waiting to meet up and go get it popping at his house one of these weekends.
Also, gentlemen, I heard an old school joint on the radio yesterday, Deja Vu by Lord Tariq and Peter Guns. Heck of a track.
Heck of a track.
Heck of a track.
What are they playing? Were they playing like
also called Uptown Baby?
What do they call it? They call it flashbacks or
yeah.
What do they call that when they do it on the radio? Not flashbacks. What do they call that?
Throwbacks, man.
Throwbacks, yeah. Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Classic.
I like it when they do that though, yeah. So many songs you forget about that like were literally only like, you know, popular at like one time, and then like you never heard anything else from these people. And so it's like when you hear a song like that, it just brings you back.
90s hip hop is a simpler time.
Oh yeah.
You know, rap peaked in the 90s, bro.
Yeah.
Rap peaked. Rap music in the 90s was literally the best rap that ever came out. Like nothing's gonna come. Yeah, Veach is stupid.
Yeah,
I remember that debate.
Yeah, I disagree with Scott Veach also. He says 2000 is the
wrong
best.
On this. He's arguing just to argue.
I don't think so, man. I think that's when he got into rap. So yeah, you know, he's got a different perspective.
Perspective sucks. Tell him I said what up.
But you know, he looks at it like in a very analytical way. Like Eminem, obviously, you know, on paper is going to have to be the best rapper on paper. And so like by those metrics, you know, Scott Veach, he's weighing that. He's weighing all the other, you know, just the top hitters that were out in the 2000s. But he's forgetting that like the style completely it was just something different in the 90s.
Bro, even the people he thinks he has, I actually have. Like he doesn't have
Eminem.
Like all the rappers he thinks are his, yeah, they might have came out with some good CDs in the 2000s or whatever, but like they're from my fucking era. It's not even close, bro. It's a ridiculous argument. He's just debating just to debate on it.
Anyway, like hip hop now it can be, you don't know what you're gonna get. It's oversexed, or if it's like way just like too emotional or something like that. And you're like, oh man,
A lot of stupid shit.
just
A
like
lot of
there's a
stupid shit. And
consistent
also,
Lil Wayne is fire. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
okay,
no
he's
joke.
not bad, but he's also he gets lazy so many times, so many tracks. Like if he's track, dude, he'll just fucking phone it in, dude. Honestly, there's no joke about that.
No, he said you better wear a latex. That latex. That I think I'm latex. Fire.
Yeah. So what if he said that? He's also
That's
said a
fucking
bunch
crazy.
of dumbass shit on other people's tracks.
Dude, you ever hear that No Ceilings thing where he does DOA? You ever heard DOA on his No Ceilings mixtape? That shit was fire, bro.
Nah,
Remember how
he's got a lot of
Jay-Z
good shit, man.
Remember how Jay-Z was dissing him for using auto-tune so much and made the DOA Death of Auto-Tune song?
I gotta
Yeah,
listen to that again.
You don't even know about rap music, I know.
I know more than you do, dude. I don't think you forget about this, dude. You forgot, dude. I'm from the Bronx.
Forgot what?
Okay.
Your frame
I'm
of
from the
reference
Bronx.
here. This is about reference frames, and you don't have a temporal reference frame for this music.
Yeah.
Okay, dude.
What's next?
So I'm not only from the Bronx. My people from the Bronx, the black people, they started this shit, and then the Jewish people, also my people, perfected it, and then gave it back to the black people, and then gave it back to the Jewish people.
We're talking about the Beastie Boys.
We got the Beastie Boys. I can keep going, dude. But we got the Beastie Boys at least.
Keep going.
We got
I used to know a
Iron
rapper
Solomon.
that hated the Beastie Boys.
Oh, Iron Solomon's dope. I'll give you that one. He's dope.
Iron Solomon is dope. We got a few people, man. I didn't want to claim
even his
Drake,
recent battles were good. Like some people fell off. Did you ever hear Iron's song 44 Fours?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Actually,
I knew that was a lie. You've never heard of that song before in your life.
How can you tell when I'm lying? Actually, he can't tell when I'm lying.
You just be lying, bro. Why you always
I don't know.
lying?
I don't always lie, dude. But
Stop
sometimes
your fucking lying.
Wait,
yes. Sometimes just to keep it going, yeah. And so yeah, I'm impressed. You caught that. It's good.
You ever heard of MC Paul Epstein?
MC Paul Epstein.
Yeah, I think he's one of the most famous Jewish rappers.
I don't know, man.
Early.
You know who used to be good? Soulkine too. He was a big Jew.
There's a lot of Jewish rappers. I used to have like a list on top of my head, but Little Dicky.
Bro, you're probably not even Jewish. Are you even Jewish?
You want to see my penis, dude?
Say some Jewish stuff. Say something Jewishy.
I don't know what to tell you, dude. L'chaim.
Are you schwitzing at the thought of
Schwitzing right now.
Yo, where is everyone?
Schwitzing. Why did you say schwitzing?
Is this Danny Faulkner? Like the Danny Faulkner?
Who's Danny Faulkner again? Oh, the fucking the dude who wrote he wrote that book. He hates flat earthers. He's a Christian. I think he's a young Earth creationist, but he thinks flat Earth is stupid. Just goes to show you.
Awkward. Is he really a young Earth creationist?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Jim had him on his show and interviewed him or whatever. And
I could reconcile the young Earth creation theory.
Yeah, you
can carbon date and radiometric date all your shit, but that doesn't mean like, okay, let's say I have a whole bunch of stuff, right? I'm gonna build a house, and I cut these fucking trees down, and then I let them sit in a shed for like 10,000 years. There's just this wood sitting in a shed, and then I fucking build a house with it, right? And you come along, you're like, I wonder when this house was built, and you fucking date the wood, and you're gonna be 10,000 years off, right?
Yeah. So what you're talking about is basically how idiots and doofuses, no offense to doofus, and rejects do carbon dating.
Yes,
Okay?
offense.
This is how those sorts of people would do radiometric dating. But the people who don't want to be laughed out of their communities or their universities aren't going to do it like that. So,
Bro, if I'm just saying, if you just because you can date something to far back doesn't mean that's when this thing that it's made of got made. Does that make sense? Why was my example not good with the trees? I cut trees down. I let them sit in a warehouse for 3 million years. I go fucking build a house with that wood later. 3 million years after I cut it down. If you go to try to date that wood, you're going to be like, oh, this house was built fucking yesterday or 3 million years ago. And really it was built yesterday.
yeah, so what's
Why
going
is
to
that
happen
not a
is
good example?
you take that to the lab and you say, hey, guys, I know I'm just a janitor here, but I fucking dated this shit and I got some real good shit on this dude. I can tell I'm going to be a fucking superhero, basically. And like, okay, well, we'll check it out, dude. And they're going to look at what you did. Like, wait a minute. He just dated this one thing and that's all he did. He
The
didn't
wood,
fucking, yeah, because that they don't give confidences to like a single, so a single sample and a single dating method. What they'll usually do that like in any radiometric dating is they'll take a sample and they'll use two totally different radio isotopes. So they'll use like
Okay, they're still going to get the date of 3 million. No matter what kind of dating method you do, you're always going to get the wood at 3 million years old, right?
no. Why?
What do you mean why?
Who has
Because the wood's 3 million. The wood's
wood?
3 million years old.
No. First of all, carbon
There's
dating.
wood. Okay, there's a tree outside. I cut it down. I cut a
Right.
whole bunch of trees down. I put them in a storage unit for 3 million years. We got 3 million year old wood. So whatever dating method you do, if they work, you're going to come up with 3 million year old wood, right?
Probably. Yeah. Probably not, most likely.
Okay, so then if I go build a clubhouse with the tree, you might think the tree, aka creation, is 3 million years old when really it was just built yesterday.
Yeah, and so that's why if they only got one piece of data, they're not going to make their conclusion off of that. Because when they use two pieces of data, in that case, they see that some of their wood or some of their material was made just recently, and some of the material looks like it's millions of years old. So they don't have a conclusive answer. They have to analyze it further. And when they do that, they might be able to, distinguish which materials will probably come from some older event. Same thing happens when they do like the layered shit, like little layers, and there's some shit that shouldn't be in that layer. Well, they'll, they won't be that. They might find that the sample was contaminated for, this or that reason. Like maybe something was growing down there, or maybe there's a geological shift that, moved that lesser material up higher, shit like that. But usually, if there's anomalies in the data, they don't hold it as a confident find. They only hold it confident is if multiple methods corroborate the same date.
Well, how do these young Earth creationists get out of this whole thing then? I don't know what other dating methods you have that wouldn't fit my treehouse example. Like, okay, yeah, some wood grew yesterday. In my 3 million year old wood example, yeah, wood still grew the whole 3 million years. So we have new wood, and then we have this 3 million. Everything you just said didn't make sense,
dude. So young Earth creationists usually do not address what I just said. They usually don't even bring it up because they're not even aware.
I just addressed what you just said.
Yeah, but
you're a young Earth creationist, Jeremy?
He says he says he can.
But I can argue for it though.
Yeah.
I could see how you could get around your dating methods.
No, you can't, dude. Like I said, when it's done properly, it's not fucking flawed in that way that you're describing, because you're not going to get multiple dates corroborated in a single sample if they're not really if it doesn't really date back to around that time. potassium, and let's call it something else, plutonium. Who knows what the fucking third one is? You use 3 different isotopes, and you find each of these materials in there. You have all their daughter particles that are in there too, the daughter isotopes for all 3 of those, and they all converge around the same, 4 billion years or whatever. Then you'd be like, okay, well, there's almost no reason for them all to be saying the same age unless they're all really that old.
Yeah, okay, we have really old stuff. The guy had this thing sitting in a shed for mad long, and then he pulled out his material to build the fucking Earth 3 days ago or whatever. However many years ago they think it was. Same thing with the tree analogy. When I cut my tree down, put it in a storage unit for 5 million years.
Understand how that is going to give you a wrong date, because the date it's going to give you is 5 million years, and that's how old it is. You cut it down 5 million years.
Yeah, the creator used 5 million year old material to make this thing.
All right.
Why does that not? Is that?
That's fine. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying the Earth is. Oh, I see. That's really dumb. But
what?
Yeah, I see. That's like one of those stupid arguments.
Dumb?
Well, you're not really getting out of it. You're just kind of like
saying it's still young Earth. We're out.
You're saying it's still young Earth creation. It's just young Earth creation where God used old material. He used his old material to build it.
God's been around for billions of years. He's got this old ass material just laying around. He's like, hey, go to the shed and get my tools. We're gonna build this thing. And he uses all this old shit. And boom, he whips up a fucking Earth.
It's actually not bad. I don't know why young Earth creation hasn't brought that up.
Because their mind don't work like my mind works.
You could get around it that way.
You're out of it like that. Yeah, we're out of it now. Yeah. Okay, now we got our new Earth, our young Earth creation with all this old material. Boom, perfect.
It's like a cheap God. He was Jewish.
Yeah, he's like, yo, I got all this leftover shit. Who knows how many? Think about it, bro. If you could create a thing like this that we're living in, whatever this is, you're not going to create just one of them, right? Like, how many of these shits would you make?
Well, you don't want to ask me because my idea is not. I don't think that we have like a Plato making Earth God. I think we have a God who's so clever, he didn't even have to fucking say anything, dude. He just made the rules, very simple rules, a long time ago. We still don't even know all the rules, but just simple rules, couple numbers, literally less than 50 rules, and then just fucking let out a big burst of energy called the dark energy Big Bang, right? And that's all he did, and everything else follows. The Earth forming was just a happenstance of those rules he made a long time ago. I think it's way more clever than the art school dropout Plato making fucking.
You want to know one of the scenarios I envision?
Yeah, I want to hear it. Yeah,
we're in like a petri dish on like a giant shelf, and there's like zillions. We're in a warehouse with zillions of other petri dishes.
I've always liked that idea, actually.
You like that one? Yeah.
I like that one. There's a meme that has like a bunch of circles, like a bunch of circle Earths, and like snow all around it. It's like, let me see if I can find it. But it's like a bunch of different. I mean, that's a cool. It's like
a giant fucking warehouse. This fucking massive thing. Think like like a fucking tart. What? No, just think of the biggest warehouse on Earth, and there's that thing, and then it's filled with just shelves everywhere, shelves and shelves, and there's all petri dishes with Earths inside of them, little different things. Sometimes they're all different.
Dude, I've been in one of the biggest warehouses on Earth, probably, and it was probably
it's the fucking cool warehouse your mom uses to store dildos in.
Yeah, asshole. No, it's just fucking military, like where they it's like where they put the old stuff they're gonna throw away, basically. But in the front of the warehouse was like all this new shit, like gas masks and tool, like, craftsman tool sheds, and we were supposed to throw it out, but we kept most of that shit. And then we were like, as we were doing that, we went further back in the warehouse because it was so fucking big. And the further back you went, like, it was dark. There was not even lights in there. But like the shit just got older and older and older. And like there was like a doom buggy with a turret on top. And we went like further back, and there was fucking like cannons and shit. Like, holy shit, dude. Like there's a bunch of just shit that just got thrown away that just nobody cares about anymore. But it was probably the biggest warehouse I've ever seen. It's not important.
My other idea is a simulation type thing.
Well, it's probably true.
We're in a simulation, but the people that created us, they're also in a simulation. Because this would be a good way to. Okay, if you make AI, right, real deal artificial intelligence that's sentient and shit, you can't test it in your own world because it's fucking super dangerous. You know what I mean? So you need to test it in a fucking box. And it can't know, like, the thing about not letting it out of the box? Well, the best thing to do would be to not even let it know it's in a box. You know what I mean? So, like, you create a world, and then you have them fucking create the AI, and now they're checking it in their world.
Well, that's
you know what I mean.
That's
you know what I mean?
That's Nick Bostrom's. Yeah, that's Nick Bostrom's trilemma.
Trilemma.
Yeah, it's a trilemma.
No, I just thought of this on my own. I thought of that.
No, well, you didn't. You didn't, doofus. You
I
actually
did.
Because
that's why
knows.
I'm like Matt Damon in fucking Good Will Hunting and the janitor that's going to save the universe thing.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. Is that like the go-to movie for like janitors? Like that's what you'll watch. Janitors.
Oh shit! Good Will Hunting is on, dude. Shit.
I'm just saying, straight up, bro. I'd be having all these crazy ideas and shit, and then has to be like, "Oh yeah, that's a famous idea or theory or something," and it's like, "Yeah, I know, because great minds think alike." So,
Young Earth creationist actually was a good idea, but it reminds me of the Ali.
Oh, you ever heard anyone use that argument I just made?
No, I've never heard anybody use that, man. It's like I said, I would never use it because it's one of those things like. It's somebody who's probably like Italian or something, like somebody who's really just fucking dirty, dude. They would use that, but it would work. It would work. But I wouldn't use it personally. I just feel so cheap if I did. But I would also, I would be impressed. I would be like pissed if somebody used it again. Like, what the fuck? That's a good point.
Yeah, that shit's fire. I know.
It was good, man. But I would feel dishonest and.
Why? No, why? Why though? Why is that not a reasonable thing to?
Because why is God using leftover parts, man? What are you talking about?
Maybe he's trying to be more economical, or maybe he's going green. Who the fuck knows, dude? Maybe he just had shit left over. Like maybe he's just got this warehouse full of fucking stuff. He's like, yo, I got to use this stuff up. I'm gonna fucking make a little over here.
Get trees out the ass. I got fucking all this uranium. Never use that shit. Might as well just use it again. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, imagine we make an ant farm, right? We make a giant ant farm, and the ants end up evolving and being able to date stuff, carbon date, radiometric, whatever the fuck kind of nerd shit you guys do, right?
Mm-hmm.
The ants are going to be like, yo, and we put everything in the ant thing, right? We put all the material in there. We put their wood and their leaf, all their shit in there. They're like, yo, we found this leaf in here. It's fucking 10,000 years old. Our Earth or our fucking creation thing that we're in must be 10,000 years old. No, some dickhead put a 10,000-year-old leaf in it. And now you just think it's that old. Really, this shit's like from 2 weeks ago. Your whole shit was built 2 weeks ago. We just used the old leaf. That seems totally reasonable. I don't understand.
These ants think they're so smart. They can figure shit out and do this amazing chemistry testing and nuclear science and be able to date these leaves and come to the conclusion that they're this old when they're just these stupid retards that don't realize that we put those leaves there.
Yeah, they don't realize we used the all the material to build their shit because we had some shit in the warehouse. I don't know. I think it sounds like a reasonable argument. I don't know why you think it's like sneaky or whatever.
Because it does. Yeah, it is. Well, it doesn't sound reasonable to me. Okay, it sounds like if these ants were so sophisticated, like Pinky in the Brain type ants, like brain basically type ants, where they can figure this shit out. They can do this chemical nuclear analysis on this material, and they're still not realizing that in a fucking ant hill that we made for them, and we put the leaves in there ourselves. Like, I don't know how they. It doesn't seem like it seems like they would have.
Hey, we used wood.
They would have
We
been
put wood in there. We put a piece of wood in there from 3 million years ago. We got 3 million year old wood in the shed, and we used that to build their whole structure with. And they're like, "Yo, we chipped a piece of the thing off. We're fucking 3 million years old, guys." When really we built it 5 years ago or 100 years ago.
Right.
You see how this
that
can
would
go
make
awry?
sense. Yeah, I can see how that can happen, especially with ants and the way that they learn at the rates they do. But I know for humans, we didn't learn how to carbon radiometric date on a whim. Like fucking, we came out of the
Dude,
cave
neither
and
did
then
the
we
ants.
started
The
doing
ants
that
came up
shit.
just like us. The ants came up just like us.
Oh, okay.
But
Well, then
they're inside this thing that they think is 3 million years old. But over the last 100 years, they learned how to do all this stuff, and now they can date it. And they're like, "Yo, we're 3 million years old, guys. That's how old when our shit was created." No, your shit was created fucking 100 years ago.
imagine we'd be fucking making fun of those little dumbasses if they got so smart they could figure that kind of shit out. They could like go to the fucking ant moon. They could go to fucking do all this other type of shit, build fucking jets and all this other type of
Bro,
shit.
we never went to the moon, bro. Nate, you know what? Nate wanted to get into the moon landings today, I think.
Everyone wants to get into the moon landings. It doesn't matter if we've been to the moon. We send up ICBMs that go. How far do they go? Well, they go like 1% of the way to the moon. But regardless, like ICBMs, and people like which always argues about like orbits never been proven. And if you believe the ICBMs are real, then that's a partial orbit. Also, if you believe that throwing something at an angle is going to cause it to go further, that means you believe in orbits as well.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
that same
Not at
mechanics.
all. No, you're making leaps there, bud.
Yes.
Not at all.
Yeah, that's crazy, Coach.
Why would you angle to make it?
Why would you angle something?
Yeah, so it's like if you wanted to make it go further, would you throw it horizontally or would you throw it at an angle? And why would you throw it at an angle? Yeah, why?
Because I could get more distance with it.
It seems like okay. What and why? Why would you be able to get more distance?
I don't know why.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Then it has more room to fucking go up and down and shit. I don't know.
It's spending more time in the air. That's part of it. So spending more time in the air, and spending more time in the air means it's getting to the ground in a longer. It has more time before it's going to hit the ground. It's because the gravity is going to act on it the same the entire time. It's got more time to hit the ground, and because it's got more time to hit the ground, it actually turns out that there's a bigger gap between the the apex of its.
Oh, what the hell are you saying? Listen to me. What, dude? You throw. That doesn't mean it's gonna keep falling forever.
Okay, there's like a critical angle for you to throw something like it's like 42, 43 degrees or something like that. If you throw anything above that angle, it's going to end up, not going as far because you're basically throwing it up towards yourself, right? ICBMs though, what angle do you think they shoot those things at? I'll give you a hint. If it's anything greater than 45 degrees, then they're doing counter productive to their trajectory.
Yo, this reminds me of something. Your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
You know your boy Neil deGrasse? That's your boy.
Yeah, my best friend.
And he said that if you drop a bullet and you shoot a bullet, they'll land at the same time.
I know he's wrong, but
I didn't know he was
I know why he says that.
I didn't know he was a flat earther.
He's not a flat earther, dude. Here's the problem.
Well,
he doesn't think about
flat Earth. That only happens on flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, dude. If you didn't have to consider flat earthers or people like you who come up with fucking young Earth creationist arguments for them, right? If you didn't have to worry about these people, if you didn't have to worry about these people, you can say something like that and it would be perfectly reasonable. And as a matter of fact, people have always said that to me, and I've always understood what they meant. Perfectly reasonable.
Danny Faulkner left. I bet you he's gonna start using that argument. If you hear him start using that argument, I want everyone to remember this moment.
Is that the real Danny? I always see him in here, but I don't think it's the real Danny Faulkner, dude. I think he just uses that name, maybe. It can't be the real one.
Why can't
it?
Yeah, that would be it. That is him. So he's talking here.
I heard him one day.
He's probably trying to write another book. He's probably about to write a book, a new Young Earth creation book on the thing I just said.
's probably really excited right now, dude. That'd be so funny if that really was him. He's gonna do that.
Yeah, he's all fucking fired up.
This kind of shit you do, dude. You used to you'd come in the room and be like, "Oh my, what you guys hear this, dude?" You like fucking build it up. You build it up for days because you have to actually still work on it.
Yeah, because I come with killer fucking new arguments all the time.
Globe, what's it always call it? Globe, death, globe, death. What's it called? Death blow. Yeah, death blow to the globe.
Body shot to the globe.
But hold on, yeah, just the thing with the orbital mechanics and the throwing shit and shit like that. Like, I forget about the balls or whatever. The ICBMs is always my go-to just because it's you have to achieve a partial orbit. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that argument I just said should be in the Young Earth Creationist handbook.
Why
how else what do they say? What do they say that the dating's wrong? I have no faith in your dating either, so I don't blame them.
Yeah, but the dudes, so they do a little bit more work than you do, but still less work than is necessary, and that's they look into how the carbon dating and radiometric dating is actually done, and they consider the flaws that would come about. What they don't do though is actually go in depth what they do, and like I said, one thing they leave out is the fact that almost all radiometric readings that are held to any kind of confidence level usually is not an isolated measurement. It's usually a measurement done in conjunction with.
It's all extrapolated though. It's all extrapolation.
What do you mean?
How's the radiometric dating work?
They look at the carbon 14 that's in
they look at the decay rate and then they multiply it and act like they're looking into the past.
Yeah.
Well, they look at the carbon 14 that's in the material, and they look at the isotopes of that, and they compare the ratio between them, and do the equation to see, about how long ago that would.
Because they assume the rate's been the same the whole time, yeah.
Not
assumptions, extrapolations. It's a fairy tale.
Do you agree with it, Kosho? The carbon dating stuff?
Of course he does. He's got a poster of it on his wall in his bedroom.
Yeah.
No, radiometric dating is seems to be a pretty well researched field, and it seems to work fine when it works.
How do you
And
know
it
it
You
seems
works?
like
can't get
flaws
past
are-
the extrapolation and the assumption.
How do you know it works?
Well,
Because
for
he
instance,
assumed it does.
there's plenty of research that was done on like a material where they have the data and they have two radioisotopes, and all three of these things converge to the same age. Things like that.
Roger that. Not enough for me to believe it, but to each their own.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Teach their own, because it's like the more you look into it, there's details that I'm not doing it justice with. Like looking at like if you take any carbon-12 and you compare an object that's alive today and the carbon-12 and the carbon-14 in it, you can see on average how much carbon-14 there is for every carbon-12 atom in a living organism. Yeah, so I mean that right there tells you what you should expect.
Like I said, even if it is right, it doesn't prove the Earth was made 4 billion years ago or whatever. And also, it may not be right because you're extrapolating and assuming shit.
But if it is right, how does it not prove the Earth is at all? I don't understand.
It proves the material's that old.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that doesn't mean the Earth. Did you miss the whole thing I just went through a Go show about the 3 million-year-old trees?
Yeah, I missed it.
Okay, I got 5 million. Right now I cut some trees down. Okay, I put them in a warehouse. They're safe and sound. 5 million years later, I come back to the warehouse. I pull the wood out. I build a little ant farm with it, a little ant enclosure. These ants inside their enclosure, they evolve, right? I use the wood to make this whole thing inside the thing and everything. 5 million years later, I build an ant farm. Put some ants in it. They evolve. They learn how to radiometric date, carbon date shit. They have the same dating techniques we have. They would take a sample of this wood and say, "Oh, our fucking thing, our Earth or whatever they're calling it, our Earth was created 5 million years ago." And it'd be like, well, that's not really correct because we only built it 1,000 years ago, and you know what I mean?
That makes no sense.
Bro,
Makes
you would
sense to
think the
him.
Earth, dude. What do you mean it doesn't make sense? We have 5 million-year-old wood. They're gonna date the ants are gonna date their shit and think they're 5 million years. Their shit was built 5 million years ago.
I don't know if
Right?
they would say it was built 5 million years ago. They would just say the material used to build it is 5 million years old.
That's what
Okay,
he's
but
saying.
that does. Yes, but that does. Yes, they're gonna be like, oh, our shit's 5 million years old. You know, whatever we date. What do we date Earth at? 4 billion years old. We say Earth is 4 billion years old.
4.5. Yeah.
Yeah, so we say Earth is 4.5 billion years old. If somebody used some leftover material, this shit could have been built 10,000 years ago. Whatever. I don't know what the young Earth creationists say, but it's possible. Even if your dating works, which I highly doubt, but
So you're saying the material used to build Earth could be 4 billion years old, but Earth was only made as in its form that we know it today 10,000 years ago.
I mean,
So,
maybe, yeah. I don't know.
oh, alright. I see what you mean.
I'm not even a young Earth creationist, but I mean, you could argue it away like that. Like even going with your dating methods, that even if your dating methods work, you could still argue still debatable
Yeah,
on
Jeremy
how old the Earth actually is.
he's one of the first to take the name Snow Glober. He's a snow glober.
No Glober.
Don't confuse him with the Globers, but he's a snow glober.
No Glober.
I mean, most flat earthers are already snow globers, so they just don't call themselves that.
I don't know, man. If it's a simulation, this could be something where you try to walk in a video game, but you can't walk any farther. It's just like an invisible wall because there's just nothing. Like you could see stuff in the distance, but you just can't go there. Like it's just like a invisible force field. You could have something like that going on. That's neat.
Well, that you wouldn't need a force field to do that. You would just need to not actually have a real physical place there. It's just it's just built in the code just to look like a place. But regardless,
Whatever, yeah, there's nothing. There's just nothing there, yeah. But it could look like there's
gotta
stuff there.
Nick
But
Bosch
go there. Was that?
Yeah, that's how video games are made, dude. When they made Grand Theft Auto 3, they didn't actually build the entire world. They built these local regions, and then they built like this static background with the sun moves around. But regardless, yeah, I'm going to tell you about Nick Bostrom's Trilemma.
Bro, do not come to my shit sleepy. This is not a sleepover.
I'm about to get some ice cream, dude. You know who yawns a lot, dude? Clay. That Clay guy yawns every time I'm like, man. I think he's in Germany, so it's like he's in a different time frame, you know. But I'm gonna get some ice cream, and I'm gonna come back and tell you about Nick Bostrom's Trilemma.
The Trilemma, yeah. Let's hear it. What? Just tell us.
I'm gonna get some ice cream. I'm gonna get some ice cream.
Where are you going? To the kitchen or to the store?
He said like 8 times.
Yeah, but I know he's going to get ice cream. Is he going to is it in his kitchen in the freezer, or is he got Dippin' Dots in his closet?
Dude, that's the most adorable thing I've ever heard Kosho say.
Like, does he got Dippin' Dots in the drawer? Yeah.
I'm assuming in the kitchen.
Is he going to the ice cream shop?
He said he would be right back, bro. I doubt he's going to like Milky Lane or something.
So many options.
Just be patient, bro. Jeez.
I wonder what his favorite kind of ice cream is. What if he throws a curveball and it's like Neapolitan ice cream?
He strikes me as a strawberry.
Fruity.
You guys are way off, dude.
He's getting Rocky Road though.
Are you eating Dippin' Dots?
I like Rocky Road. I like Neapolitan. I mean, I'll tolerate Neapolitan just because I like variety sometimes. So I like all three mixed. But no, dude. If I was given a choice, I like that Ben & Jerry's like double chocolate fudge one is good. I like a lot of ice cream. Okay, it's not important. Snickers bar. That's what I'm eating right now.
Yeah. Okay. Real quick joke before you get in this trilemma. What does your girl and a Tickle Me Elmo have in common right before it leaves the factory? What do they both have in common?
Forget. Where is it?
They both get 2 testicles. Okay, tell us about this fucking trilemma.
I like that one. My wife goes, I'm going to die laughing. Oh my god.
All right, that was funny. I feel like you said a Tickle Me Elmo joke before.
I know. I'm like said that one. That keeps telling the same jokes. I know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you literally are that guy. But the thing is, I didn't remember the joke. Like I thought when you said it, it was like I heard it for the first time. So it's not important.
He's just so good at telling jokes, even if you've heard it before. It sounds like the first time he's saying it.
When he says he's like the old man who tells jokes, like I know that old man, and that old man tells the same jokes because he's so old. They've worked so many times. He just keeps using them, even though he doesn't realize it's the same group of people he used it to, a couple days ago. And that's what Jeremy does, dude.
Nah, Jeremy's better than that. He's certainly more spry than an older gentleman.
He's on his way there.
Couple years. I got a couple years. Come on, trilemma time.
Yeah, Nick, but here's the thing. I already know you know it, dude, because the point is
I made that up on my own.
He argues what you said.
That he probably got it from me. Probably like Danny Faulkner's running around right now in his young Earth creationist forums using that fucking argument I just said. I know.
Oh my god. Okay, no. But Nick Bostrom's trilemma, he says, in kind of like a world where that simulation thing you described, where like we're gonna have these so here's the trilemma. There's one of these three things has to be true. Either there's gonna be a future where we have no
what?
like you described.
You cut out.
I said we live in a future. It's trilemma. There's one of these three things has to be true. At least one of them has to be true. And he says either we're going to live in a future where we're never become interested in making one of those simulators, like a simulation that is.
Bro, you keep cutting out, bro. What?
He says we're going to live in a future.
Robot-y and shit.
Am I really roboting, or is it just you? Probably.
Now.
Anyways,
okay, we live in a future where we're not interested in making simulations. Okay, we already know that's not one of the scenarios.
That is one of the three scenarios. So either
it's
that's
not viable
true,
though, because we already know we're interested in them.
I agree. So the second scenario is, we live in a universe where we want to build a simulator like that, but we don't live long enough to be able to develop.
Oh God, you're breaking up a little bit.
Two.
The scenario 2 is we don't live long enough to make the simulation with the
Yes.
Sentient beings. Okay, what's this third one? We do.
Scenario 3 is we do live long enough to build one. We build many of them with many AI, at which point the assumption would have to be that you either live in one of those simulations or you live in the base level reality. And the probability of you living in the base level reality, according to, that argument, would be like 1 in, 1 in millions, probably, based on however many simulators they made. Because either you're gonna be living in one of those simulations, or you're gonna be living in the base level reality.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, that's Elon Musk runs around saying there's the chance we live in a simulation is huge.
Yeah, he got that from Nick Bostrom.
Who got that from me? Probably. Okay.
People find flaws in that argument, but it somewhat stands up. I mean, the thing about the ancestor simulation is you have to also assume that those simulations are made in such a way that the people inside of it don't know they're inside of it. You know what I mean?
That's the only way you could test AI out, because that's the only way you could test AI out, because you don't even want the AI to know it's in a box in the first place, or it's going to spend its whole time just trying to get out of the box. So you create this simulation where, you make people think they're billions of years old on a spinning globe with infinite universe, and
Yep. I mean, we can't get out of this. We can't get out of this motherfucker, can we? We enclosed.
Yeah, but then why would they let us make the movie The Matrix? And they saw that they're making the movie The Matrix.
We can't do anything about it, dude. We can talk about, hey, we know we're here in this kind of simulation. What the fuck are we going to do about it? Nothing.
They might just let the simulation run out. Like, what do? We don't fucking run a simulation and then just sit there and watch this shit. We run like 10 million years in like 3 nanoseconds. You know what I'm saying? And then we view the results in the end. We don't fucking sit there and watch it. I mean, maybe you could run it back and see what happened here or what happened there, but like, I don't know. That's another way I reconcile God knowing everything, is if we are in a simulation, God already knows what's going to happen. Like, we had the free will in a moment. God already knows what's going to happen because he's seen the end, and he could stop it and pause it, and he's out. That's how he's like outside of time, kind of.
Yeah, this is when I run into the difficult issue of feeling compelled to debate relativity with somebody who's just gonna fucking throw shit at it. Like, I did this with Don so many times, and the thing is, Don will actually entertain my line of questioning, but he goes on and on about a God perspective or a God reference frame, and he kind of describes it as like God has like a big fish tank desk that has the whole universe, and he can jump to any time or any part of it or whatever. But my thing is, that fish tank can't exist. There can't exist a reference frame that is
why? If we are in a simulation, that thing Don talks about is real. Anytime, any location, any angle you want.
I don't think so.
We made a simulation and ran it back. You know, we could go to any time we wanted to in the simulation, right?
Okay.
And we're recording the whole thing, so we could get inside the world and go to whichever angle we wanted to view it from at any moment, right?
You know what's crazy is in reality, like the reality that we now live in, because of relativity, there's no such thing as absolute simultaneity.
I don't know that, bro. Dude, some
yeah, we
goofball
do.
made that up.
Yeah, simultaneity, like two things in different
I can
places.
prove this to you right now.
Okay, what do you think this simultaneity
two things can happen at the same time, but there's no guarantee that they do.
In different places?
Basically.
No. The two things separated by
Yeah,
space happen at the same time.
Wait, what can't happen?
They can. There's no rule that says they can't happen at the same time. But
that is simultaneity. The principles of simultaneity.
Yeah, I know, but
Osho doesn't.
You're saying things. You're saying things can't happen at the same time. Where I'm saying
simultaneity. Two things separated by
yeah,
space.
but it's not that things can't happen at the same time. It's that things don't have to happen. Like the same event doesn't have to happen at the same time for different observers. But there could be different observers who are coincidentally sharing that experience at the exact same time. Like for instance, if an event happens and we're both traveling away from it at the same speed, we're in two different frames of reference, but we're still experiencing the thing at the same time. Does that make sense? It's kind of coincidentally.
But Kosho, you just said you could prove it, but yesterday you were saying that you couldn't prove anything, that only evidence would point in that direction. So you shouldn't use the word prove.
Yeah, you can't even prove water.
I'm using it colloquially.
Water
because
exists.
in these conversations,
you've always got an out. I know you've always got an out. Whatever you want to say, you can say because you've always got an out.
Talk to him.
I got an out. I don't have an out.
Talk to him.
If you ever listen to me, in actual conversation, then like yesterday when we were talking about solipsism, I said specifically that the only time it's ever worthwhile to describe thinking like that or only knowing things to that degree is in a conversation about solipsism. But in conversations about almost anything else, it's not worthwhile to talk that way. So, using proof colloquially or talking about certainties colloquially is a completely understood and necessary thing to do. It's just that if we're talking about solipsism, then I'll tell you my opinions on that. It's just not useful to use that in everyday conversation.
You can say prove when it fits your circumstances, but when it doesn't, you can say that nothing can be proven.
No, I can
say really well. It works really well, and it's solipsism.
You can say it whenever you want people to understand what you mean. Like whenever somebody who doesn't believe in God, like a scientist, and they say, God, like we were talking about Einstein earlier. He says God doesn't play dice with the universe. Sometimes people use words just because other people understand what's meant by those words. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to dictate what they fundamentally believe. So, I mean, I said this when I was talking about solipsism yesterday. There's no point in going into like a solipsistic belief in everyday conversation. That's like pedantic and annoying. I would never do that. But that's not important because we're talking again about proving what? Oh yeah, about simultaneous events not having to happen at the same time.
Yo. Hold on. You know that thing you were doing yesterday with the submarine periscope tower defense game?
Yeah.
Yo, recreate the angles from the arc of the parallel, the 900 fucking page document, and see what size radius you come up with to make those angles.
Dude, that's not hard, dude. You don't have to make a picture to do
Start
that.
with the small angles where they're
Dude, you don't need a
where they're
picture to
below.
do that, dude.
Start with the small angles where they're under 180 degrees, and then
No,
see what your radius is.
you would not use those. You wouldn't use those to come up with a conclusion
But
for spherical
they
axis.
use them though.
No, they don't. Don't know what they were doing, dude. Okay, I don't want to get into this, but you don't know this or that. But the thing is, a lot of people are talking about this, and almost every single last one of them, including the people who were acting like they killed it or whatever, have no idea what was even the purpose of it. The purpose of it has nothing to do with doing local triangulations or spherical axis measurements so they can compute what the globe is. They were literally correcting old maps, and they knew that the Earth was arced along that parallel. They just wanted to describe it accurately, and as it curves. That's all they wanted to do. So
They did not know it was arc. They thought it was arc because they saw boats disappearing over the
no,
horizon.
they knew it was arc. There's already been they'd already done geodetic surveying for hundreds of years at this point.
Anyways, go back to your simultaneity thing. I don't want to derail us. Crazy.
Okay, well, I told you I could prove it. So I'll just tell you. I'll bring up New Year's.
To prove what?
I don't know where you were at New Year's.
Wait a minute, you said prove again.
Simultaneity.
You said prove again. You can't prove anything.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. So I'll prove to you that that two people don't have to
again.
like two people
you
sharing.
Just said prove again, dude.
I did. I'll probably say it again in a couple minutes. But
You're
two people
you're totally
who are
going against what you were saying yesterday. You can't prove anything.
actually, I'm going perfectly in line with what I said yesterday, which is funny.
You can't prove anything, and yet you're saying you're going to prove this.
Right. So this two observers can observe the same event.
Go ahead and
it doesn't have to be at the same time. Right. So two people can be experiencing the exact same event, provably, and not actually be experiencing them at the exact same time, also provably.
There are some things that can be proven. We can prove certain things then, can't we, Kosho?
So you're saying if I throw a baseball, Barrel Rider, just to address you real quick, the double speaking is thick with these guys. But so you're saying I throw a baseball.
Hold on, dude. I'm going to have to say this again, and you guys have to close. They're not closed. You have to not close your ears this time, because I just said, and I said it yesterday, that when I brought up solipsism, I said the only time it's worthwhile to describe your philosophy of certainties and not being certain about, like you can't be certain about almost anything. Like Descartes said, like I think before I am. That's the only thing that he can be certain about. Everything else has a little bit less of 100% certainty because you can't know for certain. So only in a conversation about solipsism will I describe reality that way. If we're not talking about solipsism, I won't be doing that. So this is not.
So when you say prove here,
yesterday.
We can
when you say prove here, when you use the word prove here, a 100% definitive, absolute statement, truth statement about reality, right?
Well, I'm using it colloquially.
Okay, is it 100% true and absolute, or no?
Dude, if you and Barrel Rider want to ride on a barrel,
I want to get into this simultaneous
honestly,
thing.
Dude, honestly, dude, this is not complicated, dude. I'm using it colloquially, admittedly, colloquially.
It is uncomplicated. You say sometimes things can be proven and sometimes they can't be proven, depending on whether it suits your situation.
I'll say it again. I'm using it colloquially. Colloquially.
You're going to get the last word in. You're going to get the last word in, aren't you? You're going to.
Let's just put a pin in this.
Around in circles. You're going to keep saying you can prove certain things, but you can't prove other things.
I feel like
even
maybe
prove it. You can't
maybe
prove
there's
things.
just an issue with you understanding what the word means. Okay,
No
because when I say
issue. I
colloquially,
understand what the word prove means. I
I'm
can look
not
it up in
using
the
it.
dictionary.
I'm not using its fundamental definition. I'm using the
Don't use
definition
it.
that is
If you're not
recognized
using the
that's
word
recognized
properly,
in
don't
public
use it. Don't
conversation.
use it anymore. Don't use that word anymore if you don't use it properly. Look it up in the dictionary. What does prove
All
mean?
right,
It means
all right. Just look up the word colloquial in the dictionary, okay? And then after that, maybe conversation
we're
can move
just
forward.
adding this word colloquial
Then
to your proof thing.
you're not gonna know
I know what
what
colloquial
the
means. I know
definition means.
I can't pronounce it, but I know what it means. And
Okay, well, am I allowed to use terms both colloquially and and their
so if
you
you
know
say
I
if
don't know,
you say
scientific
prove,
definition?
you're going to say if you're gonna make a differentiation between prove and you can prove things and you can't prove things. Every time you say the word prove, you're going to have to add, I'm saying this colloquially, or I'm not saying it colloquially. Because
Yeah. Well, I did add
leave
that.
this thing
So
open
yeah.
for yourself. You leave this thing open for yourself, so where you can say anything you want.
When you
the
use
thing
it,
that you
hold
said I
on,
would have to
Kosho.
do, I already did. I already said I'm using it
Ho-
colloquially.
Just Kosho,
You
when you use
didn't.
the
You
word
said you
proof
could
here, hold
prove
on,
this.
Beryl. Hold on a second. When you use it colloquially,
Say it.
you don't mean 100% absolute.
That's right.
Fine. So
It's not a proof.
just like
maybe
they
it is.
use it, just like they use it in the court of law, just like they use it in everyday English. I'm using it that way. I'm not using it in the way of a scientific, mathematical, or logical way. Okay, I'm using it colloquially. Just to be
Okay, so
clear for the
maybe it
18th time.
happens, maybe it doesn't. When you say the prove using it colloquially, maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. Okay, go ahead.
It's definitely not a
If
proof.
you're like, hey, I'm gonna prove to you this guy's a nerd, and then you like ask a question, and the guy just answers it like he's a nerd. Well, yeah, you're proving it colloquially. You're not actually proving it. Okay, so it's that same kind of shit, dude. It's like I don't know. It's like
We
sometimes
got
I
it.
feel
We
like
got it. The way you're using it now means maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. There's a chance it doesn't happen. Got it.
it means that this
Might
will
be.
as
Maybe.
evidence. This will satisfy as evidence.
Maybe we can
This
say
will
that.
satisfy as. Go
There's
ahead,
no
Paragraph.
proof for it.
All right, let's put a pin
I
in this. Let's
just
put a
feel that
pin in
it's
it.
wrong that you're
I'm
able
exhausted.
to do this here, and you just keep going
I
and
think it's wrong that
going.
you're probably twice my age and you don't understand what using something colloquial means, and that you think it's a fundamental flaw. If somebody in English is using a term colloquially, admittedly, I think that's a crime.
You should differentiate when you use the term proof. You should
I
say
did. You fucking
colloquially.
did. I'm honestly about to start calling you out of your name, dude. I don't want to do that. I did
let's
that
just move on.
without being asked
Do
to.
what you got to
It's
do,
fucking
but
frustrating.
keep it real, bro.
Without being asked
Keep
to,
it
I did
real.
that. I told
Don't
you I
try
meant
to
it
insult me
colloquially
because of my age.
without being fucking asked.
Guys,
No,
all right.
I don't think we should go on until we establish this with you, because you're just, you just go on and on and on with this crap that you keep saying, and
Well,
it's not real.
well, let's put a pin in this, and we'll get onto this simultaneity thing.
Let's not put a pin in it. He requested that I fucking differentiate between when I'm using something colloquially and when I'm not. By the way, I did just that without being asked to. So why don't you shove it up your ass and we can move forward? Yeah.
So from here on in, you're going to say colloquially. I don't even know how to pronounce the word, but I know what it means. But you're going to say that every time you say prove. You're going to differentiate for us so that we know what you're saying isn't a real proof. It's just a maybe, huh? You're going to differentiate that for us here on in. And then I'll let you go, Kosho. But I don't like the bullshit.
Why do you say here on in, Barrel Rider? Why do you say here on in when I did it without being asked to? That means that I already do it without being asked to.
Okay.
So it's not here on in, Barrel Rider. It's how I already operate. We're good to go.
From here on in, we're going to do it, aren't we? You're going to do that. You're going to differentiate the two different kind of proofs that you hold in your mind for us, so that I don't have to get. I'm an old man, and I don't have to get angry about it.
Is it somewhat the correlation between mathematical proof, geometric proof, and then physical proof, tangible proof, and then what's just going to prove a point? Do proofs prove things? Is that where the confusion is going here?
Proofs in logic and science, which is really where it only exists, it means something very concrete and certain. Whereas proof in law, which I think later got adopted, it really just means that it was evidence that was substantial enough, at least by the judgment of a judge or jury, but may not necessarily be the same kind of proof as in logic or math. And then also later became proof as in any common language where people are just using it casually, meaning basically just like I gave the example of like, hey, I'm going to prove this guy's a nerd. And then you like ask him a fucking math question and he like answers it real quick or something. It's like, oh, see, I told you he's a nerd. It's like, that's not actually a courtroom proof or scientific or math proof, but it is the way that we use the word colloquially. And yeah, so
So from here on in, you're going to
use,
let us know how you're using it from here
I
on
think
in?
I think that we can. I let you know how I was using it without being asked.
No, you didn't.
That's what I'm saying,
prove.
dude.
You said just prove. You didn't say colloquial or anything. I don't think that's right. From here on in, you should make a differentiation. Me, for the grumpy old man.
Yeah, you and then you brought up how yesterday I was going on about solipsism, and I'm saying yes. Well, today I'm using it colloquially, and then we could have moved forward, but we didn't.
Every time you use it today, we're going to realize that you're saying colloquial. You're not using it in a real way. You say that from for the rest of the day, or the other way to say it is from here on in, you're going to be saying it colloquially.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, it's a word I rarely use when in certain companies. When I'm with friends, I feel like I have the liberty to speak in a way that the words that I use, I know are going to come across to them in a way that is expressing what I'm saying. I'm going to speak for them. But in some environments, some people have I don't know what the hell their motivation is, but they want to confuse what you're saying. And so you have to purposely distinguish between what you mean, with the words you're using. And so I did that without being asked, just to make sure that wasn't confusing, but that didn't even work. So yes, if I use that word or any other word and I mean it colloquially, I will have to say that I'm using it colloquially, which like I said, is already my opus, how do you say that? Modus operandi. Okay.
So if you use the word proof in the future, you don't differentiate. Can I call you out on that?
Hopefully it doesn't take as long as this calling out. Can we get on with the simultaneity thing? Please,
if you do it, Kosho, I'm going to call you out on it every time you say prove if you don't differentiate. Unless you're just going to say that from here on in, every time Kosho uses the word prove, it's colloquially.
I guess, is it possible that we can just assume that anytime Kosho says anything that
it's a maybe?
We could just figure that you would be protesting, so it's like,
It doesn't matter. Even if I do differentiate it, it doesn't matter because at this point I've done already. Protest about it. So yeah, it's fine if you protest about it, but just
I'm making picket signs right now. Don't worry, Barrel Rider, I got this. I'm making up picket signs for us so we can protest.
And let me Barrel, can I just apologize to you, dude? I don't know how old you are, Barrel Rider. I just I was getting I was about to call you names and stuff, and I shouldn't have. Yeah, it was getting me upset just because I felt like I was being accused of something that I felt like I wasn't guilty of. But I take back what I said about the old man.
Okay, so for this simultaneity thing, when you use the word prove, you mean maybe there's a chance it doesn't happen because it's not 100%?
No, you dickless
Oh, it is
motherfucker.
100%. So when you use the word prove with this, it is 100%?
I'm going to show you. I'm going to display to you. I'm going to give really good evidence that simultaneity doesn't have to be the case when two events are obviously happening. It's the same. No, the same event is obviously happening, but the two people experiencing it are not going to experience it at the same time. And I'm going to show it to you. Okay.
Is this because of the speed of light?
I'm going to show it.
Because of the speed of light?
Speeds are involved. Yeah.
Or the speed of sound?
Speed of sound's involved. It looks like you're ahead of the class, dude.
Well, no shit. I'm
no
teaching
shit.
the teachers at this point. I mean, I don't. What do you mean head of the class? I'm gonna need to see you after class. As a matter of fact,
you're in the classroom the night before eating the candy, reading the fucking class notes, and like you fucking.
I'm solving. I'm in the hallway
all the
solving
answers.
fucking on boards in the hallway. Okay, so fine. Two people are viewing an event. They experience it at different times.
Fireworks. Yeah, fireworks in the sky.
Okay.
And the fireworks are in my cul-de-sac because that's where I saw them this year. We were in the cul-de-sac.
You know about the streets from the streets.
Shit, I knew. I was like, the second I said cul-de-sac, yeah, right. Oh, anyways, and there's fireworks like a couple streets over, and the fireworks wrapping right over my head.
But you live in Rancho Cucamonga?
Don't worry about it, dude.
Day. Sorry, what were you saying about the fireworks?
Yeah. We're firing them off in the cul-de-sac, right over my head. I flash bang same time. And my view one's a couple of streets down. I don't view the flash and the bang at the same time. I view the flash and then the bang. It's like always there's like a delay. It's like a weird delay. And the same is for the people who are viewing my fireworks and their own. They don't experience the flash bang.
This is not profound. Where's the fucking good part of this?
Well, how, I mean, can you not connect the dots? They have to be connected for you.
What dots? I don't even know where we're going with this after the whole you double speaking on proof thing.
You brought up there was a speed of light, and you brought up there was a speed of sound. And I've just reminded you that the same exact event from two different perspectives, they're not going to be experiencing the same thing. One person will experience the sight and then the sound, and the other person will experience it at the same time, whereas they'll experience the sight and the sound of the other person's fireworks at different times and their own at the same time. And so that's not just because there's a disparity between the light speed and the speed of sound. That's because they both have speeds. So not only did they receive them at two different times, but they received the speed of light, or they received the light from the fireworks.
Okay, but what is this? What does this prove?
That these events that happen at the same time were not experienced at the same time by observers.
Well, maybe some of them it did happen at the same time for.
All of them. Most of them.
Because of the sound and light speed difference?
Because of the reference, because they're in different reference frames. But yeah.
Okay, so we let off a firework. New scenario. We let off a firework on the ground. I'm 10 feet away on one side, and you're 10 feet away on the other side. We light the firework off. It explodes. Pop, pop, pop. We both saw it at the same time because we were both the same distance away, and it took the light the same time to reach our eyes.
You're right about that. That was the same exact example I gave to fucking to Nate, because I was saying that it doesn't claim that two.
Well, I mean, Nate was wrong. That's a shocker. I know.
I'm just saying that you can have simultaneous events, but it just doesn't guarantee that simultaneous events are observed simultaneously, because, like I said, there are examples where even though they're in different reference frames, they still will experience it simultaneously. But also, simultaneity also kind of loses its meaning altogether. Anyway, it's sort of a
So
weird.
what's with this whole simultaneous? What does it prove?
World, but that things don't happen. Those things don't have to happen at the same time. What was the point? What was the point was being made?
I don't know,
before
bro. You've proved that you can waste 10 minutes of my life with this so far.
No, we spent so much time on the proof thing that we can't remember where this was coming out of. All right, you were saying something, because I said, I don't even want to argue relativity with. Oh, that's right. We're talking about God's reference frame, a God frame,
The absolute frame,
a
yeah.
universal reference frame.
Shout out to
That's
Pancakes.
right. This is why they can't. This is why there can't be one, dude. Because if you imagine, what reference frame would in Don's fish tank? He said God was in a room with a fish tank universe.
Okay, why don't we use my scenario where it's a simulation and we can pause it anywhere in the simulation, rewind, fast forward, and get any angle we want? Okay, now what?
That's exactly what Don said too. And
Okay.
So when he's deciding when to go, and let's say he's going down to observe our fireworks bullshit, and there's a bunch of other people too traveling at like huge speeds and doing this and that, like from God's reference frame, how is he viewing this event, this firework, for example? What is he going to hear? Like, how does the firework? Yeah, let's say God's like, oh, look, there's that firework that they were talking about that they shut off on New Year's. I'm gonna just I want to see what it looks like. And so he's watching it. Like, how does he experience it? Is there a gap between the time between the speed of light and the speed of sound? Is it simultaneous? Like, what is the experience?
He sees the flash and hears the pop. What?
At the same time?
No, however, wherever he puts himself, he's running the sim back.
So he has to put himself. Keep going.
It depends on where he puts himself.
It does, doesn't it? It does depend on where he puts himself. I agree. And what does that conclude? That leaves us to conclude that
light has a speed?
No, that there's not a universal reference frame. He has to put himself in one of the reference frames, or one of the reference frames that is, subjective. Is one of our reference frames. There's not you'd be hard pressed to describe a reference frame where that can be experienced universally. Like there's some frame where that can be universally experienced, because it just can't. I mean, at least I can't. Maybe I don't have the brain capacity to do it, but I would like, if it can be done, I'd like somebody to describe it. But yeah, that's always where I end up with Don is experience like that, like trying to describe one of these experiences that are going to be, drastically different for two different people, two different reference frames. Like, what would the universal reference frame observe that event as? And the only thing you can really do is have that universal frame kind of choose one of those other frames. But that leaves you back to that there's not a universal frame.
Yo, shout outs to everyone in the YouTube. We got 20 heads watching on YouTube. Feel free to come join us. There's server links posted everywhere on YouTube. So
sounds like
there's only 10 people in here right now. What's up, dude? I was just waiting for you to finish so I could say shout out to the YouTube peoples, because there's so many people watching on YouTube and there's only like 10 people in here.
Turns out, even though you're a young Earth creationist argument creator, you're not a very good universal reference frame argument creator or debater. So that's a W for you.
What do you mean?
W's bad. W's good. You get an L. I mean, it's an L for you.
I don't know what you're saying. Listen, I wasn't even. As far as the universal reference frame,
you and Barrel Rider.
What's up?
You and Barrel
Rider. As far as the universal reference frame, what's up?
Go, dude.
As far as the universal reference frame goes, okay, if God is on his fish tank, sitting at his desk with his fish tank on it, and he just zooms in, then he has the non-moving like still reference frame. Like maybe everything else is moving and shit, but he has like the absolute reference frame because he's not moving anymore. Nothing's moving. Everything's still according to him, and that would be the absolute reference frame.
So in his reference frame, nothing happens?
No shit, he could watch stuff happen, but like, I don't know with this whole simultaneity thing. I know for the Coriolis and all the movements and shit, there could be an absolute reference frame. I don't know about the speed of light thing or speed of sound and shit. I don't even know where you're going with this.
Well, you can forget about special relativity. You didn't watch that reference frames fucking video with us, did you? Maybe you did. I forget. But yeah, we can forget about special and general relativity and just talk about relativity and reference frames, and still, it'd be difficult to describe a universal reference frame. It doesn't seem like there's one that can be expressed. For us, pretend like special and general relativity don't exist, but let's also pretend like the Earth is traveling in all the vectors that we claim to be traveling in, orbiting the sun, orbiting the universe, and blah blah blah. Right. So any event anywhere would seem to me to have to be reference frame dependent. So how would you describe any of those events universally?
If you were God sitting at the coffee table looking in the fish tank, he'd be like, "Oh look,
what would
all
our
this stuff
speed
is
be
moving."
like? What would our speed be? In reference to what?
In reference to God's stationary self.
Yeah.
We're just pretending, though, aren't we?
I mean, this is wild speculation. Yeah.
I mean, I believe this part, though.
The fish tank part.
No, but not even even if we don't use the space thing. Let's also forget about space because we allowed that for a minute. Let's take that away again, and let's just only talk about Earth and reference frames on Earth. Even still, all motion, unless you just use the Earth as fixed and immobile, and all the coordinates are in reference to the Earth. Unless you do that, all motion has.
You cut out.
I have to stop pressing the button.
You don't know how push to talk works. Curve was flipping on me one day because I couldn't get the push to talk to work. The finger, it doesn't work on phones.
It does suck. Did you hear about that thing I was trying to invent? Like it's like a device where you can just have an external device like a button, just a free floating button, put it on your side of your pants or something, and you can press it and it will work as your push to talk for your phone.
That would be dope.
Yeah, because I hate it too. Dude.
They got a thing like that for TikTok, so you can scroll TikTok.
Yeah, and I wonder. I bet you that I'd have to look into the. I think Discord is open source, and I'd have to look into the. Exactly to see.
So if you ever find that button, where to get it at?
Be hard actually. I mean, sometimes I got so much stuff on my list, my to-do list. I have so many windows open right now.
You got fucking ADHD or something. Why don't you focus on something and fucking finish it? You're still probably building that video game with naked dudes from fucking 3 years ago.
Yeah, I was. You know what? What's his name? What Arma showed yesterday that he was doing Game Maker. That's what I said. What I originally made the Game of Thrones game in. I made it in Game Maker. Not Game Maker. No. No, I knew you were gonna say it. Dumb shit, dude. Game Maker. Yeah, that's what I was making.
I saw your tower defense game. I didn't see what Arma was doing though.
And mine was legit because I was actually trying to explain how it's actually done, and you guys were talking about it yesterday, but you weren't talking about how triangulation was actually done for some reason.
Dude, I know how they make spherical. Hold on, what? I know how the spherical triangles are made.
Do you? I mean, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about people talking about it, but I don't think you do either. I know how they're made. How are they made?
You got 3 points. They make 3 triangles. Take one angle from each of the triangles. Add them all up.
Okay. I'll give it to you if you can further describe these 3 triangles. What's so special about these 3 triangles? Are they just three triangles from those places?
They're horizontal triangles from each point.
All right, whatever.
Or horizontal angles.
All right, fair enough.
That's correct. One angle from each triangle horizontally. Dude, I know what's going on here.
Spherical excess.
Yeah, you got it, Jeremy. But yeah, for some reason yesterday, down there beating around the bush for some reason.
A lot of people don't know how these triangles are made. Yeah, I know.
Argue it fervently. Yeah. I thought it stopped getting talked about because you guys finally realized, like, oh, okay, all this.
Because there's no measurements. Yeah, we stopped talking about it because they didn't have a single measurement.
Don't say that because
That's
we
why
do
I
have
stopped talking about it. You have an
there
average.
are absolutely
You don't
measurements.
have a single one though.
Yeah, we have an average. That's right.
Not you don't have an actual single measurement though.
Well, yeah, the averages are actually more
are not single measurements.
Joseph, you gonna answer my question or no?
Yeah, they don't want to. What would you say?
I'm asking how they're spherical triangles. If you take an angle from each of the horizontal triangles, you're still left with a coplanar triangle. It's going to measure 180, right?
You're measuring azimuths.
Well, no. Yeah, you're measuring the azimuths from that. That's what you like. That's why I was making the thing I made yesterday on the flat plane, because you can see that if you make that, if you take the azimuths on a flat plane of 3 stations to the other stations, you'll end up with a triangle that's 180 degrees. It's only on a sphere that if you do that same technique, will you get the excess. But if you don't do that technique, then you're not going to measure the excess. You'd find it very difficult actually to measure the excess.
What technique?
But yeah, where you take the azimuths to the other stations and not just the
azimuth is just left to right angles, right?
Horizontal angle.
Yeah. So if you have the 3 triangles stacked up, like you and Jeremy were just talking about, and you take one of the angles from each triangle, you're still left with a shifted triangle, but it's still coplanar. It's still a flat triangle. It's still going to equal 180, right?
This is all based on plumb lines not being parallel. So when they take that one angle, when they take that one angle, they're getting a little bit more because it's diverging left to right, supposedly.
I mean, not if they're taking the angles, like one from each triangle, and then essentially making a new triangle that's like chilling in the air, like shifted because of the angles they took. It's still a flat coplanar triangle. It's just oriented different.
I mean, you can do this on if you get like a basketball or something or a globe and tape like some straws to it, make them like plumb. What would be plumb on a globe? You could and you like line it up. You can see that you'd end up getting more than 180 on it.
Only if you're measuring like the angles from the ball that are past line of sight. But with line of sight triangles, if you
can do it with
one angle from each triangle, it's going to be a coplanar triangle.
Bacon's gotcha for a visual, because it is hard to visualize at first when I first thought of this.
Why does Bacon always got to have the visuals, man?
I understand what spherical triangle is. I'm just saying, if they're doing it with line of sight, how can it be spherical?
Can you join Livestream?
Yeah.
Watch his thing. I'll show you how you do it on a ball. You know why Bacon's always got the visuals, Kosho? Than you. Go ahead, Bacon. Show him up.
Because you paid him off.
He's just not. You're just not as nice as he is.
Can you find me a triangle anywhere and measure its angles and come up with more than 180 degrees?
And you a catcher.
Wait a minute. Without putting it through this little picture and this little dog.
It's not a regular.
You're never going to find a triangle with more than 180 degrees in it anywhere on Earth.
Yeah, we're not saying
this isn't a regular.
if you put it
Hold
through
on,
this
Barrel.
little
This isn't.
dog and pony show, you're going to come up with one. But really, you can never find a triangle with more than 180 degrees in it.
And I'm saying that.
This is. I agree. You're never
putting
going
it
to have
through
a
this-
triangle.
Without putting it through this little thing, this little thing that you're going to do on a computer and add a bunch of angles and subtract a bunch of angles, and it's just bullshit.
No.
Barrel, I
It's
agree
not
with
about
you.
adding
However,
angles. Sorry, go ahead, Jared.
a triangle is always going to have 180 degrees. Absolutely, you'll never find a triangle with more or less than 180 degrees. That's an absolute fact. But there's this other thing called a spherical triangle, and that's what they're talking about. The spherical triangle, not a triangle. It's different.
Oh,
we're kind of not though, because
you can't
even admit
measure
in the. Go ahead.
You can't measure the spherical angles on a spherical triangle, can you?
Can I show so you stop asking and you see what we're trying to get
see
to?
the picture. I see Chucky Boy's pictures here.
I'm live streaming. I'm trying to explain something to Regis, and as soon as I started streaming, you started speaking and never stopped. So are you saying? Are you seeing that
triangles are made?
Yeah, are you seeing that, Regis?
Yes.
Right. This triangle here, the planar triangle, and it's an equilateral triangle, which means that each one of those angles is 60 degrees, correct?
Yes.
Right. And I put an extra piece on the corner of the triangle, and you can see that piece is more open than 60 degrees. It's a bigger angle. It's actually 63 degrees point, I don't remember what, but 63 point something. Okay. Those cameras are placed exactly above those points. And those shapes that have more than 60 degrees are all parallel to the surface of that sphere. So they're all horizontal to those observers. So this is horizontal to that observer, and this for that. So each one of those angles that are more than 60 are horizontal to those points. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah, but you're using the viewpoint, the perspective of overhead, to show how the angles can be bigger if they were wrapped around the ball. It's not the same thing.
Oh, the azimuths would be the azimuths would be the angles you get on the horizontal plane of the observer, which is this angle here, and not the angle on the triangle. The angle on the triangle is 60. The angle you'd measure would be 63 point something. If you look from above to see those horizontal planes, you can see that they actually align with the triangle. So pick this camera here.
I understand, but you're using a trick of perspective. It's not the same thing. If you're on the globe,
I don't care if you're calling this a trick of perspective. The whole point is the horizontal angles of those two lines are bigger than 60. That's all.
No,
so
they're not. They're 60
the
each.
horizontal angles between those lines are not bigger than 60.
No.
Well,
Not
why not?
without
Bacon, this is not good,
being
Bacon.
lined up with perspective overhead, because you
No.
can't line it up.
That's how
overhead
you get horizontal angles
at the same time. You got to do them all individually because they have to line up via perspective.
That's how you get horizontal angles. You point
No,
to
it's
one
not.
target. 1 second.
You
one
literally
second.
just measure.
1 second, dude. You point to one target horizontally. You don't aim vertically correctly, only horizontally correctly. And you do that for the other target. You do that the two ways. You do it horizontally, and then you get the angle between those two. That's what an azimuth is.
Okay, so how's it 63 point something?
Sorry?
So how did you measure 63 point something instead of 60?
Because that's the azimuthal angle between those two lines. It's bigger. It's not on the same plane. It's because it's on a horizontal plane of the observer. That's why it's bigger. Each one of those three observers is measuring those two lines on their horizontal plane, which is by definition what an azimuthal angle is. You point to one, not vertically, only horizontally, and you point to the other, and you get the angle between them. That gives you the angle on your horizontal plane, not on the triangle, on your horizontal plane. And that's exactly what angle they would get, which is 63 point something. given that the size of this triangle. So if you add them up, you're gonna get 189 instead of 180. But you don't have to add
I mean,
them.
you could do this. You could physically do this if you have like a protractor and a ball and like 3 straws and some tape. Measure, do this the way they make these triangles. You could do it yourself and see it does check out. Like I haven't done it before, but I've seen it done before with a globe and shit. So it would come out to more than 180. It's not a triangle; it's a spherical triangle. That's why. Like this is a real tangible thing you could do if you had a ball. You can make 3 different triangles, pretend you're horizontal on a globe, and get more than 180 on this. This is terrible bacon. I thought you were going to show them how the triangles were made.
You could do this with a basketball, because you have the basketball right in front of you, and you can measure it and do all these things to it, or on a computer like this. But we don't have any measurements of the Earth.
Yeah, but the concept is solid though. Like if this is the thing, it can be done with this more than 180 thing.
Right, but we can't do that on the Earth because we don't have the measurements. We have this average that we've been given. We don't really have the measurements to do this with. It'd be very easy with a basketball or on a computer like this. The concept's there.
If it's line of sight,
in order
it's
to
a coplanar triangle.
In order to show that the Earth is a globe, you'd have to measure. You'd have to do these measurements, and we don't have those measurements. Does someone have them?
Bacon is adding 3 pieces that go off of the Earth, trying to make the angles different. They line up when you look at them overhead. That's not the same thing.
That's what an azimuth is, dude.
Will you
That's
stop?
exactly,
No, it isn't.
That's exactly what an azimuth is, and
An
that's what
azimuth
we're.
doesn't lift off the Earth with weird angles. It's wrapped around the Earth.
They're not weird angles. They're parallel to the surface. They're horizontal to those locations.
No, they're not. The little pieces that you added are not parallel to the surface.
Yes, they are. Look at this, dude.
No.
Look at this.
Yeah,
Look at this.
The part of the surface that they're on, it doesn't make it coplanar. They don't go straight across.
They are parallel to the surface. I want to put them on the surface
Not an
so you
azimuth.
can see they are obviously parallel to the surface.
Yes, they are, but they're not parallel to each other. It's not a planar
Exactly.
triangle.
That's why they exceed 180, and that's what would happen on the sphere.
No, it wouldn't.
Obvious. Oh my
No, it
God.
wouldn't
Okay,
be.
Jeremy, you go ahead. It's too
You're
dumb for me.
wrong, dude. Holy shit. How can you not see that you're literally manipulating it?
Bro, you can get a basketball or a globe or something.
Jeremy, do it right now.
And if
Get a
you stick
basketball,
3
put
straws-
3 plumbs on it, and then change the angles with 3 different triangles. You get a planar triangle. You will not get more than 180.
You do get more than 180. I've seen it. I've
Only
never
if
done
you
this. But
wrap
I've
it
seen it.
around the ball, Jeremy. Only if you literally wrap it around the ball and take the angles from beyond the curve on each one. We're talking about taking measurements in surveying above the ground and making line of sight straight sides. Okay?
Yeah,
that is a
3
coplanar
different
triangle,
triangles.
which would be 180.
Line of sight to 3 different. Remember, there's not just one triangle in this. In the
Jeremy,
measurement, there
think
is one
about it.
triangle. Hold on, Regis. There is one triangle on the ground.
Jeremy, I
In
know
order
the
to
3
measure-
triangles stacked up, Jeremy, I understand. But if you take one angle from each of them and then draw the triangle that you just made by taking one from each, it's still a flat coplanar triangle measuring 180. I promise.
Not if you do it on a ball.
Yes, it is, because you're lifting the triangle up in the air. You're not measuring it on the ball. Go ahead and do it. I promise you.
I've seen it done. I already know it adds up to more than 180. I've seen it.
No, it doesn't. You're lying. You're wrong.
I'm lying. I haven't seen this done.
Well, you saw it wrapped around the ball. The angle's taken from the ground or on the surface of the ball. That's not what they're doing. They're taking triangles above the surface, taking one angle from each of them, and it results in a weird tilted triangle that is flat above the surface, equaling 180 degrees. I promise.
When you add the angles up,
if you do it right now, that's what you'll end up with.
When you add the angles up from all the different triangles you made, from the 3 different triangles, it'll be more than 180, bro. I promise.
No, it won't, because you're still left with a flat coplanar triangle. If you take one angle from each of the triangles, okay, and all those triangle points are dictated by plumbs, right? Think about it. You have one from the top triangle, one from the middle triangle, one from the bottom triangle. You draw the line straight to them, and you end up with a flat coplanar triangle, dictating that it must equal 180 degrees. You can measure it if you'd like. The only way you get more is if you actually take those angles from the surface, meaning beyond the curve, meaning not line of sight. I promise you this is right.
No, I promise you it's not.
Well, the Globers
If you
the Globers aren't speaking up and saying I'm wrong, are they? What's that tell
yeah,
you,
they
Jeremy?
are.
No, they're
They
not.
are.
Aiken, tell me what I just said is wrong. Go ahead. Kosho, tell me what I just said is wrong. Go ahead. I'll wait. That's what I thought.
Bacon
Jeremy?
literally just was like, I give up. You try to tell him like 5 minutes ago. I swear to God, bro.
Jeremy,
Listen.
Jeremy, I promise you I'm not lying, dude. Just do it. Go and do it.
I've seen it done. I know. I've already seen it done, and I
You've
see that they
seen it.
add up to more than 180.
Okay, I'm going to do it myself and prove it to you. Okay?
I
Actually, I
mean,
think
you're going to end up proving
Brian
it
Lee,
to yourself that it is more than 180.
you're so confident right now. That's hilarious, Jeremy. You don't
Because
think
I've
for a
seen it
second.
done.
No, you haven't. You've seen angles taken from the surface of the ball then. That's the only way that it's
He
possible.
took them
Is if
from the top of the
line of
ball. He
sight.
had straws. The guy that did
Straws
this,
pointing out
yeah.
from the top, and then one angle taken from each of the three triangles. You get a coplanar triangle. Coplanar triangles are 180 degrees. There's no way around it. I don't know how you're arguing geometry right now. And still, Bacon and Kosho are silent. So I don't know why this isn't
Listen,
keying you in on the fact that I might be right.
you're not right. I've seen this done. Moyak, you know the guy Moyak. He actually did this. I've seen this done. You get 3 straws on a globe,
Where is it? Does he have a
and then you
video?
make.
Do you have a video of it?
He had pictures of it. I don't know if there's video.
Okay, can you post the pictures or show me where they're at?
I mean, this was like 2 years ago. We went over this.
Look at Brian Leakey's last video.
I'll go get a ball and do it right now. Hold on, bro. I got a basketball or something out in the shed.
All
Hold
right,
on.
perfect. Go for it. I'm gonna do it too.
Well, if you're gonna do it, then just go ahead. I
I'll
already
let you
know.
do it too.
I was doing it for you. When you do it, just put 3 straws or something so they'd be plumb on the globe. And then when you make your angle measurements to them, get up high on the straw or something. Make sure you're horizontal, and then take a left to right angle measurement to each of the straws from each different point. Add them up. It'll be more than 180. I promise.
All right, so you're promising me, I'm promising you. Let's see who's right.
Like, I'm not trying to debate you on it. It's what happens, bro.
You think that's what happens, and you're very confident about it. So maybe I'm wrong.
Because
Let's see.
I've seen it done. Yeah.
So have I, and I can think through the problem, and it's totally nonsensical unless you're taking them from the surface.
That's what you would think. I know. Initially, I thought that too a while back. I mean, it sounds weird, but I mean, I don't know. See, right here. Let's see if the kid got a protractor right now. Hold on. If he does, I'll go do this. If not, I don't know. Yo, you know what a protractor is?
What?
Do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah.
Do you have one?
No,
Why?
you don't have one.
How are you going to measure angles without a protractor?
Why are you asking?
Because I need a protractor.
I don't have a protractor.
All right. I don't know. I don't have a protractor. So, I mean, if you got one, you could do it. You might be able to measure the angle some other way. I don't know. Maybe you get like some kind of theodolite app or something. Here, kiddo. You might be able to get like a theodolite app or something for your phone. I don't know. I'm not that worried about it. You should definitely do it though, Regis. Feel me? Yeah, where'd everyone go?
Yeah, I can't do it right now. I got my son's birthday party, but I'm doing it when I get
Oh,
back.
no doubt. No doubt. Happy
And
birthday to him.
but if you think about it, dude, if you're doing 3 plums, right, and you're looking straight down at each one, it doesn't matter where along that plumb line you measure from. So you take one from any of the triangles, right? One from any of the other ones, looking directly above each plumb. It doesn't change the angle, man. Like I'll do it, but like we should just be able to think about this and figure it out.
I have. I know. It doesn't seem. It seems like it wouldn't work. I know.
It doesn't unless you measure from the surface of the ball, man. Because the reason why the angle gets bigger, the reason why the angle gets bigger is because beyond the curve, right? The angle has to open up more, which is why when Bacon put that little piece on top of each triangle, that's why it made it look like it was a bigger angle, but only from the direct perspective above each point. That's not the same thing when you're measuring 3 triangles above the surface and using whatever angles you want. They're still from that same plumb. Therefore, they have to be the same angles no matter what points you use to the other points. It's going to be coplanar, meaning it's going to be 180. So I don't care if Moyak did it. I'm going to do it in a couple hours and I'll show you.
All right, no doubt, no doubt. Just like I said, just make sure they're all sticking straight up, and then when you do the angle measurement, just make sure the protractor's like horizontal for where that would be. Put a when you do it, put one at like the north. Put a straw at like the North Pole, then put like 2 on the equator or some shit. You know what I mean? And that way you get a huge fucking triangle. It'll be like, or spherical. You get a huge spherical triangle. It'll be like 200 plus 270 degrees or some shit. We get like 390s out that bitch.
Yeah, but think about it. Then the plums are going to be so far away from each other. You'd have to make them like 3 feet tall on a basketball for it not to touch the surface. But
yeah,
that's what they would want because it's going to be a huge spherical excess. You're going to end up with, 3 90-degree triangles if you do that? So it's going to be 270 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, maybe don't put them right on the equator, maybe a little bit above or something. But yeah, use like chopsticks or straws or something long. You definitely want something long, yeah, on a tiny ball.
Yeah, no doubt. But, I mean, if you just think it through, man, I'm telling you, you'll realize what I'm saying.
I used to argue the same thing you're saying.
Away from the center.
Bro, I used to argue the same thing you're saying right now, dude.
Well, you should have stuck with it because you're right. You're right, Jeremy. You should have stuck with it, man.
No, but then I saw it though.
Stuff. Yeah, you saw Glover trying to prove his point.
I saw the angle measurement though. It's just Like, I don't know.
All right. Well, I mean, that part's giving me pause because
I know.
I don't know how that would be possible, but I can't think of a single way that could be possible when you're using flat triangles above the surface, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
I know, it's crazy, bro. Just say.
All right, man. I got to get back to the party. I'll hop back on in a couple hours.
All right.
What are you guys talking about?
Spherical triangle.
Oh.
What
You
you
ever
home
seen-
practicing your Hadouken?
Nah, I'm trying to catch this UFC.
What time does it start? It's fucking noon.
Yeah, it's like early today. I have no idea why.
Were you playing like a Mugen fighter before?
It's this emulator I have that lets me play PlayStation 2 games on my computer.
Oh, okay.
So I was doing that. Yeah, what are y'all doing on Saturday?
What's up? What you saying? It?
What are y'all doing on the globe for the Saturday?
No, we're not. That's a fucking. That's got to be some kind of fallacy.
How so, man? Like how how do you guys actually believe it's flat? Like, come on, man.
I know. I thought it was crazy too at first.
Like,
I'm like, yo, that shit's nuts.
When was the point where you crossed the line? Where you still a glober, and then you hit the point of no return.
Well, I was flip flopping for months, right?
Yeah.
Like I was watching flat Earth stuff. I'm like, I don't know. I'm flip flopping with it. I'm like, but what about sunsets on a flat Earth? You know what I mean? I'm like, that doesn't even seem possible. Then I saw Rob Skiba's sunset on a flat Earth video with the lens, and I'm like, I mean, there you go, possible.
Okay. So sunsets was the tipping point for you.
I mean, yeah, that's a big question for new people. Like, well, I mean, it was for me. Like, yo, how does a sunset on a flat Earth? Like, what the fuck?
So how does it work on a flat Earth? Could you walk me through?
Well, there's several ways it could work. Magnification's obviously one of them.
What do you mean? Walk me through.
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Like what happened?
If there's any kind of lensing or atmospheric magnification or something, you would get you could get things to set on a flat plane.
Through magnification?
Yeah. You never seen Rob Skiba's sunset video?
I don't even know who Rob Skiba is, bro. How do I make something set like disappear over a horizontal?
You never seen Sky Free? You never seen Sky Free shit?
No,
or Pebbles in the pond?
You've seen it, so walk me through it.
Bro, why are you brand new every day? Every day it feels like you're like brand new to this whole thing.
Yeah. It really doesn't matter how you feel, bro. Just walk me
What the
through
fuck?
What happened?
Bro, like every day is like a fucking Groundhog's Day with you.
Yeah, bro, just walk me through it. Since you've seen it like a billion times, right?
I can post you the link, maybe.
You can't walk me through it?
Bro, it's a demonstration. He's got a magnifying lens. He moves the sun away.
Yeah, but explain the demonstration. Like, what's happening? What is
He's
the
got a
mechanism?
magnifying lens. He's got a magnifying lens. He has a sun that's the same height above the table. He moves it back across the away from little sun that's like the same height above the table. It's like on this cardboard thing or something.
All right,
So
so
it'll drawn on sun.
the sun is at the end of the table on the other
No,
side.
the sun's. He's got it's him.
Mm-hmm.
Then a magnifying glass. Then the sun. This little
All right.
cardboard sun thing that's like 5 inches above the table or something.
Okay.
He pulls the sun away. He moves the sun away from him, and it starts to set.
Looking through the
Sets.
magnifying glass.
Yeah. There's
So
other ways you could do it.
So what happened? Like,
The sun
does he
sat on a flat
explain?
table.
Yeah, but does he explain how that's possible? Or he just shows you that and then
It's
you go
obviously
along
the
with it?
magnifying glass, because if you do it without the magnifying glass, it doesn't set.
Yeah, but what is the magnifying glass doing? Do you understand what's happening? Like maybe it could have been CGI, right? Like why do you believe it was true, real? Like
I've seen it demonstrated multiple times. There's also other ways you could do it without a magnification lens. Pebbles in the Pond, Sky Free did it. Like this has been done, bro. It's ain't even.
Yeah, but what are the underlying mechanisms happening here? Do they explain what's going on when they're doing it, or they just show this to you, and then because you've seen it done 100 times, all 100 times it could have possibly been CGI, you just believe it? Like
I know that it's.
I thought you were a skeptic, bro. Like
very skeptical.
that's all it
Probably
takes
one
for
of the
you.
most skeptical.
Like if I show you 100 videos of rockets going off into space, what's the issue with that then? I don't understand, Jeremy.
Okay, there's multiple ways where you can have something set on a flat surface. So
How though? Like what's happening?
one of them's with a magnifying lens, like I just explained.
But what does the lens do to cause the sun to set?
It's something with the bending of light or refraction or something. I don't. Whatever.
It's whatever.
It's with the bending of light, refraction.
Then I mean, if I show you videos of NASA rockets going into space, it should just be whatever, right? Like why scrutinize
That's not
it
something
so
I
hard?
can do because this guy's doing it on his table. I've seen other people do it on their tables. I could do it if I wanted to. Can't
I've
do,
seen
and what the
people
other guys
shoot
can't do.
things off into orbit.
What me and the other guys can't do is make a rocket and go into space.
And Chirality, we don't see rockets go into space. We see rockets go up into the air and then they kind of curve to the sideways. We never see that. To believe that, not supposed to believe something someone set up on a table right in front of you. You've seen these videos. You should go watch them. I don't understand. You know, a few weeks ago, I remember you, Chirality, saying that you thought all flat earthers were stupid. You said
Did I
that
say
to
that?
extremists. Yes, you said that to extremists. We're
Yeah.
talking.
I did.
We're
I
talking.
did.
Yeah, you did. Yet you keep coming back in here, kind of baiting Jeremy and all of us, stupid flat earthers. What's the deal, man? Come on, get real. What's going on here? Why do you do this? Why do you fuck
Well,
around with people that you think are so stupid? Isn't that the
well,
mark of a stupid person?
number one, I said it as a joke. You know, the VC was quiet. It was just extremists and I was trying to bait Jeremy and them to come out and talk. Number two, Jeremy's my guy. You know, like we go back and forth all the time, man. So I think you taking it a bit too seriously. You just need to calm down.
Yeah, but you're just making this. You know, you can say whatever you want, but you know,
Yeah.
you said that. You know,
I did
and
say it. I did. I'm not denying that I didn't. You know.
here's a person that thinks we're stupid and just
Letters
keeps coming back every day, to talk to a bunch of stupid people, tell us about rockets they're going up in space when we really don't see that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just questioning why, you know, you guys don't scrutinize these videos as much as you scrutinize other things. Like have you done it, Jeremy? The magnifying glass and sunset thing? Have you tried it
Have
for
you
yourself?
seen the video? Have you even looked at the video?
I've seen one or two videos about it, but I'm asking if Jeremy's done it. Or have you done it, Barrow?
You've seen the videos of the sun disappearing over a flat table using a lens, haven't you?
Yeah. I've seen.
Okay,
I've seen
so
some.
what more can we tell you? You've seen it.
Yeah. Have you tried it at home? Do you understand like what's the mechanism causing this to happen?
I don't understand what the mechanism is, but I can tell you that it happens over a flat table. I've seen it done in a video.
Dude, the
But
mechanism is light bending.
how do
The
you know that
mechanism is
video
Nate. You
was
keep asking,
CGI?
and I told you before. The mechanism is refraction, light bending. That's the
Right.
mechanism for why this happens. Okay, don't walk away from this, and don't let the audience walk away from this thinking like we don't know what the mechanism is. It's bending light refraction.
Why would you care
So
what a couple of
meg-
stupid people say? Why would you care about
to-
that? It doesn't make any sense. You
it's
think we're
interesting
stupid,
to hear
yet
the
you
things
ask
that
us for our
people have to
opinions. You
say.
want us to prove things,
I
yet you
do.
think we're stupid.
I do. But Jeremy, so
Fake, man.
you say
You're
it's
fake.
refraction? All right, cool, bro. God damn. So Jeremy, you say it's refraction?
Yeah, does the magnifying glass bend light?
Yeah, but damn.
All right.
Okay, so the atmosphere is acting like a magnifying glass.
Yeah, and it's weird because every time Globers go to mimic what the atmosphere is doing, guess what they use?
Wow.
Magnifying glass. Guess what Andrew Thomas Young says is happening in the atmosphere?
What did he say?
Magnification. He says magnification's happening.
Did he say that?
Yeah, and you know what the Globers say when I bring this up? They say, "Well, oh, he wasn't using the word magnification correctly, or he was using it in a different way, or something."
Hey, can you show me this?
Andrew Thomas Young's magnification thing?
Yeah.
No, dude, I don't have all the citations and shit at hand. No.
Yeah.
It's out there, dude. If you looked into this for 5 seconds, you would have found it. I know you're new. I know this is your first day in flat Earth. It's your fucking first day every fucking day. What the fuck, bro?
I mean, I'll definitely give it to you that on the horizon, the sun and moon look bigger than when they're like right above you, you know. But to then say that magnification then makes it disappear, as opposed to making it bigger at the horizon. Oof.
There's
Interesting.
also a lot of videos that show the sun disappearing before it even goes over the horizon. You've never seen those, Chirality?
The sun what?
Sun disappearing without going over the horizon, disappearing into the
Oh
distance.
yeah.
Seen those videos?
Those I've seen. Yeah, those are crazy. They look like CGI though. I don't know. But to each his own.
You think explanations are better than videos, Jarelity?
I think a video with an explanation would be the perfect package. That's just me, but
An explanation can be anything, Jarelity.
and a video can be anything, right?
As long as you believe it.
Yeah, but I mean CGI is everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you said you wanted to talk about the moon landing earlier?
No, bro.
He's ready.
What do you got then? You better come up with some good. Oh, tell me this, Nate. Tell me this. If I shoot a laser beam, right? Let's say I'm on a merry-go-round, and I shoot a laser beam up, and then it reflects back down to me, right? It hits something that's also moving with the laser beam. So I have a merry-go-round on the top, standing on, and then let's say I have upside down merry-go-round somewhere above me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I shoot a laser beam, Does the laser beam move independent of the merry-go-rounds?
It depends from what frame of reference you're looking at it from.
I'm talking about from where it hits. So, like, I'm going to bounce it off the merry-go-round up top, and then it's going to bounce back down. Does it bounce back down where the exact spot I shot it from, or would it bounce back down wherever the merry-go-round is now underneath the laser? Because it's rotated underneath the laser beam.
It would bounce back down. So you saying well, it depends on what angle you hit it, but you could get it to come back down right to you. That's what you mean,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if you shot it straight up, I would assume it would come straight back down at you. But if you shot it at an angle, it's not going to come back to you.
No, I shoot it straight up.
Yeah.
The merry-go-round, and the time it takes for the thing to bounce off the other one and then come back down.
It'll
merry-go-round
come
has.
It's moved, but it'll come straight back to you. Yeah.
It's not going to hit the same spot that it took off from, because the merry-go-round's now moved underneath it, right?
But it's gonna if the part of the merry-go-round you're on and the part above you are both moving at the same speed, at the same rate, in the same direction, same angular velocity and everything, and you just shoot straight above you, dead straight, it'll just come straight back down to you.
Where I shot the laser beam from?
No, because where you shot the laser beam from, you've moved from there.
So the laser beam is moving independent of the movement.
It's conserving momentum, but it's making its own moves, but momentum is being conserved, and it'll just come straight back down to you. You and it move.
Yeah, it'll come back down, but now if the merry-go-round's moving, it's going to hit a different spot than where it got shot from. Yeah.
Yeah, because the spot from where you got shot from, where you were standing when you shot it, you've moved from there. So it's moved
because the light's moving independent of the. Yes, because the light's moving independent of the any movement the bodies may have.
All right, that's a weird way to phrase it, but we definitely seem to agree. So.
Okay, cool. We agree. So, if we now let's pretend we shoot a laser beam out from Earth, and let's pretend Earth's moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour through space.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a merry-go-round now. It's moving 1,000,000 miles an hour, and we're gonna bounce it off. I don't know. Let's say the moon, which is also moving about 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Look at this guy. Like you've had this question like prepared, man.
Well, I've been going over this with Zanuck and Kosho for a while now. If this wasn't your first day in Flat Earth, you would have heard this before.
Okay. So we bounce it off the moon?
Yeah, so you would need to account for, since the laser beam is moving independent of these bodies, you would have to figure in for the 1,000,000-mile-an-hour movement for the moon on where to even hit the moon, and then where the Earth is going to be 1,000,000 miles an hour later on its return trip, right?
If you're using a retroreflector, I mean, it'll bring us straight back to its source.
Bro, we're going to shoot a laser beam at the moon. The moon's moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
In your heliocentric model, yes. Okay, so you need to figure out where the moon's going to be, and however many milliseconds it takes for the laser beam to get there. You need to figure out where the moon's going to be.
Yeah, but bro, like when you shoot the laser beam, it's traveling as a wave. By the time it gets to the moon, it's covering a large surface area. So you're gonna hit a large part of the moon with it.
If you're aiming where the moon's going to be at 1,000,000 miles an hour. If you're aiming where the moon's going to be at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and you even hit the moon, then yes.
The EME return signal can be registered at over 10 square miles.
Yeah.
Yep. That's cool.
It's not like it comes right. It's not like it comes right down to the laser that it shot it, and that's what you're trying to make it sound like it, and it's not that, Jeremy. It spreads out.
No, I'm not trying to make it sound like anything. I'm trying to make it sound like if you are going to hit the moon with a laser beam, you need to figure out where the moon's going to be at its 1,000,000-mile-an-hour speed, right?
Yeah, but we know where the moon is. Like we can plot the moon's path through the sky perfectly. We know exactly
In
where it's going.
relation to us, yeah, but it's moving at
Yeah.
1,000,000 miles an hour through space.
Yeah, but it's not moving as fast as a beam of light. You know, it's not even close.
I realize that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
realize
like
that. But
not even.
nonetheless,
It's like a tortoise compared to a hare, bro.
yeah, I know. But nonetheless, you would, if you want to hit the moon, you have to shoot the moon. You have to shoot where the moon's going to be, right?
You shoot at the moon, bro.
Yeah, if you want to hit the moon, you need to shoot it at where the moon's going to be by the time the laser gets there, right?
You can just shoot at the moon. It'll get there before the moon even moves, bro, and get back to you.
Okay, if you want to hit something,
And
you
it's
need to
covering
shoot
a
where you
large
need to
surface
shoot.
area.
If you want to hit something, you need to shoot the thing. You need to figure out how fast your thing's moving, and then how fast the object is moving, and then lead your target, right? You know about leading the target?
Jeremy, if you standing right in front of me, do I need to lead my target? I just shoot you, bro.
Yes. Okay. What if I'm moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour now? Do you need to lead me?
What if I'm shooting you with something that moves at a gazillion miles an hour? Like, I don't need to lead you. What I'm shooting you with moves so fast that before you even move, it's come back to me.
Okay. How fast is a million?
And
How fast?
wait,
do you
hang on.
move?
Number one. Number two, what I'm shooting at got
A's and B's.
got the craziest spray, bro. It's covering the widest surface area. Everything in front of me, everything.
Spread gun from Contra.
Exactly. Like the spread gun from Contra. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. Okay,
Yeah.
don't do for 1, for 2, for 3, please. Okay, for 1, it doesn't matter if your gun shoots super fast. You still need to shoot where the target's going to be.
But if I pull the trigger and the target hasn't even moved yet, and the target's straight in front of me.
It is moving. It's moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
All right. Even let's say I do need to lead the target because of the spraying. Like the area it covers. I'm gonna get the target, bro. Not all of it is gonna get the target, but
How many seconds does it take for How many seconds does it take for a light beam to get to the moon?
I don't know. Off the top of my head. How many?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
I don't know how I have any of the math for this at all. I'm doing this off the top, like Mike Jack in a Pepsi commercial.
All right, let me
About
see.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
I think so.
See, Jeremy? It's fast as hell.
So in 2 seconds, the light beam, if we shoot it in 2 seconds, the light beam will hit the moon. Yes. You cool with that?
Yeah, that's a round trip. So a round trip is about 2.5 seconds. A one-way trip is about 1.25 seconds.
All right, cool.
All right.
So at 1,000,000 miles an hour, how many miles is that a second?
Is the moon really moving 1,000,000 miles an hour?
I know that's what we all been saying this whole fucking time. I feel you on that. Is it really though? Really?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Like you just threw out a wild number, bro. We've just been going with it.
Well, do you know? All right. Do you know how fast the the moon moves around the Earth?
The moon moves 0.5 degrees per hour.
Do you know the miles per hour though of how fast it's moving?
Let me see.
It's 2,000 miles per hour.
It takes 2,000. The moon's moving at 2,000 miles an hour around the Earth. Okay, cool.
All right.
And then so there's 2,000 miles an hour. Then you have the Earth.
Yeah,
that is pretty slow. We're just getting started, Nate. Don't worry.
That is-
Add it up. Get your
but I
fucking
mean-
calculator out. Get your
But
abacus out.
it should stop there, Jeremy, because we went from the moon moving 1,000,000 miles an hour to 2,000 miles. That is so slow
Dude,
that it
add it
shouldn't
up, bro.
even.
We're not done, Nate. We're not
Uh,
done with the speeds. I started off with the slowest one.
okay.
We're adding it up. Get your fucking calculator out and write this down. 2,000 miles an hour. Okay? Now, how fast is the Earth moving around the sun? Because the moon obviously has to be going with that, right?
Uh-huh.
So what's that speed?
Is Earth move around 67,000 miles an hour.
There you go. Write it down.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it just got bigger. A little bit bigger. Still not that fast yet. We're just getting fucking started. Don't worry.
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay, so we got about 69,000 miles now.
Uh-huh.
So the solar system is moving through space at what speed?
Let me see.
We're about to get Biggie Smalls right here. Big Papa. Who shot you?
So that's the differential between the Earth and the Moon is 2,000 miles an hour.
So the
Hold
solar
on, Snack.
system is moving through the Milky Way at 140 miles a second.
What's that in an hour? We got hourly speed so far. What's that an hour?
Let me see. Oh shit. About 500,000 miles an hour.
Boom. Okay. Oh, we got big. What were we at? 69 plus this 150. We'll just call it 200. We'll lowball it for you and call it 200,000 miles an hour. How's that sound?
Okay.
Now, how fast is it? So that was the solar system moving through the
Yeah.
galaxy.
Yeah.
How fast is the galaxy moving through space?
Milky Way.
Spoiler alert, it's 1.3 million miles an hour.
1.3 million miles an hour. Yeah.
So plus the 200,000 we just had, which I lowballed
It's
for you, you're welcome,
about
is 1.5 million miles an
miles
hour.
per hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah. I mean, some
That,
people might even question that.
yeah, but how fast does light move per hour, Jeremy?
Okay, so no, hold on. It takes 2 seconds for the light to hit the moon and then come back to us. 2.5 seconds,
Yeah.
you said.
Yeah, but
So we're trying to
how
figure out hold on. We're trying to figure out how much we have moved. How much has Earth moved in those 2 seconds? So if say 1,000,000 miles an hour, how much have we moved in those 2 seconds at 1,000,000 miles an hour?
I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, this is what I mean. You gotta do the math for this if you want to get,
Why don't you do it, bro? Like, these are your questions.
No, I'm just saying this is gonna find out where the Earth would be by the time the
Yeah,
light
but
ray got back 2
yeah,
seconds later.
at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how far the Earth moved, how far the moon moved in those 2 seconds. Light moves at 671 million miles an hour, Jeremy. That's nothing compared to how fast even just the galaxies
Okay,
moving.
we're gonna do the math and see if
You know,
if it matters or
but
not. We gotta do the math, bro.
it's not comparable. And if Earth, like, how fast does Earth move through
So
the
you
sky?
don't want to do the math for this. That's what you're saying. We don't need to do the math. You guys are all about math. Math is reality. Now you don't want to do the math.
I mean, if the moon
How much did
moved,
the Earth move in those 2 seconds?
I don't know, bro.
I know you don't know because you didn't do the math yet. You're never gonna know
Yeah,
until you do something.
why don't you do it, Jeremy? I've been doing the math here for us, bro. Like it's your turn. I'm just saying that all of this is irrelevant. Even if the Earth
You don't know
moved,
that.
No, but it's true, bro. Because I mean, the moon moves 0.5 degrees through the sky in 1 hour. That's and you want to know, how much it moved in 2 seconds? Like, come on, Jeremy.
16,666 miles an hour. So what would that be a second divided by 6? All right, we'd be 3,000 miles. Sorry, 2,777 miles out of the way by the time the laser beam. That's only for 2 seconds. It was actually, oh no, that's 1 second right there. Okay. So we would be over 5,000 miles dislocated from when we shot the laser beam. That's lowballing everything because I factored Earth is only moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So
Okay.
we'd be over 5,000. It's actually about 6,000 miles. We shoot the laser beam, and then by the time it comes back, we're 6,000 miles in a different location. But we're still going to get that beam, you're saying, because the contra spread?
Contra spread, bro. And how fast
6,000 miles?
Oh, and how fast the beam is moving. Yeah, bro.
How big is the spread on this 6,000 mile spread?
And remember now, this beam, within this beam, there's like 6 billion photons, right? So this is
Yeah, what's the spread on the beam,
wild
bro?
spread.
6,000 mile contra gun spread?
No. Maybe like max. I don't know.
You have no idea.
Maybe
And
20,
the point
30
is,
miles.
yeah, but it doesn't matter if I could give you 1,000 miles. We're not going to catch anything left back coming back from that spread because we're now 6,000 miles from where we were when we shot it.
You will though. I mean,
Mister, it don't matter.
It's like 6
Even though I
billion
didn't do the math and don't know if it matters or not.
It's 6 billion little contra balls going out.
Yeah, and that have a
You
spread
just
of
need
30
one
miles.
to
You
come
said,
back. Like if one comes back, we good. All we need
bro,
is
we're not
one.
going to get none of them back because we're 6,000
we
miles
will.
away from when we first shot it, and the spread's not big enough to cover that distance.
Yeah, but with the retro reflector, it comes straight back to the source, Jeremy.
Yeah, straight back to where the source, where we are now fucking dislocated from by 6,000 miles.
No, straight back to the thing that shot it. It'll come straight back to us, Jeremy.
Yes, and by the time it comes back to the place that it got shot from, we will be 6,000 miles in a different area, away from that area. Yo, this debunks this debunks the fact that we're moving at those. Yo, hold on, bro. This absolutely debunks the fact that we're moving at those speeds. Now you could use a geocentric Earth. This works for geocentric Earth. It's not an issue if Earth's not moving 1,000,000 miles an hour. You got
the
debunked.
dumbest argument I ever heard, bro.
What do you mean, bro? You
Really?
just got debunked alive in front of YouTube and everyone.
How?
In front of God, YouTube.
Just because the Earth has moved, all of a sudden the target can't come back to where it was like shot from, or what? Come on, man.
Dude, we shoot the laser beam.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking thing's gonna bounce back to where the laser beam was, right?
No, it's gonna bounce back to the laser beam.
It's gonna bounce back to the laser beam?
Yeah, with a retro reflector.
What's it, a fucking boomerang? You got boomerang light?
Basically, yeah. It boomerangs the light. Have you seen what a retro reflector looks like inside? The way once the light hits it, it bounces around, and then comes back.
And then shoots it out in a 30. Okay, so it shoots it out. It knows which direction we're gonna. How big's the spread when it comes out?
It's not as wide as when it went in.
Okay, and it just happens to know which direction we've moved in to make it come back and hit us.
It's actually wide. Yeah, that's how retro reflectors work, bro.
It knows our movements, where we're gonna go, where we're gonna be, because of the 1.3 million mile per hour movement in the galaxy. It knows where we're gonna be, and then it shoots it back to that area. Come on, bro.
It's not that it knows where we're gonna be. It's designed to do that, bro.
First of all, you ain't even gonna hit the moon in the first place. Even if Okay, when we shoot it at the moon, what's the spread when it hits the moon?
When it hits the moon,
Yeah.
I said maybe 30 miles.
Okay, let's say it's 100. The moon's going to be have moved 1 million miles an hour, 1.5 million miles an hour from when we
Light
even
moves
shot it. So you'd have
faster.
to lead it.
Light moves faster than the moon moves, bro. Like nothing can compare to light. There's no need to lead when your bullet is a beam of light, bro. Do you understand that, Jeremy?
If it depends on how far you're shooting it. If you're
It's a
shooting
beam of
it,
light. It doesn't matter how far you were shooting it. For us,
it
it's
depends on
basically
how far you're shooting it and how fast the target is moving. Yes, it absolutely does depend on
beam
that.
of light. Unless you like shooting at the sun. You know, the moon, it's too close to really care, bro.
Dude, it's not too close to care. We just did the math. The moon's going to be thousands of miles out of where we even shot
Yeah,
at.
but
If you
light
shoot at the moon,
fast for any of that to matter.
crosshairs, if you're trying to hit the moon with a laser beam and you got crosshairs and you're like, all right, we're right on the center of the moon, and then you shoot, you're not hitting the moon because we're moving at the moon's moving at 1.5 million miles an hour.
You're gonna hit the moon, bro.
You're not going to hit the moon. I just did the math. You're not going to hit the moon, even if you shot it at the edge.
Tells us where the moon's gonna be in 2 seconds. Doesn't tell us that we're not gonna hit the moon.
It tells you that in a second, 1.5 seconds or whatever, 1.25 seconds, the moon's going to be over 3,000 miles away from where we pulled the trigger for the laser.
All right, then let me just aim 3,000 miles into the future, and it's a dead hit. Cool.
Is that what they do?
No, that's not what they do.
No,
But if
that's not what they do.
if that's what you want us to do, we can do that.
And also, it would be different all the time because maybe sometimes we're moving in the direction of that 1.3 million miles, and sometimes we're not, and sometimes it's lateral, sometimes it's front to back, whatever. Like you don't never even know which way that speed's going. You'd have to lead it crazy. Sometimes you wouldn't have to lead it. Sometimes you would have to lead it crazy. Like, dude, your whole thing's ridiculous, bro. Come on, use your head, Nate. We're not moving at 1 million miles an hour, bro.
We are, bro. You can feel it.
See, why? Stop trying to trigger my people.
Yeah, your people get triggered easily, though.
Well, when you say goofy stuff like that, it's no wonder.
Yeah, but Jeremy, like all of these speeds and distances are amazing, but we're not shooting with lead bullets, It's light,
Yeah, you're
bro.
shooting with a laser beam, photons that
it's
are going to be
light.
at a certain place at a certain time. The moon's going to be at a certain place at a certain time.
Yeah.
And if you shoot the laser beam at the moon, they're not going to be in the same place at the same time because the moon's going to have moved out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay, this is just basic. This is like basic stuff, bro. This is basic physics. Do you know about basic physics?
Do you?
I mean, I know that the light has a speed, the moon has a speed. I know you have to lead the moon if you want to hit it with anything. You're acting like we don't have to lead this shit because it's light and it moves so fast. Ooh, it's going so fast.
But it's true.
What's up? So I mean, there's your radar bounce debunked. Your laser bounce, whatever the fuck, debunked, bro. Straight up. That's how we do it here. You like that argument? You're always asking for new arguments and shit. There you go, Nate.
Yeah, but that's not a debunking.
Did you like it? Was it good for you? You want to smoke?
That was interesting. That was a good conversation. That's the first time I've seen a flat earther do some math. That was.
Oh, I do that. This is what I fucking do.
I gotta give it to you.
This is the first time. I know, because it's your first day in flat Earth every day. That's why that's the first time. I know,
bro.
Nate.
You've never done math before.
I do that shit every day, bro. And what just happened with you just now? I do that shit multiple times a day.
Oh, this is like the first time in your life.
Some Nelly down south shit every day.
As I said, that was pretty impressive. seeing you do some math.
Or
I'll
I thought the impressive
definitely
part was
give
I
you.
debunked the. I thought the
You didn't
impressive
debunk
part was I
nothing.
debunked the laser bounce off the moon.
How did you debunk it?
Because the moon's not going to be where you shot it at by the time the fucking thing gets there. Because we're moving at over 1,000,000 miles an hour. That's how. Debunked, bro.
Yeah, bro.
You guys be focusing on the wrong parts. Your favorite part was I did some easy math on a calculator and
It's like the weakest debunk I ever heard.
bro, if you shoot a laser at the moon, you are not going to hit the moon. You understand that now, right?
You're gonna hit the moon, bro.
You're not going to hit the moon because the moon has a speed and the light has a speed. And by the time all that math works out, the moon's going to be displaced to where the laser beam and the moon, they ain't going to be in the same spot at the same time because it's going to miss because of the speeds. You got debunked, bro. It's all good. We all take a L sometimes. Just, you live to fight another day. It's all good.
This guy.
That's how we serve it up here.
Yeah. Nah, bro. It works. It's been done. I've seen it being done. Like I don't know what you on about.
We're serving up shells and our silver only takes one to kill you.
Bro, this ain't you playing with your super soakers in the backyard, like playing tag with snowballs or something. It's light, bro.
Yeah, it's light. It has a speed. The moon
It does.
also has a speed. The moon
Yeah,
also
but
has a speed.
light speed is faster. Way
Yeah,
faster.
I just ran through the math of how if you shoot with your super so fast light beam, that the moon's not going to be there by the time there's so fast light. It's so fast. We know, but it's not going to be there. It's not that fast where it's going to be there before the moon's not there anymore.
So you're saying it's gonna miss the moon? No, Jeremy.
Yes, Nate. We just did the math. It's going to miss the moon, even though you think light is so fast. So fast. You think railguns don't have to lead targets that are moving fast?
Railguns
It doesn't matter how fast your projectile is. You have to lead the target if you want to hit it.
The speed of light, bro.
I know, but the point is, it doesn't matter how fast
And
you're.
you ain't shooting 6 billion railguns with a 30-mile spread. Like, come on.
I know, but it doesn't matter how fast your fucking bullet is. If you're trying to hit a moving target that's also moving fast, you have to lead it.
Right? Maybe they lead it, Jeremy. If they do lead it, then what?
If they do lead it, there might be times where they never hit it because the moon. See, this is the dilemma now. If they are leading it, there might be times where they don't even hit it.
Why?
That 1.3 million mile an hour movement that's making you miss. You could be moving. Sometimes it could be moving laterally with it.
Uh-huh. But if you can see the moon in the sky, I mean, you're not gonna do it when you can't see the moon. The moon's visible in the sky. You lead it and shoot at it. That 1.3 million isn't anything compared to 671 million. Like,
Yes, it is. When you do the math, it comes to find out it's over 3,000 miles displaced from where it was when you pulled the trigger on your laser gun.
yeah, but let's say we are leading it now.
Okay, well, let's find out if they lead it or not. Let's just find out if they lead it by 3,000 miles.
Yeah, you find out, bro.
Well, I mean, it's your claim they would have to. We now know that they would have to lead it by 3,000 miles to hit the moon, right? Huh?
Yeah.
Even with your so fast photons, because your photons are so fast, you still have to lead it, right?
Okay.
I mean, is that correct or what? Because the light's not moving with Earth. The light's not moving with all the stuff, right? It's moving independent.
Hey, there's another factor, Jeremy, you hadn't thought about.
What's up?
The light has to travel back and hit the sensor on the other end. So are they going to do a bank shot with pull cues? You know, you have to hit the ball a certain angle for it to hit the pocket. So you have to lead the target, hit it at a certain angle, so the photon will come back and hit your detector too.
Yeah, basically that is what happens. That's how the retro reflector works. That's the nice analogy. It's like the pocket on a pool table. Yeah. I mean, look at what I tagged. Look at what I tagged you with, Jeremy. That's exactly it.
Or are they leading the moon when they shoot at the moon or not? You don't even know.
I don't think they are.
If they're not leading the moon, they're not going to hit the moon, right? Because we just went through that. Because the moon's going to be 3,000 miles displaced from when you pulled the trigger.
I don't know about that, Jeremy. I don't
We
think
just-
so.
I just did the math.
Yeah, I think your math was bunk, bro.
Okay,
Well,
the moon's
It was off.
I think you guys misunderstood what I'm saying. You have to hit it in the pocket on the moon by leading the shot, but that return photon has to hit the detector back at the Earth.
Yeah.
So you have to lead the shot to hit it, and you have to lead the shot where it's not there on the return trip. So you got two pockets you got to hit, and hopefully you get it.
Tell them about the spread gun from Contra.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but you gotta remember now. This pocket has more than 2 corners in it. You know, it's like cut by 8, so it's gonna bounce off of 8 corners and then come back. Just look in text chat at what I tagged Jeremy with. You'll see what I mean.
Bro, are they leading the moon by 3,000 miles?
I don't know, Jeremy. I don't know. Have you found anything?
If they're not going to hit the moon.
You don't know that, Jeremy. Your math
I
was
did
off.
the math.
It was a bit off, bro.
No, I just did the math, bro. If they don't lead the moon by like 3,000 miles, it's probably more. I lowballed it.
Did you really?
I lowballed the shit out of it. I did it for 1 million miles an hour when it's really 1.5.
Fastest figures, though.
What's up?
I gave you the fastest figures, though.
The fastest figures? Dude, you fucking Googled how fast is the fucking moon moving. Keep laughing, bro. Your whole paradigm's falling apart. Keep laughing, though.
The moon's moving at 2,000 miles an hour around the ball.
The moon is moving at a total accumulation of 1.5 million miles per hour.
Oh, I get you. I just mean for the purposes of determining what objects in the sky at their varying degrees of speed would exhibit redshift. And I've previously made the case that given that 2,000 number, that should be enough to display redshift, but we'd never perceive it. What do you think about that? If the moon were moving at 2,000 miles an hour, it would redshift.
It's got to be moving pretty fast because, you could do a sublunar point somewhere, and then another person could do another sublunar point, and you could see like how you get a rough estimate of how fast it's going. Like that is the only speed that even seems realistic. This whole 1.5 million mile an hour thing does not seem realistic because they would have to leave their target by like 3,000 plus miles if they even want to hit the shit. You ready for some peanut butter jelly time, kiddo?
Peanut butter jelly.
Get excited. Nate, your whole paradigm's crumbling right in front of your eyes day by day. I
Oh, what?
realize why you want to be a groundhog extra too, because it's gotta hurt, bro. I'm sorry. I could hook you. I could set you up with Spurs, and we could give you some chemotherapy if you need it. You need some chemotherapy, bro? I'll hit Spurs up.
I'm good, bro. I'm good.
I'm DMing him right now, bro.
Tell him I say what's up.
Shout out to Chemo if you're listening.
Yeah.
That's my dude right there.
You abandoned him though. Like that
I
was a
didn't
bit.
abandon. No,
That's a
I
bit
don't
fucked
know.
up.
It's a weird way to look at it. I didn't abandon Chemo.
I mean, that's how everyone sees it.
I know. I didn't want to have to leave him there with those animals, but I mean, he could have came. He knows where I'm at. He knows where we get it popping at now. I don't know. It's Jem's boy though, so I don't know.
Yeah, but he was. I mean, what Keem was doing is pretty impressive. To be in a server full of Globers, and hold your own day, like you couldn't cut it anymore. And
Uh, you antagonistic bastard. All right, that's what you got going on.
I don't even know what you're
Uh,
saying. Just talking facts, bro. Keep it a bug.
yeah, no, I do miss Chemo, dude. I'll tell you. I wish he would come in here and kick it with us a little bit, but no, what he did in Gems is definitely impressive, bro. No doubt. Because that takes fucking iron will to be able to do that. He been getting it popping on TikTok.
He was
He
on
be doing
TikTok.
Yeah, he be on camera and shit all the time on TikTok. Yeah,
Post his TikTok.
it ain't his TikTok. He goes on this chick's TikTok who's always hosting flat Earth debates. I don't even know what the TikTok is. Yo, where the fuck is everyone at today? That's my question.
It's Saturday, bro. People got lives.
It's
They
shit
out
show
there.
shatter. It's fucking shit show Saturday.
St. Patrick's Day. Everybody's gonna hang out.
Wasn't that like
Dude,
yesterday or the day before?
These people ain't partying like that, bro. These are all computer nerds. All right, they were probably watching cartoon porn last night or something.
No, dude. J Ace was throwing him back. He's like, this is
Who's he
13-year-old
throwing back?
stuff.
Shots of cold red Mountain Dew.
Bro, people got lives, man. Come on. I mean, that apocryphon dude always here drunk. I mean, people get lit. People turn up, Jared. Ranch, people get turned up.
Now, how the fuck you gonna tell me? Well, to be fair, it doesn't really matter if Branch is stoned or sober or not. You kind of get one quality.
Well, we've been chiseling away at this globe thing for fucking years now. Like, there's not a lot left.
Yeah, we're down to the core of the matter here.
The peanut butter core.
Yo, what happened, everyone?
What's up?
Oh.
You said peanut butter, like Al Roker triggered him. Didn't know what the fuck was going on for a second.
Go show. We just did the math. Listen to me. First of all, before we even get into that, are you there? Kosho, are you there? Nate needs your help desperately. He's getting bodied over here. It's okay, Nate. Your backup's here. Your reinforcements.
Bro, you ain't win nothing.
Kosho, are you here? Nate needs you. What do you mean? You think they're leading the moon? Hold on. Kosho. He's probably listening on YouTube and he did some goofy shit and now he's going to try to fucking save the day.
What are you talking about, dude?
All right, here we go. When they do this radar bounce off the moon, do they shoot at the moon?
They close their eyes and they hope for the best.
I'm saying, do they like have a little crosshair of where the laser's going to hit and they line up the moon and then they pull the trigger and shoot?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how they do it, but I do know that they direct it at the moon.
So
you're asking how they do it. I know there's different places that do it, so I mean, you have to be more specific.
I'm asking, do they get line of sight on the moon, shoot at the moon? That's all. Is that how they do it? They shoot at the moon.
Yeah, fairly certain. I mean, I don't know what the trick is here, but yeah.
We got to find out if they shoot at the moon or if they lead the moon.
And you're trying to see if they lead the moon or shoot at the moon. I already told you, dude. It wouldn't matter. I said to you yesterday. Yeah,
it does matter though because
It's what I told him. It's what I told him, but I don't know. Jeremy don't listen.
Tell us. Well, hold on. Let's hear why Kosho doesn't
Let's
think
do
it'll
the
matter.
numbers, dude. Let's do the numbers, dude. Because if it moves, let's give it like a maximum of 2 seconds, which is already too long. Or is it? Who knows? How long? Wait, hold on.
2.5 seconds to get back. 1.25 seconds to get there.
Yeah, but how fast does light move in a second in miles per hour?
What? It's 1.25 seconds for the light.
687 miles.
Oh, 687 miles. Well, then, damn,
No,
dude. So, yeah, it's going to get there.
sorry, 687 million miles.
Yeah, right. Oh, shit.
Million.
A
Yeah,
second? No, that's an
687.
hour. That's an hour. That's an hour. It's 183 in a second, I think.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, yeah. So, it'll get there in less than 2 seconds. And in less than 2 seconds, it would have traveled less than a mile. So, what are you going to do about it? Maybe less than 2 miles.
What?
So,
Sorry,
unless
what traveled less than 2 miles?
the moon and its orbit.
Incorrect. Well, hold on. The moon. We're talking about where the moon has moved. We're talking about where the moon is when you
Your math was bunk, bro.
We're talking about where the moon is when you pull the trigger,
Mhm.
and then how far the moon has moved after you pull the trigger.
Yeah,
Okay, that number is over 3,000 miles.
it's not.
It absolutely is, because the moon's moving at 1.5 million miles an hour.
It's not.
It's not. Well, I would agree with you that it's not. So we can just
Okay. Well, let's go from there.
heliocentric model, and then there's the heliocentric model is fucking destroyed if Earth's not moving at 1 million miles an hour.
Well, the moon, which is the thing we're talking about, is moving
the moon
to the Earth in reference to the Earth. So the speed we're going to be using is going to be a speed that references the Earth. Otherwise,
no, because the laser beam moves independent. Yeah, but the laser beam moves independent of the bodies.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make sense. So the laser beam moves. So if you already agreed to this with the merry-go-round thing that I also ran through Nate with, and he agreed on 5 minutes ago
I
about
did not
how when
agree
you
with
shoot
you.
the laser,
Yeah.
when
I told
shoot
you
the
in
laser
this.
beam,
Go ahead.
the laser beam, by the time it bounces back, it's going to hit a different spot on the merry-go-round because you've now moved underneath it.
Yes, I've said this, and then I've described to you where that different spot is, and it turns out that different spot is about less than 2 miles away from the spot that
Yes, because you're
that
not counting all
would
the
hit if it was
speeds.
stationary.
Counting all the speeds, it's moving at 1 million miles an hour through space, independent of the laser beam.
That would be retarded, dude. That would be retarded to do.
That would be retarded. I know that would be retarded if we had the moon moving at over 1 million miles an hour. I know.
Dude, you're suggesting. Go ahead, man.
Nate also was questioning, like, is it really moving at 1 million miles an hour? Nate wasn't even.
No.
Nate sounded like
dude,
iffy on it.
Yeah, well, he smokes weed every morning like you do. What are you gonna do about it?
Get the fuck out of here, bro. I told you it's not moving a million miles an hour.
I agree. The moon's not moving over 1 million miles an hour.
Yeah, like
Good.
Jeremy just brought up that number and ran with it for the longest.
He did that to me too. I'm gonna take Nate's word for it because first of all, Jeremy, if you think that in our model that's a problem, you should also conclude that in our model, every time we make a phone call, it doesn't actually work since we're moving 1 million miles per hour and the signal fucking is already 1 million miles fucking away from us. Like it doesn't make any sense, dude. It's obviously relative, and
we're obviously not moving. We're obviously not moving is what's going on here. Not obviously that wouldn't make sense. The thing I'm saying absolutely does make sense. The laser beam moves independent of these moving bodies. The thing you're saying about the Earth moving and the moon moving at these crazy speeds, that's the part that doesn't make sense.
Do you understand why time dilation was even postulated? Because if they did a thought experiment, someone's moving on a train, linear velocity, and someone's not moving, and they're watching the same person. The person on the train has a different experience of time than the person on the ground because the fact that they're moving linearly and their speed is not doing like the light moves up and down in their frame, just like you would expect it would. So in that same idea, the moon that's going around the Earth, it's only relevant to describe its movement in reference to the Earth, which it only moves less than 2 miles in 2 seconds. It moves like
it's not linear.
1.3 miles in 2 seconds.
None of your movements are linear. They're all geodesics, remember?
Yeah, but this is a 2-second path, so we can use these.
So fast. We're not back to Nate's argument. It's so fast.
Yeah, we can make it complicated and describe the accelerations and the effects that will have on the light. But when we're all done doing that, it's going to be a number that is less than anything we're talking about. So we can use in this 2-second interval the moon's velocity as a constant velocity, because it's still going to have an effect. It's still going to be moved from where it was, but we're not going to have to worry about this stupid
When we shoot
complicated
the
stuff.
laser beam, when we shoot the laser beam with the speed of the galaxy's moving at 1 million miles an hour.
I mean, I guess, yeah, towards the Andromeda Galaxy, sure.
What you mean, you guess? Does the laser beam move with the speed of the galaxy?
Well, no, if you're talking about from who's watching the laser beam, like whose reference frame are we in?
There's a guy on the moon and there's a guy on Earth.
Okay.
We're trying to hit the guy on the moon with a laser beam on Earth.
Okay, easy.
It's easy if you lead the target because we're moving the moon's moving at 1.5 million miles an hour.
Yeah, but if that logic was consistent with our model, like if that was somehow made sense in our model, then we would also expect every signal we ever send to fall. Like you send pulse signals, and they don't end up going where you think they're going to go. They go fucking way behind where the Earth is just left.
They go where they go because the Earth is not moving.
Okay.
That's why your shit works, because the Earth's not moving, bro.
Or because it doesn't work the way that you're conjuring.
It works because Earth's not moving.
It's one or the other, dude.
It's not moving, bro. Face it. I know it's going to be a hard pill to swallow, but
I was excited because I thought you had Nate trapped and some death trap.
I did have him trapped. He's done. Done.
No.
Nah.
Exact same.
See,
no
he's got to go into fucking Will Smith mode now.
No, like the exact same discussion you having with Jeremy is the one we had. It's like on repeat.
I'm saying, Cash Money Millionaire.
I thought you were doing getting jiggy with it.
Here we are with the moon.
You know, stick to your was it short? What do you call that?
Don't try to ad hom your way out of this. You guys got
ad hom my way, man. What's it called? Short age Earth, young Earth creationist. Yes,
dude, you stick to your short shorts that you wear, and we'll call it a day.
Really, man, you had a good young Earth creationist argument, dude. Just stick to that, man.
There's probably fucking running wild with it right now. Probably all over all the forums and shit. I don't know how no one's thought of that. Somebody's got to have thought of that before. Come on.
I don't think I've even seen
I've said that for years. How is that the first time you've heard that? I've been saying that for years now.
You've never said it before, dude.
For years, bro. Years.
You're so
shit in Gems 3 years ago in Gems.
If I would have heard you say that dumb shit before, dude, I don't know. You've never said that before.
That's not fucking dumb, bro.
It is, man.
If we make an enclosure, if I fucking cut trees down, put them in a warehouse for fucking 3 million years.
These are the dumbest arguments I've ever heard, man. Yeah.
Okay, just hear it out. Trees now. I cut up a whole bunch of trees down, put them in a warehouse for fucking 3 million years. Okay? Later on, 3 million years later, I take the wood, I make a fucking enclosure out of it. We put some kind of life species in it. They evolved to be able to start radiometric carbon dating shit and date things. They fucking take a sample of the wood thing they're in, and they go, oh, our thing was created 3 million years ago. Here's the fucking dating.
Well, I'll tell you what, then, dude.
When really their thing was created maybe 1,000 years ago, but the wood was just old wood we had sitting in this fucking shed for fucking 3 million years.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Whatever wood God was using, and whatever rocks He was using, we can say that was created 4 billion years ago. So there you go.
Yo, when you guys get Chinese food, does your girl use chopsticks?
No.
She doesn't know how to use them?
I guess she just doesn't like to use them. She doesn't know a lot of stuff, to be honest with you.
She's used to having that wood in her mouth.
Kosho, do you endorse Joe Biden?
What do you do?
I've been bodying
Are
Kosho all day. I like that. Did you hear the Elmo thing earlier, Nate?
Yeah, that was bad, but this one was funny.
Wait, the Elmo thing wasn't about my girl.
I said, "What is your
Yeah.
girl?"
I thought that was a general joke.
No, that was about your girl,
I
bro.
said, "What is your girl?" And a Tickle Me Elmo hat before it leaves the factory have in common.
Yeah.
God damn it, dude.
What's up, Godric? Were you trying to get in there?
What's up, Jeremy? You didn't finish the joke. What does girl and Tickle Me Elmo have in common? What does that mean?
What Kosho's girl and a Tickle Me Elmo that's right about to leave the factory have in common is they both get 2 testicles.
Right.
Shit's
Very
fire,
good.
bro.
Ah.
Hell yeah.
And I
That
want to know if
one's not
Kosho
that
endorses.
funny.
I want to know if Kosho endorses Joe Biden.
Hey, Kosho. Why does your sound? Why does the voice of your dude? Why does what is wrong with my brain today? Why does the oh man? Why do you sound so different? Like it's third time you're like your mic sound changed kinda.
Because you finally got laid.
What?
Kosho
Huh?
finally got laid, so he sounds better today.
Oh, got it.
Find out. You weren't supposed to find out about that.
What happened?
No,
I
you
guess I left
literally
my.
sound. It's a third version of your voice for me now. Do you use some kind of equalizer or what is it? It's called a bed microphone. Maybe he has a new microphone, who knows? Or maybe we have never heard his original voice and it was always just tempered with.
Yeah.
SE.
Just think you're hearing it now.
Hey, can I ask a question? Let me ask Kosho a question. Kosho, is there any assumptions you have to make in dating the universe that you can't prove?
That's a good question.
Is there any assumptions when dating the Earth or anything of the ancient past that you cannot prove?
Yes. Oh, there's an
Oh, not you,
assumption in
Jeremy. Not you, Jeremy.
All right.
So, are there any, Jeremy? Or not Jeremy, Kosho?
Universe anymore. We see other people.
Well, one assumption, you have to assume that the speed of light has not changed. You have to assume that it's never changed. You have to assume the carbon rate has never changed. There's a lot of things you have to assume that you cannot prove. So your assumption of the age of the Earth is based on a bunch of assumptions.
Also, would a cataclysm not mess up carbon dating?
Maybe tell them how we can't prove things and then say you're about to prove something to us.
I don't know if I would use that term assumption.
Also, we had like a cataclysm. Wouldn't it mix old shit with new shit? Wouldn't that mess up
And
carbon dating?
Kosho, your mic's fucked up, bro. I don't know what you got going on, but we can't hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Wouldn't a cataclysm mess up carbon dating and put old shit with new shit? If it did happen. Deluge or earthquakes and shit like that.
I don't think so. If you said carbon dating, maybe carbon dating, but I don't think that would have an effect with some of the other methods of dating. But the carbon things depends which one. There's a bunch of different carbon ones too. So one of the carbon ones assumes that amount of oxygen in the atmosphere or something.
I only now realized you're talking about dating methods, not dating girls.
But see, in your own example, Jeremy, you talked about an enclosure made of old trees, and they're using that, thinking that that was new and not old. It has to do with the items that you're checking, you're tested.
That was given the assumption that the dating methods were correct. Given the assumption that the dating methods are giving you correct dates, even in that scenario where that is happening, the method I described, you could end up with a severely wrong date on when your shit was actually created.
And then you just have a friend call you up and you break the date off.
Bacon got excited. He opened Tinder up. Kosho got excited too and opened Grinder up.
Yeah, he's like, do they have gay dating? Not just old dating? That's good. But if you're into like really old dating, carbon dating, that's for you.
Hey, Kosho, would you cry if I put on your boy Michio saying that you might have to rewrite your cosmology? Would that hurt you?
I think his mic might be messed up, but they're definitely going to have to rate their cosmology because they're definitely going to have to rewrite their cosmology because this laser beam to the moon thing and the speeds that they claim the moon's moving at is not coherent at all.
Yeah, that doesn't check out. Yeah, but that's kind of old news, right? But this is like major shit.
It's got all these like different layers to punch through, different densities. You know what I mean? Every time it goes through one of those, it's going to weaken the signal. Then it's got to pass through like a bunch of RF radiation stuff at the heliopause. I mean, gosh darn it, that's a tough laser that they build.
Think of it like duck hunting, right? You're leading the duck. You hit it, the pellets hit, and they ricochet back to you.
And they just have
that's a
the
tall order right
retroreflectors
there.
on the moon. There's retroreflectors on the moon, and they bounce the signal back. But one thing we know about the moon is that there's no fine particulate matter to like fucking get in the way of the lens with the retroreflector to like dustify that shit up. Definitely, that doesn't happen ever. Never.
Yeah. It's there's no way they can try to wiggle their way out of it with speed of light and that stuff, but I mean,
He's just going to claim that there's a vacuum in space that it's going through when, like, aren't we supposed to believe that there's actually a partial atmosphere between the Earth and the Moon anyway? So, like, does it really get to the speed of light or vacuum? I don't know. Does it matter? You know, he's just gonna make his claim anyway. I don't mean to straw man, gentlemen.
you have to remember you're talking to people that think we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour now. At 10, 11 different vectors, so you got to keep that in mind.
Hey, that is a good another assumption about the starlight issue. I'm glad you brought that up. They have to assume that the medium is consistent to every star, right? So if it's inconsistent, which would slow down the speed of light in different mediums, another assumption they cannot prove.
Yeah. When they say they do their night observations of the stars and they get these perfect circles almost, how could that happen? That's another lunacy, because if we're traveling at 11 different vectors, how do you get like concentric circles there almost? How does that happen? I mean, there's so much, But this new one, I mean, just dug the hole and it's about to get buried. I'm waiting for the excuses. The baby galaxy paradox, I've called it, where they found massive, massive galaxies, 10 times the size of our own Milky Way galaxy, believe it or not, and 13 billion years too young. I think, am I still here? I think I got knocked
So
off.
Did you just say
new
13?
galaxies, these
Did
new
you say
galaxies are
13
brand
billion
new.
years too young?
Yeah, 13 billion years too young. Yep, according to your
They're not
model.
13 billion years too young, dude.
Light years, 13 billion light years far further than they should be. In other words, they should be where we're at. And yeah, but they're not. They're like way past in time because it's another fantasy you guys believe in. It's back in time. So according to your own fantasy, they should have been a 5-month-old there, but you ended up seeing like a 13, almost 14-year-old child, where you should have seen a toddler crawling around. Kosho, I want to ask you before I put it, because I know this disturbs you. I have Michiakako agreeing with me. Would you like me to post it or too
No,
much
it's
to
gonna really
handle?
hurt my feelings and disturb me. Yeah, it's too much for me to handle, dude.
I know. Let me post it anyway, so you hear one of your own boys say it.
I mean, they be getting basic shit wrong. You got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying if you drop a bullet and shoot a bullet, they fall at the same time. Like, they don't even know what
Yeah, I
they're
know
doing with
that's
the basics.
idiotic. That's retarded. Yeah.
Yeah, he says a
It
lot of
is. If
stupid stuff.
first the globe, that is retarded. If first flat, that actually makes a lot of sense, and that would be accurate.
Dude, I've already said this to you, dude. He's not trying to make a distinction between flat and a globe. He's just telling you what the bullet's doing in that axis, right? And if I mean, you're right that he's wrong that there would be a difference because the fact that when traveling over the Earth, and one is just traveling straight to the Earth, and there'll be a slight difference in distance that it would be allowed to travel. So it'll make that travel time slightly longer, but discernibly, it's not going to be any bit longer at all. So there's not really any point in continue to point it out.
So your
People are going
boy,
to continue to say that, dude.
Here's something for you guys. I just dropped it into the live stream or into the text chat. Sorry, the text chat. And I think it used to be an atheist scientist saying how the atheist. I'm not saying I know you're not an atheist, Kosho, but the atheists are denying science. So I just thought you guys might enjoy that, which happens a lot. I think I see it on both sides. Everybody's denying science.
Deny science.
so did you watch the video, Kosho? It's only a short TikTok thing. Your boy Michiakako says we might have to rewrite cosmology.
Yeah, Essie, when you say that they got the galaxies 13 billion light years off, or 13 billion years off, they have it 13 billion years too soon. You understand that the assumption was on, I think, was it type was 3, type 3 stars or whatever. And so yeah, the one that they found, the galaxy that they observed, is a lot bigger than what they assumed before to find these quasars or whatever. That doesn't change the entire model. That just changes the formation hypotheses that they have for those for the 3 air stars.
Nah, it absolutely destroys the model. The early galaxy formation is only one of the things they found. They also found some gases and some stars that shouldn't be there. It was a list of 4 or 5 things. I forget all of them, but this one, the early galaxy formation, definitely on its own kills the model. There's no question about it. No, if you don't believe me, that's why I posted your boy Michiakaku.
Why is that supposed to help Michio Kaku if you post it? Like, I don't understand why that What does it show?
Well, it shows a world-renowned scientist saying that something's up, something's wrong.
Yeah, saying that we're gonna have to readjust that model because our idea of how galaxies formed at the beginning of the universe was obviously flawed in missing information. So we're gonna have to rewrite that. But how is that? How is that like this paradox or this like shattering, like what's it called? Big Bang shattering news. It sounds like it's just news that shatters the idea of how that era of galaxies were formed.
Well, yeah, it's like knowing the aging process of a human being, and somebody gets born, right? They're a half a year old. You turn around, you look again, and they're like 13 years old, something like that. But that's a crude
That's not how it
comparison.
works,
But
man.
picture you lose here. I'll give it to you in a different way. You lose a baby toddler in the woods, so you get a search team. You're looking for him. You go where you think he is, and you find that not only is he not there, he's way further back than you think he would have been, and but now he's a teenager.
Still doesn't fit. It's like if you have friends who got married after college, and it's like 20 years later, and you know that they have kids, and you made the assumption that they had kids later than they did, but they ended up having kids earlier than they did, like in their like almost right after they got married, and their kids are older than you assumed. But that was based off an assumption. So it turns out that their assumption about when they had kids was wrong, but not the whole model.
Oh yeah, the whole thing. Because if you're off by 13 years, right? Well, there's something wrong with the time you think they got married and all that. Now back to reality. Are you disagreeing with Michio Kaku, world-renowned
What's his
string
claim?
theorist?
What's Yeah, I
Watch
agree
the
with string
video, bro.
theory, but
It takes a
what's his claim?
it takes a minute of your life. Just hear him say it. He explains everything I told you. Everything I just told you, he explains it. Why they shouldn't be there, it's too early a formation, why they have to remake cosmology, their model, and stuff like that. They might have to rewrite it. It's definitely devastating for your model. And I'm still waiting for the excuse that they're going to give, which you guys are going to automatically accept, of course. But maybe you can come up with one for them. I bet you'll come up with a better one than they will. Kosho.
I'm trying to watch this video. Hold on.
All right. Yeah, nice one, Ali. The Big Bang never happened. Yeah, they're going to have to rewrite everything. Now they're saying multiple bangs. Wow, my Discord is acting up today.
No, that's not your Discord acting up. They really do believe this stuff.
They really do, huh? Yeah.
watch this video, but Crypto, you may want to clear something up with Jeremy because he was telling people in here earlier that he used to do it with crypto, and I figured that had to be. I don't know if he's just drunk or what's going on with him, but yeah, he said that.
Yes, in context, I said we were talking about cryptocurrency, and I said I used to arbitrage. We were talking about arbitrage trading, and I said I used to do it with crypto.
All right, fair enough. I suppose Kosho would be the expert on gay stuff, so
He automatically took it to Gayland. Yeah, got Grinder open on his phone right now as we speak.
yeah, arbitrage trading is a really good way to make money. But if you ever do it with a bookmaker, they will ban the shit out of you. So just beware.
So you watched the video, Kosho?
I'm gonna play it on the TV because it's Discord's acting weird for me. So hold on.
I think Discord's just been crapped.
I warn you, you might not be the same after you watch this, so watch at your own risk.
I watched a 2.5-hour thing about this last night.
This is definitely your cosmological killer right here. There's like violin playing, those bagpipers. What do they call them? Is it the Irish or the I think it's the Scottish.
Nah, same thing.
I don't know about that. Watch out, my buddy Ali is here.
He's gonna start. Next, you'll be suggesting that Wales isn't a country, man.
Wales is just a part of England with a funny accent. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they're just dragon lovers.
Yeah.
Is it sheep lovers? Something like that. Both, maybe.
Bit of both, I think. It's a bit like the America-Canada thing. I mean, it's basically the same country. I don't know why you guys pretend it's not.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. The Canadians think they're like a little bit snot-nosed towards the Americans, but yeah. It's basically the same.
They all belong to England, so get over it.
Exactly. That whole strip is just basically France at the top, England in the middle, and then Spain below. It's like Europe, but they swapped England and France.
That's excellent.
Them's fighting words. Here we go.
I'll tell you this much: we both got shitty leaders.
Oh
So
yeah, that's a fact, bro. Yeah.
I'll raise you shitty leaders, and you don't even know who your real leaders are. To both.
Oh yeah, that's a given.
All of us.
Yeah, but one of our leaders can't form a coherent sentence and falls downstairs, and the other one is a woman that, well, he's a man but thinks he's a woman. So I don't know who's worse.
Yeah, but my point was that none of those people are actually in charge.
Yeah. Well taken, granted. Yeah, of course.
And that would make sense given that they can't control themselves.
Well, look, Bernie, Weekend at Bernie's, right? We literally have a president that's literally Weekend at Bernie's. I mean, the only difference is that he's walking.
I've heard enough to know what you're talking about. That's funny.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, if that doesn't tell you what you need to know, I mean, I've never seen anything like it. He can't talk. He doesn't know where he's at. He's still the prez.
I think Weekend at Bernie's was more convincing than the act that this guy is pulling.
Yeah. It's sad, really, and it just shows Well, exactly what you said, that the people there are not actually in power, of course.
It makes Bush look like a genius, man.
Oh yeah, Einstein.
Bush is an articulate man in comparison.
Can I just check? Have I got background noise at the moment, or am I alright?
A little bit, but nothing too bad. It's only when you talk.
Okay, if it gets worse, just let me know. I'll mute.
All right.
So, Kosho, are you crushed? Are you ready to admit that your cosmology needs changing, or you think you can lawyer this one as well? He's still watching it on the big screen. He has to rewatch it. Damn it. He's right. He did say we have to change it. What do I do now?
Oh wait, that's a point. Crypto is actually a bit staticky or whatever.
Yeah, no worries.
SE, can you give me the TLDR of whatever you're referencing?
Sorry?
Summarize.
Or the about the galaxy thing we're talking about?
Yeah. I only kind of half heard what you said earlier, so I don't know what you're referencing.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Their model has a path, an evolution, right? The Big Bang, the expansion, the rapid expansion in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second, and then the continual growth. Galaxies moving away from each other and growing as they get older. So they had a look-see back in time with this telescope that they claim they have up there. And they look back and back in time because they claim that we can see back in time. And what they saw there was astonishing because they should have seen young galaxies at that stage of evolution. But they found 6 massive ones. Like, in other words, instead of finding a baby, they found a 13-year-old in comparison. So that's where we're at now. It's a big problem because they shouldn't be there where they're at. They're too big and too old.
Interesting. So I could have sold these people a lot of time. We're just telling them it was wrong from the get-go. Don't waste your time.
Exactly my point. Yeah, everything crumbles after that. Yeah.
That's why as annoying as it gets sometimes, but I think it can be done respectfully, and it does get hilarious. When you ask these how, why, where, what questions, all these basic, communication questions, and you go, okay, so upon which foundation, upon which assumption have you built this on? It all goes down to one fundamental assumption, and when that assumption is both absurd and not provable, then there's no reason to entertain anything else that comes after that, because it's all built upon a fallacy. That really is how simple life is.
Well, yeah, the silence says it all. You have Kosho, you have all the, top ballers here.
I just joined.
We have Bacon, Chirality.
I just joined. That's the first sentence I hear.
Okay, I didn't single you out or anything.
He wants a prize.
Thought you said bacon.
Well, you were one of the names.
He said bacon after you spoke, I think. But anyway.
So it's a problem. It's a problem for, would you not agree, Bacon? That it's a problem for your current cosmology?
All I heard so far is silence. I mean, I don't know. So I just joined the voice chat. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Or the discovery from the James Webb Telescope? of the early galaxy formation. You heard that?
I think so. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't have
So the
background
story
for
goes
what
that
that even means.
I wonder if this is just plausible deniability for rewriting a script.
I don't know, bro. It's a problem for them. It's a
Yeah,
big.
but usually
This
they
is the
create.
biggest problem.
Usually there's a reason for why they create problems for themselves. It's never just they're stupid. Although yes, we know they're stupid on a regular basis. That's not the agenda with which they open their mouth big and wide.
Who's stupid on a regular basis?
People who profess stupid ideas that aren't provable. Generally
Can you?
speaking.
Yeah, very so general. I have no idea what we're talking about.
Exactly. That's good. That's fine.
Yeah, sounds like that's the idea, right? You're not clear what we're talking about.
Ah, well, within context, we talk about people professing a model of creation that has no bearing on reality, on a basis of.
You're saying globers, right?
Obviously.
Okay, so we're saying globers are stupid in the daily basis. Can you elaborate on that?
No, those professing things.
Okay, so
about
not globers then.
Well, it's a difference from just believing it to professing it and holding
Okay,
it
so
up.
not globers in general. So again, I don't know what we're talking about.
Well, then.
Did you see the video I posted,
Then
Bacon?
don't engage.
Why not? I'm trying to understand who you're talking about.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter because I wasn't talking to you, was I?
I don't care. I can ask you questions even if the claim wasn't directed at me.
Okay. Well, you ask your question.
If they make you uncomfortable and you want me to stop, you can just say that.
No, it's just not relevant.
I agree.
Anyway, the point I'm making, SC, is it's worth considering what the rest of the agenda is, because a lot of the time they say something that's either untrue or expose something that maybe that contradicts what they were saying before. But to what end? Because it's never just black and white. They don't know how to operate in black and white. they operate in the pink and grey.
Good point. Good thinking. It could either be a slip up, or like you say, it's if they put it out on their own, it's for a reason. Yeah. I just can't think of why they would
form of
shoot
plausible
themselves.
deniability, some kind of, look at the hand, don't look at the hand. It just gets boring. That's why I don't particularly engage with it. I find it funny to mention it on occasion, like you're doing now, because it just points to the many holes in a position that people think is so solid. But other than that, it's like, well, whatever. And I don't need to pull anything they say to anything new they say to point out the flaws in the model that they're upholding. It's like
Yeah, but this is a biggie here. This is not just any old thing like laser pointing or radar, or this is a big thing here. This goes at the heart of their Big Bang model.
This also
kills it right at birth. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'd have to go and look at it like in detail. That's why I asked you for the summary earlier, because I don't have enough vested interest in it at the moment. But it's also worth noting that over history, they're always doing this kind of. You could frame it like moving the goalpost type thing, but they're always constantly editing. So it's the speed of light, but the speed of light when? Yesterday, last week, 10 years ago, 100 years ago. These kind of things, they're always changing their definitions, and they justify that as if they're always trying to be ever improving and stuff, like that's what science does. But that's not really what they're doing, because all they're doing is just continuing to fine-tune their deceptive model. Does that make sense? You following me?
Yeah, that's what they always do. Yeah, I call it the patchwork. They find the problem and they patch it over. But this is going to be one huge.
They are the worst kind of software developers in the world.
Yeah. It's become one big patch now. So, yeah, I'm waiting for the excuse actually for this one. I've been waiting for a while now. Because this is not a new discovery. This happened in 2022. But it went through peer review now, and it's they put it out there in the media, so it's more in your face. Ali B posted a good video as well that explains it. The Big Bang never happened. So what's up, guys? What's Bacon? You wanted to say something on it?
I don't know if he's here anymore. Yeah, he left. But we got
SC, there's a big meetup today with Mark Sargent here in LA. I'm going to go there in like an hour. It's going all day. I'll probably pop in here and try and bring it to you guys. Gio, are you around? Yeah, so
I don't know if Gio's here, but
hey, Jeremy, I'll probably pop in from there. You guys want to interview people or something? Maybe I can get that done.
Yeah, if you could corner Sergeant, that would be fun.
Yeah, he's going to be busy, but
just tell him
I
you've
gotta
got a
figure out
whole
if
audience ready to ask him difficult questions.
did you ever check Mark Sargent out to see if he was like legit or not?
I think there's stretches. I mean, I do see everything. I've been hassled a lot about it, and even if it were true that he had another name and he was another dude, like, and even if he was kind of gatekeeping and sitting on the fence really hard right now, like he doesn't suggest we get anything done. And I bitched at him for, in the movie, it looks like he represents the Flat Earth Society because he says he's a member. And when I talked to him a couple of years ago, you know, about getting rid of them or overrunning them or doing something, he's like, well, they don't do anything, you know, so what difference does it make? And I'm like, bullshit, man, they're going to get in a lot of people's way. A lot of people are going to join that thinking it's us. I did an interview last week, and the guy was shocked when I told him that had nothing to do with us, and there was no group, and we've never met any of them, and they don't do events. I mean, he was just shocked. You know, so between fucking Eric and fucking that other lunatic, the guitar player guy, you know, and Mark, and it's like all the I mean, there's so many characters. It's so fucked up, you know, and there's zero direction. Thank God Robbie's gone. Thank God nobody can blame Patricia anymore. She's gone, you know, and now Bob's gone. So, I mean, we can go forward if somebody wants to. But man, I don't see it happening. I don't see us getting anything done. Period.
What do you mean? With respect to what? I'm a bit lost with that.
To approaching the scientific community from the outside, from outside of consensus. In other words, how do we operate outside of consensus? And they're dealing with programming, television programming, space program. It takes them a long time, and they get it done through repeated programming. We don't have that option. I like comedy is the best thing I could do to get people's attention. Fuck, that sucks. But the best thing I can do.
I don't see it as a negative, but I understand the issue with it.
Yeah, so if Mark wears funny glasses, it diffuses the idiots.
I was talking about proper comedy, not that. Like something like the approach Owen Benjamin takes. That's an effective approach that people actually wake up and go, oh, let me engage. Especially considering the way he started it. He wasn't fully convinced, but he was ridiculing the moon landings and all of that. That's a natural progression that people who aren't, you know, how would I phrase this?
I find it sus
people who can think for themselves won't get triggered by the idiosyncrasies of a man like that, and will go, hey, this is actually something genuine and that I can get alongside and I can respect, and then I might, you know, investigate it myself, for instance. Do you follow me?
Yeah, it's just like me. I'm known to be wearing a lab coat. Half the people are going to say I'm a fucking asshole and it's stupid. and the other half are standing in line to ask me questions because they're programmed by the lab code.
There you go. As long as I think as long as you're not being immoral, using tactics is all right. You know, be genuine, be forthright. You can use using music as an effective means of. Well, the enemy has effectively used that to indoctrinate people. Why can you not? What would be so wrong to effectively use music, for instance, to educate people, to enlighten people of the reality?
Yeah, by far the best tool that we have, and a huge arsenal. We have a huge arsenal of flat Earth music.
Mm-hmm. And with respect to the scientific community thing, well, science has a particular. Well, the methodology is standalone. So if you apply the methodology, whether people accept it or not, that's irrelevant. You could use the other means to get the word out there, but if you do a concise, well done experiment with all the parameters there, and you let it be reviewed on its merit, and you have other people who don't necessarily have an interest who can review it on its merit, regardless of the fact that they may be triggered by what it suggests about reality, that's something that could be of value. And you write the paper, you promote the paper, you let it stand on its own ground, and you encourage people to scrutinize it and to replicate it. Now I know that costs money, but it's like
that part about encouraging people is where I dropped off.
How do you mean?
Because it's hard to get people motivated.
Oh, I understand that, but you could use it in terms of hey, here is everything I did, the methodology with which I did it. Be completely frank about it, because these are the results I get. I encourage you to go and participate in one of the other elements of the scientific method, which is to go and replicate this, right? Because if I did it and I got these results, you should also be able to do it and get these results. And it's because people actually took the time to do this, both maybe to prove something or to just to learn more about it themselves, right? Or maybe just to prove the guy wrong because it was an ego thing. But the fact that they actually engaged like that in the past is how we get to the stage where people actually learn more, have a better understanding, or can hold mistakes up to account. And one of the things I like referencing with this, or the reason I bring it up, is because that is exactly that kind of approach that Nikola Tesla took, which is why we can like appreciate a lot of the stuff that he achieved with the radiant electricity and all of that stuff, because it all stemmed from him trying to prove and trying to like understand and replicate one of Hertz's experiments. And when he did that and he didn't get any of the results, and he tried to figure out what went down, that was what opened up a whole line of inquiry to opening up a world of understanding that he hadn't had at that time. So I know that's long-winded, but like that's what the true proper scientific community is supposed to like. That's how they're supposed to operate. And so what if it's niche? You know what? Good things usually are.
So as far as Mark Sargent, I figure he's done more good than harm, no matter what. If you're really to be balancing it out, not be so conspiratarded, he's certainly done more good than harm. And he's put out a lot of effort, and early on he had a lot of guts to go on shows and stuff and be made, ridiculed. And he gave me, encouragement. And I think today he's still got a lot of guts to come out in public.
Hey, Dan, I apologize, buddy. Your mic sounds really low. Anybody else seeing that?
Yeah, it's a little low. I put him up to 130. I don't know if you can do anything about that, Dan, but
I can. Everywhere I go, everyone says I'm too loud, I'm too low, I'm too loud. It keeps switching back. And then I put on the headset, and then I gotta say I'm way too loud and too hot. So I really don't know.
I think for now it's okay though. You might just whoever it was, Sensei, you might just want to put him up individually for you. Because as long as nobody's interrupting you, we can hear you.
I can turn up. I'm down to 70% input, so I'll crank
okay.
that up to 80. Yeah, I turned it down because people were bitching. I was too hot.
Yeah, they can't handle it. But carry on with what you're saying.
Nothing. I got to get going. I just want to I figure if I pop in here during the day, instead of trying to record stuff, I'll get the recording if I can get them to show the screen on anything good, and then I'll get the recording out of it, so I don't have to fill up my phone with interviews or stuff.
Oh, there is another method that you might be able to set up in time. Do you have a Telegram account?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you set up like a private server or something on Telegram, you can record and store stupid amounts of data that doesn't need to be connected to your phone.
If I go live? Do I go live?
I don't know about that, but in terms of like if you're going to record a heavy video that you don't want to store for ages, you can just send that there and then delete the footage from your phone.
Yeah, it's the time sending it while I'm trying to do other things, and then on the phone's Discord really sucks up power. So it'll be interesting to see how much power I have and how much I feel like playing with everything. If you spend all day playing with the electronics, it's no fun.
Yeah, I don't want to cause problems, but I'm not sure. Like, you can. I know you can definitely record stuff, but wait, if Geo is free, because he has his Telegram server, right? Maybe there's a way to bypass, like to funnel you in, because he was talking about that before. But I don't know.
If we're here, we can already show it on the screen.
Yeah, but I don't know how you would connect a Telegram thing to a Discord call. That would be a whole difficult.
Yeah, anybody can share any screen. All right, so yeah, I'm just gonna try and pop in later on. I hope it's easy enough to everyone to hear. That's what you have to do, is like, can people hear the panel? Otherwise you got to run headphones, and if you do that, then I can't hear. Only the person listening can hear. And then when you do split headphones, then both of you can hear, but nobody around you can hear anything. So it's a big decision as to what to do with audio, just like everything.
You know, this is something that maybe somebody can, if they haven't already, this is something somebody can find a solution to. How to do this kind of stuff, but with mobile devices as opposed to with, stationary computing.
Yeah, in my case, it's just without a production crew. Like, next thing you know, I'm out there and somebody's calling, going, "Are you here yet?" And every phone call interrupts, and every text interrupts a broadcast. So without, using your primary communication as your broadcast tool is sort of, ridiculous.
Yeah, but can't you just turn all that stuff off? Can't you just silent everything?
Yeah, except people are usually looking for me. Like right now, I'm getting beeped, and he's like, "I'm on my way. Are you there?" All that kind of crap.
Yeah, you might just have to get yourself a standalone phone for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, mostly I just, I hate the static camera too. I hate the camera on a tripod. I really like the moving camera, so literally I just need someone else involved when I go to do this in the street in particular, because I do this shit in the street, and it's really the camera's either on me or the person, not both, because we'd have to step back to get the camera right, so trying to figure that out, how to make something consistent.
You could get one of those, like they have these, what do they call them, gimbal setup.
Oh yeah, that shit's great.
Yeah, and you just get an extender arm, and then you can keep it.
Yeah, it's just better in someone else's hands,
Yeah,
That's all. I can't do it. I can't run my own show like that.
You're gonna have to grow some extra arms then, huh?
Yeah, it's just it's hard to mobilize people. It really is. And in this case, the dude flew Mark Sargent into Los Angeles. He's been asking him for like 5 years to come hang out with us. Okay. So then when Mark advertised it, it's going to invite a bunch of people. So it's going to be a kind of a mob of people. and everyone wanting to hug each other and going, "Wow, I've never met a flat earther before. Wow, wow." And I liked that for the first year, but now I'm not excited by that anymore. Wow.
I don't think anybody should be excited about that. That sounds such a weird.
No, it's
energy.
exciting. It's exciting, but when you find out that, like Christians, they're not all the same, you know, and so flat earthers aren't all the same. So it doesn't mean you're automatically going to get along with them because they're flat. It just doesn't. It is not meant that way to me whatsoever.
So they're paying for him. They're paying for his flight, and they're paying for him to speak. I imagine, right?
There's no speak. There's no speak. He's just hanging out.
Oh, there's no speaking. Okay.
No, it's at someone's house.
Oh,
it's someone's house. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
An intimate get together.
Yeah, the guy lives on the beach right across from Catalina Island.
So maybe probing him with questions won't be the most appropriate given the venue.
It's appropriate. It's just that he's going to be lined up for 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours with people in line around him asking questions. So it's he's pretty good at it, but it's exhausting, you know.
No, I can
people
imagine.
Question after question after question, and the different tiers, you know, Flat Earth 101 people versus.
Yeah, that's probably harder than engaging in the difficult questions.
Yeah, it is.
How many times do I have to say the basics? Maybe that's why teachers are such annoying people.
Yeah,
because they've become effectively remedial. Anyway,
How bad could it be?
That's a separate
You
joke.
get...
Don't worry. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on, bro.
No, I'd just send one final comment. Go ahead, it's fine.
I was just gonna say, how hard could it be? Your plane gets paid, your food gets paid, your lodging gets paid, you get a handsome reward. So you just travel around and repeat your spiel. I mean, sounds like a good gig to me.
What took the guy 5 years to convince him? Hey, I'm curious though. What's aside from all the extraness that people get bogged down in and bored with? What things in terms of arguments does he stand by vehemently that are just stupid or a problem or contentious from a logical point of view? If that made sense, I could reiterate it.
No, I think you got to redo that. You mean what does Mark believe in?
Yeah, well, not necessarily beliefs, because beliefs is one thing, but like what kind of strong arguments does he make that have serious flaws in them? Is my question.
I don't know. I don't feel like speculating. I mean, he just goes, "Hey, they're all lights in the sky, man. That's all I know. Lights in the sky." And it's like, so he doesn't offer a lot of explanations, and
but at least that's on it.
He did just list the top 5 things somewhere. Can't remember where, but he did just do that.
Okay. Because I understand people have take umbrage with some of the things he either does or doesn't do, but to some point that's just personalities clashing. I think it's better to go to the more substantive things and go, okay, well, this particular line of argument is a problem and does pose issues.
I like what he says though. As far as like walking out, he's like, who's to say, you know, you're not walking out of like when you go to a planetarium and it's a flat floor with a dome sky and it replicates to, you know, what you see in one place, whatever. And they can do it. They can replicate anywhere on Earth. But he's like, what's to say you're not just walking out of the planetarium outside of it into a bigger one? You know, I like that point he makes. But he argues the cold moonlight, and I think that I do believe in that. But I don't think it's you can always get it. I think it's like on a full moon and stuff. I think Mr. Drive and Survive showed that there's definitely a difference. He did it in the middle of a field. He controlled everything. The rebuttals against it were or like Sean Hufford, he did like the side of a house. Like, dude, the way he did it was so deceptive. It's like, dude, these guys, they like, do they get paid to sit around and think of slick ideas? But anyway, I don't think it's as extreme as people say, but it's also down to the material. Like when I've messed with it, man, it seemed like organic shit, like leather and things like that seemed to make a little bit more of a difference and shit, man. Then I don't think all materials are susceptible to it. I think there's a lot more to it than we realize. But I don't know enough to really preach about it. You know, I'm kind of giving my opinion on it and what I've noticed, but I don't have any cold hard proof. You know, and but he also says like the Van Allen belts is one of his big ones, and that is a problem. You know, like if the Van Allen belts are a problem, which they say it is, then is it a problem or did we go through them, you know, 6 times there and back? It's a fair question.
No, I like that one. It's because it's funny. It's like, well, depending on where you stand in history, they either did or didn't have an impact. Because you remember that interview with, was it Buzz Aldrin or whoever? It's like, yeah, but it didn't affect us because we didn't know.
Yeah,
about
Alan
it.
Bean. Yeah, Bean.
Or something like that. And you're like, hold on a minute. Did he just say that? You're like with a straight face? Does he not understand what he's talking about?
Brian,
no,
I'd love that. I'd love that. Like I didn't know the ravine was there, so when I stepped off the edge, I didn't die. That's the same logic.
Orion Trial by Fire from 2014. They were talking about the issue in the Orion capsule of trying to make people survive. For 7 years, they ran that video, and in the end, they launched the capsule with little lead vests like a dental office. That's all they came up with in 7 years of development for that capsule.
What they told me, Dan, what they told me when I was arguing it, they told me that, well, they said, I mean, all of them, and they agreed to it. They were saying that, well, this ain't really for the people. They didn't never say it's dangerous to humans, and they do kind of implicate like it. I mean, there is a little wiggle room where you could imply that it's going to damage the hardware or the circuits and shit, and that's what would kill the humans. But that's kind of a reach. But that's what they argued. And then I said, well, okay, if they're looking for shielding to protect the circuits and shit, then what about all the fucking probes and shit that are already out there and they've already went through them? So if they don't have the shielding to protect this stuff, then you just lost every claimed probe and rover and all that. You know what I'm saying? So they're stuck either way. They're just making excuses, dude.
Totally.
Yo, Crypto,
It's
were you
true.
gonna say
Actually,
anything on this?
The real story is that the Orion is designed for Mars and longer journeys. So they're really going to get out of it by saying, well, we were really more concerned about longer journeys. That's what they're going to say.
No, Brian, when the cold moonlight debate first kind of came along, what I noticed is that a lot of the Globers would use arguments that would also invalidate warm sunlight. And that was one thing I found quite interesting. So did you hear about the radiative cooling excuse for why there's cold moonlight basically, why it's measured?
Yeah, but I don't think that's I mean that's definitely a factor. There's like I say with any test, bro, it's so hard to prove anything, bro. Every test I've done, bro, there's always variables you didn't think of, bro. It's like the world is funny, man. It's and just like that test, man, there's so many variables, man. It's hard to prove it for certain, but that because that definitely is a factor. But here's the thing, that ain't enough to write the whole thing off. When I did it the last time I did it anyway, I tried to use a Fresnel lens. And I got 2 thermometers, identical. I got I put it out 2 identical stainless steel pots of water. I had 2 Fresnel lenses, and I shined on the pot itself, and then I tried shining on the water. But dude, you got to sit there and hold. Like I didn't have the patience for it, man. And one time it got cloudy and shit, and the next time, bro, I was like, you got to sit there and keep moving it because the moon ain't just sitting still, bro. And the Fresnel lens magnifies a little spot, so you got to literally have the right conditions and a lot of patience to try it. I'm not sure you could magnify that effect, but I do think there is an effect with the full moon, with the cold light.
My point wasn't really about measuring it; it was about the arguments against it. They'll use a term like radiative cooling, and they'll say, well, the problem is, of course, is that if you're seeing the moonlight on the ground, then it's it's uncovered. Basically, there's no like trees or whatever to stop the heat from expanding away.
Well,
And
that's why they shut down Mr. Drive and Survive's channel, though, bro. He. Oh, sorry, I thought she was done.
Yeah, so they're saying that it's correlation and not
No, I was gonna
causation.
say he did it in the middle of a field, bro. Where our timing is so fucked up, bro. He did it in the middle of a field, and showed that there wasn't a little effect. But go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So what I'm saying though is that the arguments they're making would also invalidate the measurement of warm sunlight. Okay, and so you have to consider that they're only making those arguments because it doesn't suit them. But if they wouldn't make those arguments to invalidate warm sunlight, then you shouldn't take it seriously.
That's a good point, bro. And I always like to look at the adversary effects of things and the contradictions and the flip side, I call it. But bro, I never thought of it like that, man.
Yeah,
that's good, man. I like what you think, bro.
That's part of the fundamental for this. Aside from the very interesting nature of the moon, the point comes they're claiming that this is a reflection of sunlight. So that has to always be the context with which you analyze whatever rebuttal they bring. If you follow me. If not, then you're on the wrong boat. Wait, who's drying their hair? What's going on?
I don't think it's a big of a somebody's hot micing. I don't think it's a big as effect as some people have claimed. But I watched Mr. Drive and Survive. He took his setup and he did it in the middle of a field, and he set up just a post, like a couple posts, and there was no trees nowhere. He was well off the ground. Like everything they complained about, he controlled for, and he showed that there most certainly is an effect. But it wasn't that big, dude. It was only a few degrees, I think the biggest
But it's big enough,
spot
right?
was like 3 or 4 degrees. That was it.
But it's big enough, and that's the point.
Yeah.
Because this just would never happen if it was what they're claiming, and what they're claiming is that it's reflection of sunlight.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you what. Having this discussion has reignited my curiosity. I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna try to have the patience to let's say for an hour. I'm gonna try and hold that magnifier up to the water in the pot to see if you can magnify it, because I don't think you can.
You could help yourself out in terms of the patience and stuff, because I understand that some of this stuff will be difficult to apply. You could simply get something that's going to rotate and keep it in focus, and you just set it to the right speed, and then you don't have to. do that. And all you have to do is plan and wait for the weather forecast to be in your favor. So there's always a solution to the mundane nonsense, but it's whether or not that's practicable.
Yeah, I'm the type though. I'll start 100,000 projects and I'm real slow to finish them. But I will say that as I've gotten older, I'm a little better with following through. But I still got 100 things going even as we speak. Like my latest thing is I just made a couple spot welders because I've seen on YouTube like ways to do it and people's claims, and some of these things you see on YouTube that even look legit don't work. I'm not talking about free energy, like even some of the things they make, like making a welder out of a microwave transformer. Like you literally need a couple of them, bro. So when they show you one, what they don't show you is how poorly it welded. They'll show you some sparks and shit, but then you'll look deeper and you'll see the people who literally have put a couple together and got it to work good. But I'll tell you what, and that's why I was skeptical with the microwave transformers, but I didn't even have to put a capacitor or nothing on it. I'd used the one microwave transformer, and it makes a great spot welder, dude. I couldn't believe it, because before I was using the first one I made, I used a solenoid out of a old car starter and just a car battery, and it sparks. It worked too, but it sparks like a bitch every time.
Wait,
and they say anything over 10 volts sparks, but so now I'm welding my batteries together and shit, because that's my
you might want to look, if you like doing the welding stuff, you might want to look into oh wait, maybe it's more cutting, but the HHO machines.
God, dude, I want to do that so bad, bro. I did
Yeah,
one.
there's
I
some
went to
kits
make
you
a cutter,
can.
but it backfired on me, and I ain't fucked with it since. Blew the lid off
Oh
the
yeah,
jar.
make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I actually have the stuff to
Don't
make
die.
the backup arrestor, but I haven't done it yet.
Yeah, but I think you can pretty much study your way through that one. It's not that difficult. There's even some normie stuff that like gives you a good foundation in terms of how to, without having to go out of your way with equipment, that you can get the effective safety measures in place.
Yeah. But
And the
dude,
easiest thing,
everything I'm learning, man.
the easiest thing
Yeah,
to
go
do
ahead.
actually, sorry to interrupt, but the easiest thing to do actually, I would suggest, is just have redundancies. So just have a couple of flashback arresters, and then consider setting it up so that if it does fail, it fails in a way that is least destructive. So
Right, that's exactly what I did. We think alike. We do think alike, bro.
Yeah, pick the method, pick the material and the setup and the mechanics of it, so that if it does have to pop, it pops in a way where maybe a lid just flies out across the room.
That's what happened. And I'll tell you what, I was gonna put the and use the mesh and use the backup pressure arrestor, like with a ping pong ball and the fittings, which I mean not a ping pong
and
ball,
then
but a little ball. But I actually bought the stuff, and it
then you
wasn't but
can
a
just
couple
put
dollars.
then you can just put like a light cage around it, like a wire mesh cage or something, so that just to doubly make it safe, so that if it does
Yeah,
pop,
check
it
this
pops.
out. It blew the lid off, man. And bro, I literally put the lid back on. I never hooked it back up again, but it just bent the lid. But it was so loud, like I had to feel myself, like, oh my god, am I alive? Like it was. So
And I can
loud, bro.
imagine it'd give you a shock, right?
Yeah,
But
it was. Shocking.
there's another channel I can suggest to you if you're into all this experimenting stuff, playing with fire and electricity. One second. I'll just DM you the link. It's
Yeah, definitely, dude. I'm always into new people, man. And yeah, it's not really like batteries is my main hobby, but yeah,
Yeah, you
anything
might
with
like this
anything with
stuff.
electricity and welding and stuff like that, man, I'm also fascinated with. Like I can't believe they didn't teach us more about chemistry and plasma and stuff in school. Like they did a little bit, but man, they could have really gained my interest back then. I'm like, dude, I'm fast. I mean, some of these things, these reactions and these setups, bro, they are freaking fascinating, dude. If they would have showed me half this stuff or even a piece of this stuff in school, man, like it might have changed my life back then. They didn't make it interesting, I'll tell you that, with all the stuff can be done.
I DM'd you the YouTube channel. He's long since gone silent, but all the videos that are up there are mostly things that you can play with yourself, so you can go and test how true it is. So just enjoy it. He's kind of fun as well. I like his attitude, which is a rare comment given that he's Canadian.
Is it Gerard Morin?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I got it.
Or whatever pronunciation he'd prefer. I think he's like French Canadian, so he's one of the funnier ones.
Yep. I've replicated like a couple things that one of the things Robert Murray Smith said, but I mean he got it off a patent, but he put it together, but I don't know if I did it exactly right, but with the solid state copper zinc battery with zinc powder and copper powder, it didn't work nowhere near as good as he said, but I think I might have had something wrong. But he gives out some pretty good information. He likes to make things simple,
Could you send me a link for that? That's
hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I'm just going to send you a link to dude, he goes over everything. He's got like a couple thousand videos and he's big on, he don't try and sound smart and, he tries to simplify everything and show easy ways to do all kinds of things, man. He likes the simplicity, man. He's right up amateurs like myself, right up our, but skilled amateurs. He's right up our alley, man. Yeah, I'll send you a link.
Yeah, because there's a project that I'm gonna get into, and some of this welding stuff would be interesting, especially a more efficient and more energy efficient manner to do that kind of welding or that kind of heating and stuff. So it's something that I'm gonna be more interested in as time goes on. So yeah, especially the HHO thing, because if you can get the same results as oxygen, acetylene without having to use that fuel, and you can just use water, perfection. Thank you very much. And assuming you build it properly, it's much safer. Because the way it works is it doesn't attack organic things in the same way. So you can hold the HHO flame to your skin, and it's just a warm touch. But the moment you involve metal in it, then it starts to do different things. And if that isn't like a foolproof safety method, I don't know what is. I think that's such a weird thing that nobody's jumped on it in a more industrial manner.
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay, yeah, I've seen this guy's stuff. Yeah, I like.
Listen, I just sent the first one that I came across, but yeah. If he's a good channel, man, you should subscribe because he'll do 10 things you're not interested in, but then he'll do one thing you're really, really interested in.
I liked what he did with some of the fuel capacity. The alternative fuel things for these heating engines. Hold on, I butchered that, but you know what I mean with all the heating costs.
Yeah, absolutely, bro.
He broke that stuff down and the fuel mixture and all of that. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Listen, everything. If anybody's listening, it might be interested. I don't know if you are, but I wanted to get this out. Like I've went over the different spot welders and stuff, DIY, and I'm gonna tell you right now that a microwave oven has everything you need to make a good spot welder. If except for you need like some thicker wire. You need about 3 or 4 foot of it. You could use an old jumper cable. Right. You know, you probably have something laying around, but you want it thick so it doesn't get too hot. But the thick copper for the points on it is on the cage that the fan is like the plates, the armature or whatever for the fan that's in the microwave. You'll see it wraps around like 1.5 times, and it's about 2 inches, just long enough and it's thick copper, enough to put for your points. And then you have the transformer itself, and yeah, you could go to Robert Burr Smith. He shows you how to get the transformer
what
coils
kind of things
right.
Do you use the spot welder for generally?
Batteries, bro. Spot welding batteries, because let me try and make this story short as possible, because I could talk forever. Okay, like any of these Ryobi batteries, DeWalt, they when they go bad, and you open one up, it ain't just one big battery. It's a bunch of like 18650 cells.
Mm-hmm.
And so you could salvage, like usually it's just one of them that goes bad or 2 of them, and you could salvage all the rest, and they're worth money, bro. And so a lot of people throw them away. So I got an e-bike that somebody was throwing away, and because of the battery and shit, and I salvaged like a bunch of the batteries off the e-bike, but a bunch of them were bad because it was like 40 of them, right?
Are these the lithium ones, or does it depend?
Yeah, these are the lithium ones, and I've made a battery with 80 of them on my e-bike.
Be careful. I suppose you could do the same with the old lead ones as well, right?
Yeah, but I the lithium are better for shit like that because they're way lighter. But yeah, I make lead batteries. I got little videos you probably seen, or me posting before where I show them in action. But as far as like e-bikes and stuff like that, but I just found my whole like a small bucket full of old NiCad batteries. So I've got, let me see, 15, 30. I got 60 of them that I just spot welded together. I'm gonna add one more to 4 little strands, so I'm gonna wind up with 64, and I'm a hook them together. I'm gonna parallel them and put them in a series to get the right voltage, to get the 36 volts.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna use that so I have 2 batteries for my e-bike.
Okay. Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd invest a considerable amount if you're interested. I'd invest a considerable amount of research into what they are doing with revamping the old technologies and making them more efficient. Because I have some. Let me put it this way: lithium is dying. It's no longer gonna be. It's no
I really
longer.
don't like it, to be honest, bro. I'm trying to find better ways.
it is actually the dumbest thing to be involved with. It's dangerous, it's overly expensive, and it's you.
It
You need
is
to,
dangerous, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
So it's dangerous. It to produce it is a problem. To gather it is a problem. It's got all these geopolitical nonsenses attached to it, right? The other thing
Yep.
is, just to have it operate correctly, you need electronics that you don't need with the other ones. So you can.
I can't stand that, dude. The
Yeah, so
fucking
you can. So
all
if
the
you
bullshit
actually,
circuitry, bro. It's like, what is
Right.
this shit even for? It's always what fails.
Yeah, and that's so unnecessary. All you're doing is energy storage. So with a bit of know-how and a bit of let's say predictive understanding of what's happening in the world now. I'm being intentionally vague, so apologies.
That's fine.
You can basically, you maybe not now, but soon, one should be able to have a setup that's actually lighter than the equivalent would be if it was lithium, because
Yeah,
of the
bro,
issue
zinc
that you
boron-
have.
zinc,
Because you have like the
what is-
25% of the space taken up is electronics that you don't need.
Yeah, dude, I'll tell you that the only reason I'm using that is because I have them, and
Yeah, you're salvaging it. Makes sense.
they work good for the e-bike and stuff. But man, I'm trying to find ways around. But for home storage, there's no way I'm where the weight is not an issue at all, and the cost is an issue. So yeah, I'm exploring different things. But dude, like zinc bromide batteries, man, are they're like almost as energy dense. I think they're like 60 to 80.
Yeah, I
Kilogram,
can definitely talk about this a
or,
lot more in DMs and stuff, because there's some stuff that.
What is it? What is it, bro? Kilograms per how do they measure that? Like kilograms per or watts per kilogram, I think. The energy density. And
Yeah.
it's way over lead acid, but it's just a little bit under lithium, but it ain't far enough under lithium where they should spend so much money freaking mining
Exactly.
and all this bullshit.
and that's with the limited application of the technology. With just a little bit of lateral thinking and other technologies, people are already doing this now. You can go and like there's a YouTube channel. It's kind of just like a research channel about batteries and energy technology. I can't remember what it's called though. He has a weird title, but he brings up a lot of short explanations of these newer battery technologies and what industry is currently actually working on.
Yeah,
And-
bro.
and
Keep me in mind when you come across things like that, bro. When you come across new things and or old things, man, please keep me in mind, bro. That's my hobby, and I'm always looking
I'll
for
try.
shit like
I'll
that.
try and find that. Because he's not necessarily our way of thinking, but the fact that he's a nerd about batteries and this kind of stuff means that he's put enough effort in to the research to be able to tell you about things you just might not have heard
Yeah.
of, and that's interesting. And then if you have the ability to tinker and mess around, you could maybe get around some of the things that would be patented or whatever. Just
Yeah,
by,
I know. What-
just by
Bro, check
exploring
this out.
just by exploring the concept that they're evoking.
Yeah, that's where it's all at, is the concepts and shit. But check this out, bro. I've taken a couple of these things apart, and they ain't not, bro. They are freaking literally.
They're not that special. No.
It's copper. It's a copper strip, like rolled up. It's two little foils, and one of them's copper, and they have like graphite type of shit or carbon black, whatever,
Yeah.
on it on the foil, and then the other one looks like aluminum, bro. It's not lithium. Like I think the lithium is somehow like in the electrolyte or something, or else they're just lying. I don't know.
I
Maybe
could
it's
tell you
nickel,
what
maybe
I
nickel or
could tell
something.
you, because I know a little bit about this stuff. It would probably just be in the solution, because the way the batteries generally operate, and this might sound stupid, and if I'm wrong, apologies. But the general principle is that, so for lead, right? They want there to be, once they put the electrolyte in, they want the free lead that they would have started with to no longer be free lead. They want to change its chemical composition. And one of the most important processes in this is the formation they do once the battery is assembled, right? Once they put the acid
I'll
in.
attest to that.
So the point I'm getting at is, you might be like, where's the lithium? So, well, that's not the point, because they've changed it. They use the lithium to get a different compound at the end. but then they're not going to just go and talk about what it is. They just simplify it. It's a lead acid battery or it's a lithium ion battery. So I don't know specifically about lithium. I can talk with more understanding on lead. But the point is, it's only a component. It's a recipe, and the ingredients you start with at the beginning of the recipe is going to be different makeup to when you finish cooking the cake, effectively. If you would allow me to use such a crude analogy. So yeah, but I think regardless of that, I think lithium is kind of it's like set up to fail the way I see it. Wait, am I still here? Check one.
Yeah, I was muted. I was talking and I'm fucking muted, bro.
Okay.
It does seem like that, man. It
Yeah,
seems
but
like
I found the channel. I'll send you a link, but the channel is called Undecided with Matt Farrell. I don't know.
Yeah. Dude, I wonder why I haven't found this shit, bro. I'm like constantly looking through things like that, and you've just put two things on me that I've been searching, and just for some reason haven't come across.
Some of these things
I do
are
appreciate
new.
it, bro.
Some of these things are new and not necessarily triggered by the way you use YouTube, and some of these things are really old. So the first one I sent you is old. This one I'm going to send you now is new. What's your name? Is it Brian, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Just making sure I send it to the right person.
I appreciate it when you DM it, then I got it, and
Yeah.
because half the time if somebody posts something, and if I don't do it right then,
Yeah. So this one
I don't have
isn't.
the patience to go back and search, man.
So the one I sent you is just a more recent video he's done. Watch it. You might find it interesting, but I would go and look at all the other videos he's done because because of the research he does into current things and current new technologies. I think it's a useful thing to have because it saves you a lot of effort because he's gone and done it for you.
Dude, the information is just it's so. I mean, but it takes forever to skim through. There's so much worthless. A lot of it's worthless, but the part that ain't is so important, dude. So you got to. So people who take the time to go through all the old patents and stuff, man, that's a golden.
It's a lot more tricky these days with any of the stuff we're talking about because you can't go down the natural algorithm that YouTube used to have, where you would just have things that made sense to the rest of them. Those things are like lost in the wastelands.
Aggravating, bro.
Yeah, because they still exist. Because none of these things are necessarily like bannable things with all the other BS in YouTube, but they're so lost in the way the algorithm's gone that you would have started on a video about making a spot welder, and then 10 hours later you would have been on some really interesting stuff about maybe free technology or all this type of topics. But you don't get that anymore.
Bro, we are so censored. Like it's worse than people think. Like I could.
But I remember enough of the good days. Sorry to cut you off. I remember enough of the good days to have saved a bunch of things either on file or in my memory, so that I can at least pull them back up when relevant.
Good thing you did, bro. Because when I go to try to find things, like I'll put in the exact title and the exact channel name, the exact title of the video, and not even be able to find it. And I do that. It might be on there, but after scrolling through about 50 pages, bro, I'm like, dude, this is just ridiculous, dude. Like I typed in the exact title.
You have to do like vague, bro. You have to do more vague searches, and then you have to do it in terms of when it was posted. You know that, like how long the video was. But they've made that even more difficult with the search parameters.
Type in like flights in the Southern Hemisphere, like FE Banjo or something like that. Even a big channel, and you'll get Simon Dan. Like, bro, it's and then you'll get so much other dumb shit. It's weird, and what you typed in, you might never find, bro. It's crazy. I couldn't even find my own channel from different phones. I tried to find it. I typed in the exact name of my channel, Flat Earth Tests, and I went all the way to the end twice. And the name of my channel, and my channel didn't even come up. I couldn't believe it. I haven't done it recently, but it used to be like that.
There is something to be said for using YouTube, like a normie. So don't have it logged in, and always have the home page with whatever the natural BS they put. Because when you search like that, they don't have the cookies. They don't have any of that stuff. You can give it a more fresh approach. So when you search, you're not being influenced by the algorithm per se. You're just searching pure in its search function. So there's a few different approaches you can take, but best thing to do is just to be willing to put the research in. That's why the pure research is so important, because you can do like with Tesla, for instance, you can do the YouTube rabbit hole with Nikola Tesla, but if at no point in that research you entertain reading something or checking out the patents, then you've wasted a good amount of effort, because the YouTube allows to open up to things that you might not know, but ultimately you want to go to the original source. So you go and look at his patents, go and look at the books that he read, that he wrote, and the different historical like crossovers, and you go and research that, right? Is that you're following me? You muted again.
Yeah, I'm following.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of an example. I will in just a second, man. I'll give you a perfect example, and I'll challenge you to look something up, and you probably could just take my word for it. But I'll give you a topic that's not really like just look up even like hairs. No, that's kind of on the nose. I was gonna say like look up hairspray in space or something like, or dude, if you could put in bubbles in space or something like that, just something that you used to, it would show you something like that. It's gonna just totally mislead you.
Yeah.
But that's a bad example because that you expect them to do that with NASA. But let me think of a better example, bro, and I'll make my point. I'm listening.
Yeah, well, I've just kind of relied on what I've been able to collect so far, because the newer research has to be done in a different way, and well, there's not much you can do about it, to be honest. But I'm sure there's always ways around it. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some coding approach to bypass some of YouTube's bullshit. Unnecessary.
Oh yeah, like dude, if you just put in selenium eclipse, and you
I don't know how
just
to spell that, dude.
Yeah, but here's my point. Whether you do or don't, and you put that in, and it'll give you McToon, Simon Dan, and shit. Not even about the selenium. Like you literally, it's if it even thinks you're looking for something flat Earth, it gives you the opposite, man. It's ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous. But I filmed the last selenium, man. If it wasn't for the guys in here like Geo and them, I would have never knew. And I'm right in the spot. Well, I wasn't in the perfect spot, but apparently I was, because I got a pretty good one, man.
Yeah, I can't even search it because I don't know how to spell the word. How's it? Do you know how it's spelled?
Well, let me think of a better example than that, even, because I'm still trying to think of my prime example, because it just happened to me when I was trying to prove a point. We were having a discussion in here, and we were arguing about something, and I was trying to find it, and it just totally misled me. And it was something like I just explained. But selenium, I think, is SELENELLUM. Like it's selenium or selenium. I think it's spelled something like that. But maybe you could do the auto word correct or something.
It ends in an N.
But on my shit, if I type in something that it even thinks is flat Earth,
There is
it'll throw
something
me.
else you could do. You know when you use the search function, so you could. I would advise not using Google, but if you're gonna use Google, then you could just search, instead of searching it through YouTube, search it through just a normal browser, and then you scroll through the video options, because sometimes that gives a true representation. But it's better to use Brave or something like that, and not use or just a Google alternative. But really, Brave is the best one out there. But you know what I mean? Because instead of searching through the application itself, if you just search the internet, then that video is going to be more fairly represented. Because especially if you remember the title correctly, and then you can just set the filters for that.
That's a good point. That's crazy. I never tried that. Hey, what have you heard about these new platforms? Like, have you heard anything about? I heard there's a couple new ones. Like, what do you know about Rumble? Is that any good as far as censorship?
Rumble's pretty good. People have been like censored for some things on it, but compared to YouTube, it's definitely better. But I've heard some people.
Donald Trump has one too, man.
Yeah, I've heard some people in here say they got banned multiple times. So I don't know if it's like the same small hat stuff, like when you push too many buttons, they don't like it. But
if that happens,
isn't-
I don't want nothing to do with it out of the get go. I don't even want to get used to it.
I personally can't speak on it enough, but I did remember somebody saying it. But at least in comparison, if you're gonna use it for your own stuff, you're at least gonna be somewhat better off than YouTube. But
I believe in the free speech, man. Even if I don't like what you're saying, I think if somebody is just totally ridiculous and talking about just absurd things that are way over the edge, then and don't listen to him, man. Like even if
Yeah.
he's talking about fucking uniting people, for a fucking uprising, who cares? That's this dude. He might get some followers or whatever, but most people ain't gonna give a shit. Most people ain't gonna listen to it. But if that's the way he thinks, he's free to say what he wants. If he could hate some people. Oh well, most people don't. Go over in your corner and hate whatever people, in your own group.
I think some people have said that. Is it Odysee? Is that the crypto one?
I'm
It's
not
like,
sure,
it's
man.
It's Odysee spelled incorrectly with 2 E's or something like that. But that's
Telegram, man, is I heard totally uncensored. I heard it's owned by some suspect people, but I heard it's totally uncensored, like 100%.
I think it's owned by a Russian billionaire. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. It depends. It depends what your aim is, really. Like if you're trying to broadcast your stuff, that's one thing. If you're trying to look into stuff, that's completely different. So best thing to do is just be aware of all the options and have fun navigating them, because it just becomes a part-time job just keeping up with all the constant changes.
These are the little the batteries that I'm spot welding together, like as we speak, actually. But these little the NiCads.
Okay.
Like, and so I got two.
Are you sure you're protecting yourself well enough
Yeah,
from
man.
any
Yeah,
chemical
dude,
exposure?
Yeah, man. Yep.
Okay.
These NiCads are pretty harmless, man.
Okay. Well, just be safe anytime you're playing with that kind of stuff. There's no harm in
I tell you what, I
using.
get nervous with the lithium, man. Even where I put them on the bike, like I put them like back behind me and shit. Like instead
think
of
it's
where
good.
instead of where it was supposed to go, I moved it away from me a little more.
I think it's good practice to wear the respirator set up anyway. Not that I didn't mean that. You know what I meant.
I've got one, bro. I mean, I've got one, like the filters, because I do concrete, and
yeah,
got them for if you're indoors sawing concrete, bro. You gotta have something real good. And so I got the kind that goes over your face and goes through the filters and shit for real fine particles. But yeah, I got good ventilation and stuff like that. I'm very aware of stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Because one of the issues that people have with that is that they don't like having that shit on their face because it's uncomfortable. But if you spend a little extra and you get one of the hoods, then you have free vision, free movement, and then you can kind of wear that all day without being bothered. You know what I mean?
Bro, that's the one time I will put a mask on, though, man. Like if I'm taking apart these batteries, or if I'm sanding or filing something, I will actually throw on a mask, dude. It doesn't bother me at all. It bothers me if I don't throw one on, all the dust and particles and shit. If the sun hits them at a certain angle, bro, like you can really see that they're everywhere when you're filing stuff. Like you be filing rust and on copper or something, and bro, there's literally copper particles just floating everywhere in the air. If you ain't filtering them, you're directly breathing them in. But I use copper. I don't know why, but with anything.
Yeah.
Especially dust, bro. Like the dust, it gets. I
is
put on a mask because it gets on my nerves if I don't.
Well, yeah, dust is the worst because of its nature, it can get into places that you don't really want it. Then you have to chelate yourself, and it's better to avoid having to chelate.
Yeah, I made a freaking tumbler, and I bought some some slingshot, some ball bearings, some 3/8 real small ones to break it down into real fine particles. And so yeah, I got to wear a mask because I'm breaking that thing crushes down into powder, like metal powder and stuff like that, charcoal powder.
Sweet.
I always wear a mask. I hate.
Don't people
breathing
use
it.
that same method to polish stuff as well?
Yeah, yeah,
the
I've heard of
tumbler?
that, but I haven't polished anything. I just do it for additives to battery paste and for I
Okay.
was gonna make some fireworks. I was gonna try to make some fireworks, but I don't know. It's a little side project.
Well, yeah. I mean, we can definitely talk about this more and more. Just keep me in mind in the DMs and that. I don't want to completely.
You got it.
I don't want to completely rip the conversation away from what other people might want to talk about.
Yeah, that's true. We did veer big time, man. Dan, you still here?
No, I think he had to go to because he was going to the event, right?
Oh yeah, I would have
wait,
went to it, man, but
he just popped back. He just popped
I'm
back.
getting
Okay,
ready.
good.
What's up, Ryan?
I would have went, man. I'm just tight on money right now, man. I hate being on a budget, bro. I'm not used to being on a budget, but I took a lot of time off where I probably shouldn't have, and I just I'm too tight. I can't even spare $50, bro. That's sad, but I would have went. So hopefully it's a good. I know it's well worth it, bro. Just from the stuff they give you and all the speakers, bro. It's worth 10 times that, bro. I would support them, but I do when I can. I support them when I can.
This isn't that kind of thing. This is just us hanging out. This is just at a house, and Mark is being flown in. But there's no other speakers.
I thought you was talking about Mount Maru. Oh, you're gonna go hang out with Mark? That's cool, dude. I'd love to hang out with him. I'd love to have a beer with Mark, bro. He's cool as shit, dude.
So that's this guy Renee flew Mark in. He's been asking him 5 years to fly in, and when we first met Mark, it's because one of our friends flew him in. He had like extra miles available, and flew him into a meetup. So that's what got the whole Salton Sea kind of crew all excited and jacked. It was kind of made it real when we met Mark.
Mark is ace, man. He's a hell of a nice guy, man.
Sure.
I defend him, man. When people talk shit about him, I'm like, bro, he's a fucking hell of a nice guy, man. I don't know what problems you could have with that guy, man. He's fucking, you know.
Well, I've
you know how
defended
people
him. I've defended him for a long time, but he does sit on the fence at the top, and he does weird shit like, you know, going in that film saying he was a member of the Flat Earth Society, yet never addressing the Flat Earth Society with us or inviting them to see if they exist at all, and we either need to sue them or take them over.
No,
But
bro, the
there's-
Flat Earth Society dude is fucking ace, dude. Everybody keeps talking shit about, and all they do is listen to the next person talking shit about him. Have you even heard for the head guy, bro? He's been on Tunes. He went on a couple people, man. He's fucking smart as fuck, dude. This dude is ace, dude. I don't know
So
why
you're
the bad
telling
rap.
you're telling me that there's a dude that represents the Flat Earth Society,
The president.
and we don't know his name?
I forgot his name. I can get it for you if you want.
Well, I mean,
He's
wouldn't it be? I mean, if he was part of the community, don't you think we'd all know the guy?
Yeah, I mean he's around, but yeah, I feel like we should, man. But I mean, if people talked a ton of shit about you, would you would you jump right in head first with everybody fucking calling you out?
Dude, more people talk shit about me than say anything else.
I'm just throwing that out there, but I will say this, dude. There's a couple things I didn't agree with on his stuff, until I learned more about it. I was ignorant on it. But still, he's just a very smart guy, man. I'll say that. And I think if you heard him personally talking and seen his level and the way he articulates things, he's a lot smarter than me. I'll say that. He ain't bad,
it's
dude.
just that he says he's a freshman recruiter, but the answer is a recruiter to what? And there is no answer to that. We have nothing to invite. We have nothing to invite people to.
To Flat Earth, bro. It's a
What
way
is
of
that?
life.
What is that? Where is that? Where do I get that done?
Yeah, you've been a flat earther for a long time, bro. You forgot. I mean, it's wore off, bro. But man, if you could think back, bro, and remember the freaking it owned you, bro, for probably the first 4 or 5 months, bro. It literally owned me. Like I wanted to know more. I wanted to learn more. So it's definitely an impactful thing. But yeah, as far as there being something like that you sign your name to, no, I wouldn't want nothing like that, man. I think that's what makes this movement uncontrollable, and I think it drives them nuts because there are no leaders. You know, I think that's a good thing. So the skepticism that you present, man, I'm good with all that. I like the skepticism, but you know, I try and look at it both ways and defend. You know, I defend as much as I attack. You know what I'm saying?
I've been blacklisted. That's not skepticism. Blacklisting is not skepticism.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Gatekeeping is not a movement. It's a stoppage in the movement. It's a flow.
Yeah, but man, like if you don't get along with somebody and you disrespect them or something like that, there's ways to disagree with, you know, this shit. I'm not telling you nothing, Dan, but there's ways to disagree with people and without disrespecting them and shit, man. And I guess if it crosses that line, then yeah, and that shit happens. But I don't agree that shit should happen, bro. I'm with you on that. As far as being totally blacklisted, shit like that, I can't get behind that.
Thanks. Pretty ugly.
Dude, we have staunchly disagreed, bro, and we're still buddies, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, some people take shit personally. It's weird. I don't know.
I hear you. Well, a lot of that's the
benefit of the doubt, there, bro. Go ahead.
A lot of that's the internet, and it's different when we've been dealing with people in real life. It's different, and trying to get together a group, you know, to physically do stuff is a whole nother challenge.
Hey, do you know Mark? I mean, not saying if you met him, but like, do you know him? Like, would he know you if you
fuck yeah,
emailed him or something like that?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
All right, good deal, man. Good deal.
Well, it used to be a good deal, but now he's basically not allowed to talk to me. So it used to be a better
yeah, well, I bet you in person he ain't gonna care about any of that.
We'll see. It just seems like with all these people, I've got a private relationship and a private understanding of what they say, and then in real life, in public, they don't talk about the same things. It's all like hush hush, like F.E. Core. F.E. Core's been dead since 2019. Yet.
Yeah, when the last video was a while, pretty long time ago. Who else in F.E. Core? Is it still exist?
It's dead. It's gone. It's
okay,
done.
So there's no more. Okay, I thought they filed.
But I'm saying it's been that way for over 3 years, and they wouldn't address it. They wouldn't tell
the, what you call it and get it. So they're still present on the what you call it thing. Like, what is that thing they filed for? I forgot.
It's not.
It's like a tax exemption.
It's all done. Whatever it was, it's all done.
Did you like anybody in F.E. Core? Was there any people in there that you liked?
Yeah, you just don't. You don't know enough about it. Like, for instance, when Jaron left in 2018, 2019, somewhere right in there, we're supposed to read through the lines as to why he left. But that's when him, being the smartest, knew to get the fuck out. It just so happens he works next to the dumbest, which is Bob. And Bob wouldn't get the fuck out and kept insisting that F.E. Core had value. And before you know it, they were padding expenses, trying to show dollar values on things they tinkered with. So when they got monies, they were gonna get them recouped back into tinkering with that stupid thing they called a salad. They, in the end, becoming mostly only Mike Cavanaugh, because everyone else had already peeled off and left. So it was really just Mike Cavanaugh and Karen and Bob.
They'd never let anything like that keep existing, bro. You know that. If it wouldn't be, if it ain't you, it'd be somebody else. Something's gonna happen to it. Period. They'd never let a group like that exist.
Well, in the meantime, our West Coast group here, known as the Salton Sea Group or the Free Group, we're all busted up. Everyone's either moved, quit, died,
right, dude,
fighting amongst themselves. I mean,
yeah, I wouldn't think it would be y'all it sucks the way you self-destructed. I would have thought it would have come from like people breaking up, from people doing it, like outside people. I wouldn't think that it would have destructed from inside. That's sad, bro. Really sad, man. That adults like that can fucking self-destruct over money. Right when money gets added, bro, everything turns to shit.
Yep.
Don't it? Or fame,
Well, it's all a con, Brian. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. You'll rarely hear me talking shit about flat earthers, man. I'll try to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I don't know, man. The infighting is healthy. I got to admit that, like I said, it's important to me that there's not one main leader. That's that'd be something they could really pick apart, man. But the fact that we all have our own minds, we're free thinkers, man. That's their worst enemy. Non-organized has its advantages. Probably drives them nuts.
I don't know.
Dan, are you rich?
No.
Are you poor?
No. I'm self-employed. I could make as much money as I work.
That's how I am, bro. You just described me, bro. Like if I hustle and I could get ahead real quick. But my problem is like what do I work for? I work for time off. Like that's literally what I've been doing the last few years is I'll make some money and buy myself some time off, like a month or so, But I'm trying to find a happy medium now where I just do at least a job or two a week and be a little more comfortable, man. I let myself slip into the red. I ain't used to it, man. I ain't used to being on a budget.
I've let Flat Earth destroy me, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
To be honest,
That's what it does.
I suppose anything can be that consuming if you let it, and being self-employed, you can let it. You can lower your expectations of what your needs are or what your goals are.
But I will admit it wasn't for nothing, bro. I've learned so much, dude, along with Flat Earth, along with our reality. And I've learned so much other things, man. So I have expanded my mind a lot, even beyond Flat Earth. Like I made a tumbler, bro. I made just made 2 spot welders. I'm putting together these batteries, bro. I've just getting online and learning how to research things is Flat Earth's kind of what taught me that, man. I never even went to YouTube. I never even hardly went online for nothing, man. And now I can research anything, man. I got the patience. Flat Earth gave me the patience to even do that. I'll go through patents. There's so much information out there, man. It's 5,000 lifetimes worth of information, or 1,000,000 lifetimes, really, just in the patent data. Much less YouTube. It does consume you, though, man. But it's so fascinating, bro. It's like you find out that man doesn't know as much as they portray. Not for certain, anyway.
For sure. And I got to get going, but I just want you to know the key here, television program, space program, they've got the time to install programming on us. And we are programmable. We are trainable. And it's After the Vietnam era, they had to teach us that war was good again through little cartoons like the Smurfs, where they defeat an enemy, and we learned that war might be good again. And when they told me that in the 80s, everyone laughed at me and laughed at me and laughed at me. But it's true. They had to teach kids that war had valor again. There was a reason to go off and want to shoot people. And
you're fucking ain't right, bro. Look at Bambi. Bambi made a whole generation of kids who don't like hunting and shit. I mean, not all of them, but for the most part, you know, sympathetic to animals just from cartoons and stuff.
Think about this. In all of Disney, there's no mother figures. This guy must have hated his mom something awful. There is no motherly figures.
Yeah, except the ones that are like witches and shit.
Yeah, exactly. There's no positive influences of women in Disney stuff at all. It's really creepy.
You're right. We are definitely programmed, bro. Like crazy. Like even the ex head of the FBI, bro, the old director. Like he said, NASA, you know, not a space agency. That's literally what they called him in the FBI. And this dude's a director, and he's talking about the programming and how they do it. You know, with space and all that. They got a whole world full of people dreaming about space. I was one of them. I was a NASA fanboy and freaking dreaming about space and all this shit, and they can't even prove any of that shit. And not even one claim. Blue turns to black at 16, 17 miles. That's it. Past that.
Brian, what you need to do is get a bucket of water and a string and swing it around.
Yeah. That's all the proof I needed.
Man. That's all you need, man.
It's all downhill from there, man. Just my bucket and my bucket of water and my string, bro, and that explains it all, man.
If you could just say gravity while doing that, I think you'll be hired. It's centripetal,
Wow, you
reverse,
guys are
backwards,
very
gravity.
informed.
All right, guys, have fun. I'll see you in a couple hours.
You sound very informed in how to get in at NASA.
Hey, man, Dan, tell Mark to look at FE Test, man. Look at like the last few videos about, and it'll give him some content. It'll give him some things to talk about with the spherical excess and the refraction and all that, and making in the like the line globers. Like my last probably like half a dozen videos are pretty cool, man. It might interest him. Tell him to look at it if he needs some content or some ideas, man. Nah, the chance of him being able to bring that up would probably be slim to none, but you never know. Like I got 600 subs, and I've probably made 600 fucking videos. Not that many, but it's like, dude, it's impossible to get subs as a flat earther. I mean, I could have bought some. Like, I thought about it, and I'm like, why would I do that, man? It's cheating. But I could have just spent $50, got 1,000 subs, or they say it pays off if you're going to monetize because you buy you spend $500, you get 100,000 subs. And they start coming quicker when people see that you have that many subs. Plus the algorithms that you buy it from, they do views, so you literally get money back. It's literally an investment. But I'm not really monetized, man, and I'm not trying to be. And I want to know how many comments I'm getting that are legit and how many views I'm getting that are legit. But they don't advertise me. I couldn't even find my own channel when I typed in my exact name verbatim and did a channel search. And I scrolled all the way down to the end, and my channel literally never came up. I did that twice on 2 different phones. I haven't done it in a while, but I was a little upset about that. But so all the views I've got, all the subs I got, I know are from within the community, and people I've shared the link to are people who have one way or another found my videos. So I'm good with that, you know. So I'm popular within the community, but outside the community, I'm not, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. I don't care about being popular outside of the community. Well,
I hear you,
involve
Brian.
community. I mean,
I think you do actually honestly believe this stuff, and I think you should be able to make a some money off of it.
yeah, but if I made money, I'd just put it right back into it. Like right now, there's things I want to do. I've got the balloon. I've got a high altitude balloon. I've got the way to make the hydrogen and all that stuff. I've got the camera. I need to buy the like I don't even have money right now to buy the damn I got a job next week, so I should be all right, within a couple weeks. I just got to hustle. But I don't even have money to buy the transponder to find the balloon. So it'd be a waste launching it. But I think it's ridiculous that we don't have more of that going on. Like I think Eru has got the right idea, and they're doing that down in South America. But bro, we need to be launching shitloads of balloons, man, and doing our own tests, man. I'm fascinated in that. I've looked at all that's out there over and over, watched it backwards and forwards in slow motion. And it's pretty eerie at first, man, when you see what's up there, like how the blue turns to black at the 16, 17 mile mark, and it just extends off and everything just converges in every direction, bro. It's like kind of eerie. So it's no wonder how Armstrong and them described it, as a eerie black void and shit. And a lot of astronauts, except the other ones who say that it's polka dots everywhere and fucking Magellanic clouds, But the ones who have been up there, like they've been up there in U-2 planes, even if their shit is bullshit. Like if you're coming from the other side of this argument, or if you're coming from the flat Earth, like I said, they've been up them U-2 planes. They're reported to go up to like 90,000 feet and higher, and even higher than 100,000 feet. That's up there. That's where the blue turns to black. That's right in that area. So they seen that black void, Plus Picard, like I said, went up in, was it 1931? He went up past plane traffic, commercial plane traffic. So there's, I'm curious of what they actually have going on up there. Part of me feels like they have a bunch of caps, like combined chambers, like big ones of what Picard went up in, like pressure capsules, like joined together, like they could have shit like that up there. I don't know, man. I'm up in the air, bro. I'm stuttering a little because I'm definitely up in the air about the whole ISS and all that stuff, man. I want closure, bro.
Who is doing this one, and how would they be able to do this, right? Because you can verify for yourself, right, that the oxygen and other life-sustaining means are not present at a certain altitude. So this would require structure. If these are human beings doing these things, they would require structures just to sustain the people who are doing them, that are building these, whatever they're building up there.
Why wouldn't they have a space elevator that at least goes up? Like, I would almost be certain that they do have something like that, like tethers going down to the ground. Once you get up above the wind, like the dog cam made it up that high, and it just sits still. It's got a little inertia left, so it spins. It's spinning real gently, but it's up past the wind. There's nothing to blow it. It's just sitting there. It's probably just trickling up, maybe trickling back down a little bit, and just gently spinning around a pretty view, because they're up past any of the wind. There's nothing to make them move, and so why wouldn't they make a space elevator, or a tether, if nothing else?
Well, I think there are companies that are trying to design something like that, but it's quite difficult. My father was
If you picture the world spinning and racing through space, it sounds difficult, but in reality, when you go up there, like I said, it's calm as can be, and there's no reason they can't just hang a cable. It'd have to be tough because it'd be long, but we have cables under more pressure than that, bro.
Yeah, I know, Brian, but my father was a structural engineer, and at the end he became an architect, basically, and designed some buildings and some cities and some bridges and stuff. It's not easy to build that stuff, man. And then you're talking about, you know, going way above the level that we build at
Yeah.
now, the altitude that we build at now.
They need to drop me a fucking rope, bro. No, I'm just kidding. They need to drop me a rope, and they need to drop it now.
I hear you, man. I mean, these things would be nice, but like you have to have realistic
Well, let's think about this, okay?
expectations.
Let's think about this, okay? So let's say we have the payload capacity to lift, let's say 4 tons, okay? Let's say 8,000 pounds. I think that's double a typical satellite, I think, a big one. But or no, let's cut it in half. Let's just say 5,000 pounds. So we put 4 of these together. That's, you know, that's not unheard of, bro. That's something that, you know, it's not that expensive. But we get, let's say 5 of them. So we got 25,000 pound capacity to lift. So how much do you think the, let's see, how much is a mile of, I think it's about 7 pounds for that filament stuff, that strong line. I forgot what it's called, but what they were trying to do the test with, where they stretch it out. But I think it's like 6 or 7 pounds for a mile of it. So we'd need about, let's say 18 miles worth, and let's just call it 10 pounds a mile. Let's say we tied 10 of them together. So we could rule off one balloon for the weight of the shit the cord we drop down. And if we can lift about 500 pounds off each one, so that would give us, so we'd have plenty of lift with room left over to lift shit. Maybe we can make it like a like, what do you call it, with like a wheel at the top where you pull one side and you lift something up like a lever. What do you call that? Like
pulley. Yeah,
pulley.
I know
There you
what
go.
you're talking about.
Yeah, so we can just put a pulley, put a few balloons up there, big ass balloons, and some badass cord coming down. Put it on a pulley, and we could have little capsules. You know, it could be circling continually like a Ferris wheel almost. Like we have a bunch of capsules, like maybe one every mile, and you pull the pulley, and it pulls you up a mile, and then somebody else gets in, and it pulls, you pull up another mile, and then you work your way back down. So it'd be like a Ferris wheel. So let's say, I mean, you'd have to commit probably a day, maybe an 8-hour working day, to go all the way up there, sit there for 20, 30 minutes and ease your way back down. But bro, you could make so much money off that. And what could really fail, bro, if you're up past the weather, and you have ways, you'd need some redundancies and stuff, but people would pay freaking constantly. And dude, we could build that for probably cheaper than one of these roller coasters at freaking Six Flags or SeaWorld or in the ballpark. I mean, this is stuff that's not that far out of reach, bro. This is like, you're talking of 18 miles of that cord. Let's just call it $20,000 for the cord, which it wouldn't be nowhere near that much. Let's say about 20,000 for each balloon filled up, and then let's say 50 grand for a bunch of little pressure vessels, which it probably wouldn't even cost that much, but that probably would be the most expensive thing. So we're talking probably about 80 grand. Let's just triple it. Let's say 240 grand to go balls out. We could have, for $250,000. That's lunch money to some people. We could have a fucking ride that takes you all the way up to the black.
I hear you, man.
We're gonna start a GoFundMe, man. We're gonna get this ride going. What are we gonna call it though? Space elevator. I'm gonna start a GoFundMe, man. I'm not gonna talk about flat Earth, man, because I don't think this has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. I'm gonna, space elevator, but instead of trying to go up to space where there's dynamics and all that, the Kármán line, like in their world space, in my world, I'm just talking about going up to the black. We'll call it 17 miles, and it'd be a ride, be out in the middle of nowhere, so it's well away
I
from
hear you.
everybody.
It would be nice.
I think I could do it bare minimum without all the rides, like without like a bunch of vessels, but just like say like a few of them. I think and with just like 2 of them big ass balloons and maybe just like double up on that cordage. I could probably do it for about 50 grand. I don't know. Would you go up in that? Would you go up in it?
Support the ambition, Brian. Yeah, I wouldn't be the first person to go up, but after it's been verified that it's safe and whatnot, I'd do it.
Yeah, there'd have to be a few redundancies, backups, fail safes, like a couple parachutes, one on your person, one on the capsule, one on the balloon themselves. Just where it'd have to be a total disaster for something to go wrong. It'd have to be a catastrophic failures one after another. Just doesn't seem that dangerous. It ain't dangerous like going down deep like some of them submersibles. That with all that pressure, to me that seems like that's more dangerous. And up there, really, there is it's too cold for any gases to not condense, except for hydrogen and helium. All the other gases, there's only a few of them, I think, that can't make it up that high because it's too cold. They would condense before that, but there's still some pressure up there. It's not like a crazy vacuum. It's like 0.1 psi or something. That's not. Don't you think it'd be more dangerous to try and make it down into like Mariana's Trench than to do something like that?
Oh yeah, the going deep into the ocean. It's well known that's super dangerous. Yeah, but regular gases like diatomic gases and polyatomic gases like nitrogen and oxygen and carbon dioxide, water vapor and whatnot. Those, only, like you said, hydrogen and helium, because their molecular mass is so low, they can make it to those elevations, but the rest of them really can't.
Right. You'd think it'd get hotter as you went toward the sun, because when you get up there, bro, it's so glared, like it looks like stretched out almost a little bit. But I guess that's the glare, but it looks massive, dude, when you get up there. And you'd think it'd be hotter up there. Like they say the air and all that stuff, but still, if the sun's beaming on me or beaming on the capsule, you'd think it'd superheat the bitch. But I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's kind of how temperature and heat works and stuff, right? Like we feel heat and temperature because of the gas molecules around us are imparting energy onto our bodies and whatnot. We have cells that can sense those momentum shifts.
Like convection heating, kind of. So the only heating up there is like what, radiative heating or something?
Yeah, like you can.
Well, how do they call it hot though, man? Is that honest to I mean, you could call it temperature wise hot, but to depict it as hot, I mean, you should depict it as cold. It seems like, and they make it sound like the thermosphere is so hot, but I think they should be more clear on that. Like it literally, you wouldn't have to worry about burning up. You'd have to worry about freezing up there.
Yeah, I think it's more proper to regard it as energy rather than like heat and temperature, because right, temperature is the average kinetic energy of the gas molecules in a certain region or whatever. The density of gas molecules is quite low up there, so like the direct energy, if you were to place yourself or some other kind of body up there, would be quite high, because you're getting photons are going to hit you straight from the sun and whatnot without much to stop them. But the actual temperature is going to be very low because there's not a lot of gas molecules at that elevation.
Right, but so I'd have to go to an area like I imagine I'd have to do it in a really unpopulated area, like maybe out in the desert somewhere, and somewhere where there's no flight pass, and I'd have to obviously put lights and all that stuff. I'd have to push through the yellow tape and all that stuff, but somewhere, like even if I had to leave the country, I think there's somewhere in the world with enough space, enough area to drive to. And let's say I just did like and I'll scratch the conveyor belt idea, the pulleys. I'll just do like one up, one down, basically two vessels, and they seat about, let's say, up to like 10 people or a dozen people, so you could sit in it, almost like not like a smaller version of what's attached to a blimp. I mean, you could take it the extra mile and make it like a blimp, like where you could sleep in it and shit like that. But I don't see no need in all that. We'll keep it simple, and we'll just make it like where you're in motion mostly. So you just stop when you get up there for a few minutes, maybe 30 minutes, something like that, an hour, and then you just start trickling back down basically. And we'll say one up, one down. So we'll say a dozen people it could hold comfortably. And so that'd be like 24 people, and it'd be sold out without a doubt, bro. It'd be backed up forever. But it would cost, let's say if it cost me 100,000 to put it all together, and I threw in an extra 20 grand for the permit and all that bullshit. We'll call it 120 grand, fuck it. And so 24 people twice a day, we'll say. So that's 48 people. We'll round it off to 50 people, and we charge, let's say, $100 per person. So 50 people a day times $100, that'd be what, 5,000? 5,000 a day. So let's say I charge 500, and that would be 25,000 a day. But I'd want to keep it cheap, man. But I'd want to make it like, let's be fair, $200. $200, that'd be $10,000 a day. So in a year, let's see. That'd be $3,650,000 a year, and there'd be a little bit of maintenance, but not really that much. Let's say we write off about 100,000 of that for maintenance every year. We'd still have $3.5 million a year. So if it was about the money, it's a very safe investment. If we could make that possible. But I mean, if they'll allow us to jump out of an airplane or do the freaking up and down, whatever you call, where they do the weightless, the 0G planes and things like that, blimps. I mean, I don't see why we couldn't find a spot to do something like that.
I hear you. Would be
Just got to get up
nice.
past the weather, man. So get up past the weather. It'd have to be enough lift where if we have it anchored at the ground, it'd be enough lift where it could only pull like, let's say, a mile. So it'd be a pretty much a zone where it would be. It might move from day to day and maybe a mile or a couple miles. We need a little plot of land to do it at, with a lot of free space around it. But I mean, if it was lifting hard enough and there's no real weather, then the only real pull would be on the tether itself. And it'd be so thin that it wouldn't be nothing ridiculous anyway. Might need a couple extra tethers just for another redundancy. Do like a little pyramid or a triangle tethers and then the pulley system. So that adds a little more money, but that'll keep it from going crazy, I would think. Oh, listen, man. If you still listening?
Yep.
Let me reel it in a little bit. I was just watching a video from a guy, not a flat earther, I want to tell you, but he was a guy, worked for, I think, the Army Research Center, and I'm not sure if he still does, but so he's into the anti-gravity and all that stuff, and he's showing like this is mainstream. Like people said that the electrostatic, I forgot what you call that kind of levitation, like the ion propulsion and all that. They said that it's like blowing the air, but I found out that that's not the case. It does blow air, but that's a byproduct of what's happening, and that is only accounts for 1/5 of the lift. In other words, if it was just dependent on the air, it would not work. It's something else, and that's what the guy was talking about. He's saying, that he's trying to figure it out. So he's been experimenting on it. He, if I find it, I'll post it. But he says, that's the common math. Like the people who do it, they know that. I mean, it's calculated that the lift from the air being blown from the static electricity is accounts for 1/5 of the lift.
Yeah, the electrostatic ion propulsion, it's using you're ionizing gas molecules both in the thing you're trying to propel and in the air. And once you ionize them, you have the same kind of charges present, and they repel each other. And there's a tremendous amount of energy that is in those electrostatic repulsions.
Yeah. But and if this guy, like, and other people can do it in their garage, what do you think they have, bro? Let's be real about it. If we're doing it in our garage, then you know that they've got advanced forms of this stuff and they've got it more figured out. And finding out that it's not the air, like, to me that was a good enough argument, like with the gravity argument, that it's just making the air to give the lift. But to find out that it's just lifting itself just due to its charge, that was pretty fascinating, bro. You gotta admit, not defending your globe or gravity or nothing like that, but just thinking about it on its face is pretty fucking interesting. Like it's a head scratcher. Like damn, I could just apply a lot of not even current, dude. Just the potential, the voltage. You don't even hardly need any current, just the volts. It's crazy that you could propel yourself or make something heavier, make something literally levitate off the ground. Is a crazy thought. I think it's probably well known in some of the circles. The they that we speak of, whoever they is, I think they have a lot more knowledge about it than we do.
Well, I would say, it's all over YouTube and stuff, people doing it. You just need a way to ionize the gases that you're using, and a way to direct those so that you get a momentum change. I think that's the probably as you scale up, like I've seen people like the Action Lab guy, he's done it before, but these are using very small scale objects. I think the scale up is the issue, right? I'm a biochemist, so I work with electrostatic stuff a lot.
You're a biochemist?
People are well aware of the fact that the electromagnetic force is much stronger than gravity. It's just figuring out, schematics or devices or whatever you want to call them that can direct that energy in a propulsion way, which there's been, a lot of research done on the topic, and there's things out there that can do it. I don't think
though, ain't it? It's pretty fascinating, man.
Yeah. It's I think it gets harder the larger the object that you're using, because the magnitude of the energy or the momentum change from each electrostatic repulsion stays the same, but the amount of inertia that an object has changes as its mass increases, so it becomes much harder.
Yeah, you don't got to try and, but yeah, it is a head scratcher, but like it doesn't use hardly any power, like what we call power, like what we call energy, like the the volts times the resistance, Ohm's law or whatever, it gives us the watts. Like it doesn't use much watts. It's as far as it doesn't use much current or amps, I want to say. It's just a whole shitload of voltage. That right there is weird on its face. But it's pretty cool. But there could be something. Not could be. There almost certainly is something that we're missing, and just one little addition could be all it takes. A certain material or a certain mixture of things, or I don't know, just some way of wiring it, some way of like switching the freaking voltage from one part of the thing floating or another, just a configuration. We're one little breakthrough from improving on that, but it is fascinating. But what did you say you do biochemistry?
Yeah.
You're JACE, right?
Yeah.
That's cool, man. Let me see. I'm a friend request you in case I got any questions. But if I ever message you, it'll be a serious question.
Yeah, that's fine.
Bro, I wished I would have learned chemistry, but it's so fascinating, bro. I can't believe that. If they'd have showed me half the things I've learned on YouTube, even I would have been so fascinated back when I was in school. That, dude, like it's just so fascinating the way the chemistry works. It's unbelievable. Like I'm ate up by trying to learn stuff about it, and it's so vast. It's like never ending, man. The possibilities are almost endless, man. For the most part, the basics are down pat. Y'all have that stuff down pat to a certain extent, but you got to admit it's the different possibilities they're almost infinite, ain't they?
Well, in regards to what? There's like infinite chemical reactions you can
Yeah, for like
perform.
making batteries and stuff like that, different battery types. We
Oh,
could
yeah.
go a million lifetimes trying new shit and never even put a dent in it,
Yeah, there's a lot of different kind of energy means you can get out of it. Yeah.
Like with a reaction, am I correct in saying this? Like with chemistry, like with a lot, I ain't gonna say most, I ain't gonna say some, I'm just gonna say with a lot of different reactions, like the amounts are even critical, where you can or can you can achieve or miss a reaction just from putting different amounts of certain things,
Yeah, that's definitely true. There's certain reactions, like if you can use say you're using like a metal or a base or an acid as a catalyst versus using it as excess, where you're just adding a shit ton rather than just adding a catalytic amount, like a small amount that's just needed to match the amount of the other reagents you have, or you can get two completely different chemical products as your products from the reaction, just from changing the
That's
amount
awesome,
of
man.
the yeah.
Phone just rang, so I don't know if you can hear me. But bro, I had one more question, man. I mean, I'll probably ask questions till I die if you'll answer them. But I want one more that's important to me, kind of. Like, is there any reactions that you know of that it just as well could have not been discovered because the amounts that were involved of certain things, like it was almost like almost, I don't want to say luck, because of course they're experimenting not with luck, but is there any reactions you could think of that it's almost just as likely that we didn't discover it than we did?
Well, of course we haven't discovered every chemical reaction that's possible. There's like 100 some atoms on the periodic table, and basically it's not really infinite, but a massive number of ways those atoms can rearrange themselves. So there's tons of chemical reactions that we don't know about now. But yeah, usually when you're doing like chemical research to for this kind of thing, you're using quantum mechanics to figure out if you have these reagents, what your product is going to be. Usually you figure out what your main product is, and then you can figure out what the minor product is, because chemical reactions, there can be multiple reactions happening at once. It's not just the reaction that you want to happen per se. But there's definitely, even in the ones that we have discovered, there's probably minor products, side reactions that occur within the main reaction that still haven't been discovered. Because the researcher wasn't looking for that product, right? Usually you have a product that you're trying to form, and you have a hypothesis or a pathway for how you're going to form that, and you're not really interested in the side products for the most part. So a lot of those could be undiscovered or unreported.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there almost is. I guess we couldn't call it infinite, but God, the different amounts of things. Like it's just like a super lottery odds. But yeah, I was thinking but what I found, like I'm trying to make potassium chloride or something simple for different things, and I realized that it's just the fact that I enjoy doing this stuff. I mean, I just threw that out there as an example, but I mean, I could give any number of examples of things that I dabble with batteries and stuff, and I find out that I'm sure now that it's just my fascination in it more than it is my necessity or wanting or needing, because looking it up, like this stuff's just cheaper to buy, like like copper sulfate or things like that. Be trying to make it, and it's just cheaper. It's really not that expensive just to buy what I need. So I think it's my enjoyment
Yeah,
of the
I hear you.
subject.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. I enjoy doing just regular chemistry at times. It's definitely fun. And yeah, there's a lot of reagents that are cheap to buy, and then there's some usually organic chemicals that are cheaper to make from a precursor that you can buy. But for a lot of the inorganic chemistry, like when you're using metals and stuff, a lot of that stuff is just easier to buy.
Check this out. Like I bought some PTFE, and I guess it might have been used for like a lubricant, kind of like graphite lubricant, like the real fine graphite powder. But I think that's what I bought it as. But it was real cheap. The PTFE powder is like something tetrafluorine. I mean, I forgot the name of it, but it's like a binder for that they put in. And I think they even use that stuff in like for the lithium, like to bind the stuff to the foils in the 18650 cells. But I know I even seen it in lead acid batteries, like making a paste. There's so many different ways you could do it, but I know some are way better than others. Going through the patents, but how do you like? I'm not trying to buy NMP stuff. Like I'm not trying to use heavy freaking dissolvers or solvents, I guess you call them. I mean, it's probably available to me somehow, but I don't even really want to dabble with anything that strong. But I've heard there's other ways to, like, what could I use that's not like either hard to get a hold of or dangerous that I can use to dissolve PTFE, or maybe just heat or something like, or does it even dissolve? I mean, what could I use? Like just Home Depot type availability
Yeah.
to help make a binder for my lead acid battery paste.
Well, so polytetrafluoroethylene, right, is basically a hydrocarbon, but with the hydrogens replaced by fluorine. So I would say your best bet would be to start with something like dichloromethane, also known as DCM, or methylene chloride is its other name. And you can get that from like hardware store paint strippers. Usually contain a lot of DCM that you can get out of there. If that doesn't work, right, you have to figure out the polarity of the PTFA. So if the DCM doesn't work, then the next thing I would try, so that would be a very non-polar substance would dissolve in something like DCM, whereas a very polar substance would dissolve in something like methanol. And you can get methanol from hardware store kind of chemicals as well. So those would be my two starting points. If neither of those work, then I would, try to vary the polarity in between those two. Methanol is very polar, whereas
Like
DCM
maybe
is very
a little bit.
non-polar.
And wait, let me write this down. You said DCP, did you say? Paint stripper?
DCM, dichloromethane.
Dichloromethane. I want to write this down because I'm sure to forget it if I don't. Okay, DCM, and I look at the ingredients of paint strippers. So DCM, dichloromethane, and I could make methanol, but I want to say and then what do you know how it melts? Like I know the heat. I don't know if they call it a boiling point or a melting point. I think they called it a melting point, but wonder if maybe just heat alone could help some of them chemicals maybe break it down. And would it burn or would it melt or what would it turn? I'm not sure you even know this, but what would happen if I applied a torch to it or something?
Yeah,
Is it safe to try?
Well, like if you're going to try to dissolve it with DCM or methanol, if it doesn't just dissolve, right, you can try heating it up a little bit. I wouldn't go, insane, especially with the DCM, because DCM is extremely volatile. So I would give it a little bit of heat to see if it will go into solution then. But at 620.6, right, I looked it up for you, 620.6 degrees Fahrenheit is the melting point of PTFA, and it's a polymer, right? And it contains fluorine. So you don't want to hydrofluoric acid yourself. That would be quite bad. So I would say
before I did it.
I would say be careful with heating if you're going to try to melt it. I would say just be careful with that, Brian. Do it in a ventilated area.
Yeah, that's for sure. Everything I do, I even have a respirator. I was telling him that earlier. If I'm scared of something or if I don't know, but everything I do in a ventilated area. Like there's no door in my little station, but I'll even come outside to do a lot of things in my little area out here. But yeah, I'm glad you told me that because I literally would have had no clue, and that's something I would be likely to do. Is get impatient, pick up a torch, and just start melting.
Yeah, most likely it would just melt into like a tarry goo because it's a polymer. But you could get some hydrofluoric acid production. you don't want that. So just be careful. I do got to take off for now though, so it was good chatting, and I'll talk to you later, man.
Really appreciate you letting me pick your brain, man. That's very, very helpful for me. Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, no problem, bro. Take care.
Like he said, biochemistry and stuff, so I know that's not exactly what he does, but you could tell his knowledge in chemistry is pretty vast. And so these were genuine questions, things I'm actually working on. And so yeah, that's cool. He let me pick his brain on that, man. Right up his alley. But I just was trying not to run him off. That's why I was saying that's like my last question. Then I bombarded him with some more because it's probably almost like him being back at work for a minute. Like he might need a break for a minute. I mean, maybe he did have to go, but still, if somebody was asking me questions, I might have to take a break too for a second, man. I was trying not to bombard him. I might have went a little overboard, man.
Hey Brian, have you ever had a heater meal? You know the brand?
A heater mill? No.
Heater meal, yeah. Like those
No,
instant.
you got to know about it.
It's a self-heating meal. There's a brand in America called Heater Meals, and they're for food rations, and they basically have this little sachet inside. So when it's a powder. It's kind of like some type of a mix of magnesium and some aluminium powder. It's an edible food consumable type of aluminium, so it's all food safe, food grade. So it's this mixture, and it's like a little pouch. And what you do is you get your meal, which is cold and like in a can or in a sachet, and then you open that, put it in the pouch with this sachet. You add water to the sachet, and it boils the water, and it steams the food.
Huh?
Yeah,
That's
well,
crazy. I can't believe I never heard of that, man.
yeah, you look up heater meals. I used to import the product, that the heater pad itself. I used to import them into New Zealand, and I was going to actually start up a company doing those food rations. And you check out the Beijing Olympics. If you just go onto YouTube and check out heater meals or self-heating meals, Beijing Olympics, that's what they were dishing out to everybody at the Beijing Olympics. And
I'm
their
assuming you
way
tested it then.
their way is way better than the army style. The army style just is really rudimentary, and it comes in like a bag. Whereas in China, you can buy these meals everywhere in New Zealand and in the Chinese supermarkets, and they come in like a little box.
There's a big variety.
Eh?
Is there like a variety of things you can eat, or is it just one thing?
Oh, massive variety. You can
Okay.
in Japan in Japan they use this technology for self-heating coffee cans. There's like a little cylinder in the bottom of a coffee can, and you puncture the can with it's got an inbuilt like a needle that will puncture the water bag which is inside, and then it'll mix with that aluminium magnesium mix, and it'll heat up the can in like a minute to hot coffee. And there's also in England they've got one as well. I think they call it hot meals. Yeah, it's that's Hurricane Katrina. I think that's what heater meals supported Hurricane Katrina. They were handing out those meals everywhere. Is so handy because people can just grab it, and all they have to do is pretty much puncture a bag, and it'll heat up their meal. And some of them, I used to import big pouches so I could heat up a meal in about 2 minutes, whereas a lot of them they take like 7 to 15 minutes to heat up. But if you've ever look into that powder mix, it's quite a interesting way to boil water without a flame.
That's awesome. Cool, man. Hey, let me know if my background noise if it disturbs you, I usually mute, but I got my hands are kind of wet, so I was kind of if in case I wanted to add into what you had to say. Let me know if my background noise gets too much. But so you've can you give me some ideas like examples of what kind of like meals like popular ones or good ones?
Yeah, well, the ones if you look up heater meals, they have a huge menu, a huge range of different food. Most of the food is like either a curry or some type of a stir fry, and sometimes they come with rice. Depends what you want to do with it, but I was just thinking the technology itself of this powder mix is it's something that gets spent, so you can't reuse it. It gets spent, so it's a one-time use, but it's something that can sit around for years. It's long life. They're made for food that can be stored for like 10 years. So this
How
stuff
much
can sit.
one of these? How much do one of these things cost? Like an average one?
Oh, like $5.
No, I mean for the meal itself.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Wait,
You can order them online from heatermeals.com, and you can get them delivered to you in packages. Yeah.
okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. See, I was thinking like there was I don't know why I was thinking this, but I was thinking there was like I just made a ball mill out of like PVC, and I hooked up some little motor to it. I could spin it with my hands, but I was for some reason I was picturing in my head like tumbling it around to cook it. But I see what you're saying now. So it's
have,
just
have you
chemical
ever?
reaction.
You just think of what they eat in the army. Those the food that's packaged, and they all they do is mix water with the with that little pouch of that mix of some type of aluminium and magnesium, and they can be it is quiet, and the reason why they do it because they don't need to have a flame, and so they could be on the front line, and it's not going to put off any smoke, while they're cooking, and there's no noise. Yeah, and you can do it in the rain.
That's awesome. Now I see what you're saying. I was thinking mill, and I was still thinking meal, but for some reason my brain added mill with meal, and but now I follow you, dude.
Oh,
Yeah, I've
sorry,
never.
my accent.
But
Heater
no,
meals.
check this out. Screw that business, man. You gotta we'll go in partnership if you just heard my new business with the space elevator, man.
Yeah, I was listening a little bit to that. That'd be pretty cool. I'd be the first one to go up.
I certainly would do it.
Yeah,
It just, I
all
mean,
you
I know
need
I'm
is
costing
like
penny.
someone with a channel with 100,000 subscribers to give $1 each, and bang,
Yeah, that's all it
just like
takes.
one time, there's 100 grand, just $1 each.
Yeah, and what do you call the like they sell some things before they come out and hit the market, like they're in the middle of manufacturing, but if you buy it soon enough, you get it for like dirt cheap. Like they did that with I forgot there's a name for that. They did it with them batteries like solar battery banks. I forgot what they called them, but if you bought them before they hit the market and paid for them, it was like less than half price. It was a good deal. So anybody who gives the dollar, they get like a certain deal going up. Like they only got to pay $20, if they schedule in advance or something. But dude, it sounds like a fantasy. I mean, I'm explaining it like a pipe dream, but it's not that crazy of an idea, man. It's not that far out of reach. It ain't like it cost a gazillion dollars, man. You just have to find a place to do it. It would be the main challenge. I'd love to go up there, man.
What's the maximum weight that the balloon can carry?
That's what I was thinking. If we just put two of them up, man, two of the massive balloons. So we're probably talking, 25 grand for each balloon. But I think they can carry about 4 tons. I think they carry about 8,000 pounds each. So even if it's 8,000 pounds combined, I mean that's within the range, I would think, if we use some super strong cable. That
You'd
light, nowadays there's some pretty lightweight stuff, man. I don't know, man. I'm just kind of thinking of it as I go, really. But
How
you can
high are
add
the
to,
jet
you can
streams?
add to the idea, man.
You'd have to make sure you're not going up into a jet stream, eh? That'd be pretty fucked up.
Yeah, that would be the only main thing. We'd have to find a place that where there's no major jet streams, and that would be the thing is we'd have to use some pretty thin wire because we'd want as least wind resistance as possible. But as far as the mountain go, I mean, as far as the balloons, we put them up above the weather and above any wind, and we'd have to tether them so they'd still move around. The station at the ground would probably still move around somewhat, but if we found a decent spot and had a few tethers and put the actual balloons with a good amount of extra lift, we could probably keep it within a mile or two, a square mile or two on the ground.
Yeah, eventually in the future, probably the safest way to do exactly what you're saying. One day they'll have balloon assisted drones. So you'd have a drone that could carry like 10 people, but to assist it, it would be taken up by balloon, and the drone is there as the capsule, but it's also there as like a way to, get out of the situation if things got crazy. It's like an escape mechanism. It's a way to come down. Yeah.
That's actually a great idea. So it's kind of like part of the gondola or like the capsule, and so a drone capsule. So
Yeah. So it's still got the
solve a lot of
four
the problems.
rotors on it, and the four rotors will be able to like safely take you back down and get out of the situation if something went wrong.
Yeah. So the balloons, we'd have compressors on it, I guess, where some of the extra gases we could compress. We wouldn't have to compress every bit of it, of course. That'd be crazy. But just the little bits to make it buoyant or not buoyant. Just we'd be able to compress some of the gas, and the balloon. So the drone could take us up as high as it could, and then the balloon take over from there. The extra last few miles.
That's right. And then if the drone didn't work in the environment up there, at least it would free fall until it was capable of like taking over itself, like kicking back in to like where there's enough medium for it to fly.
But I mean, it's not that much higher than like probably like twice as high as the commercial flights. Basically, just a little more than that. So it's just, to me, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I say it like fantasy, but man, this when I really think about it, it's something that I feel like could be achieved. I'm sure the winds would be the main problem, and we just have to have some redundancies, man. Some backup safety plans, like I said. If
Yeah.
you have a
Well,
parachute person,
I'd say with all of the insurance matters and the all of the legal documents for waivers and that type of thing, it'd probably be best first just to try and do it like that Packard guy, what's his name, just to do it alone, and then
yeah, maybe just send cameras up at first,
yeah.
Yeah, man. And we could have some cameras that go up at different levels, and then maybe we could promote it as that. But then after a time, we could convert it to bringing people up, or even keep that part hush. Like just make that where that's private. Going up is like after hours thing, like where nobody even knows we're going up. Like it's basically a tether for experimental equipment, cameras and stuff. But then fucking after hours, hush hush, we that bitch.
It sounds like a good idea. Although you've got that Richard Branson guy. I mean, multi-million. He's a billionaire, right? I mean,
Yeah.
how much money he injected into what he did. I mean, and you were just thinking of doing something like super budget.
Yeah,
I
it'd be a
don't know,
lot better
man.
than going up and falling back down. That's stupid.
Yeah, it is pretty fucking stupid. But you know that he's trying to. Obviously, they're doing it on a commercial level where they're planning to take hundreds and thousands of people every year on this trip.
Yeah, but look what people are paying. Like what we're throwing out, what I'm throwing out is realistic. Like going to space. Technically it ain't space, but it'd be a lot cooler than just going up and falling back down to like be up there and where the blue turns to black. And hang out there for an hour or something. That'd be neat. And we wouldn't have all the thrust and all that crazy shit. Of going 1,000 miles an hour, just pretty much just float on up, man.
Yeah, for sure. Probably start with some virtual reality sort of 360 camera on there first. Get a good
Yeah, who
feel
wouldn't,
for it.
who wouldn't want to do that, bro? That's crazy cool. If it was if it existed, that would wake up a lot of people just up right on its face, sending people up there that high and just letting them look around. But I wouldn't really propose it as like a Earth debate. But some people would see a ball up there, and some people would see it flat. But to me, it
Yeah,
looks like
yeah.
a corridor by the distance.
Supposedly you're not supposed to be able to see if it's a ball or flat, right? At that
Right.
height.
You almost have your choice of what your brain's letting you see.
But at least if you're not supposed to see the curve at that level, then you can be sure it's flat, right?
Apparently, it sure is. If I'm going to start the argument, I'm starting with flat.
Well, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson say you can't see the curve. So, I mean, without that curve, you can only assume the opposite, that it's there is none.
It just ain't quite the same. Like I said, I've been footage, every one I could find, and backwards and forwards in slow motion, probably 10 times each. Like I've literally like hooked on studying this high altitude balloon footage, man, and especially the one that's near where I live. Like I was trying to. I mean, I must have watched that probably 50 times, and probably 5 times in slow motion for literally like 2.5 hours. Just watched the whole thing 5 times in slow motion. Watched it for like a couple days straight. It was just fascinating, and pretty much it's I don't. Everybody would want to do it, man. But the camera ain't the same. Like your eyes are so much better than cameras. People don't realize, but like something in a camera, like it looks kind of far away, but it's not. Like that's what cameras do. They're not nothing like the human eye. I have to zoom in a good bit on my camera to match the human eye. I mean, nothing crazy, but still, like more than you would think. If I'm gonna match what I see with my eye, but by the time you do that, you've compressed what's in the camera down. You've compressed it so much where it ain't nowhere near as good as the human eye. So I'd want to see up there like Picard did, with my own eyes to see what I see. It'd be different and way better than a camera. Is what I'm trying to say.
Have you ever heard of the channel called Green Greg's?
No, Green Greg's.
Yeah. He does survival, information for survival, and he's got like a really strong personality. He's ex NASA, and he's actually a specialist in balloon, like high altitude balloons. He just wrote a white paper on them. You check out his channel, and might want to get in contact with him if you want to find out any information about balloons, because he's the expert on them.
Yeah, I gotta write that down or I'll forget. And he's like a survivalist type of like prepper type.
Yeah, he's a prepper, and he's actually a rocket scientist.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he's a rocket scientist and a specialist in high altitude balloons. So he had a lot to say about those balloons that got shot down and stuff, and he talks about prepping, and he talks about like the war and the situation with the governments, and he's got a couple of channels. On one, his main channel, he sort of has to talk and code a bit, but then he's got another channel where he lets it all loose and speaks his mind. He's pretty like he can. He seems pretty placid on his main channel, but on his other channel, he's pretty hardcore. He says a lot
That's
of
cool.
stuff.
That's smart.
Yeah,
That's smart, dude. Sounds like he's not only educated but smart as well.
but he has had a lot of people come onto his channel and talk about flat Earth, and now and then he goes, "By the way, it's not fucking flat." It's like,
Yeah,
but he said,
same thing.
"Whatever. If you want to believe it's flat, just believe it." Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the same thing, and when I first heard it, I literally thought it was retarded. Like I'd have called you retarded in the nicest way I could have when I first heard it, because I was just like,
How do you
I
say
said,
retarded
look at
in
the
a nice
moon.
way?
I was like Brian Cox, bro. Like I was like nobody ever thought it was fucking flat because look, they can say that all they want, but look at that's how simple it was for my brain to shut the shit down. So yeah, I don't expect anything different from anybody else. So if you don't want to go, I would recommend to these people want to go down a rabbit hole and change your life, change your reality as you know it. Don't even look into this shit. But if you want to know the truth, then it goes deep. Like just finding out that they don't know all that they act like they know for sure. Even if you don't full scale go to flat earther, you're gonna see all the NASA bullshit. You can't unsee that stuff, bro. You know, it's a rabbit
Yeah,
hole,
yeah.
whether you fall for it or not.
My advice to anyone is don't look into it. Don't do it,
Yeah, yeah.
because when
Once
you
you're
do,
mentally
yeah,
strong, is you got to be. It's not for the faint of heart.
I'd tell all the single people to do it. But if you're married with children and you've got lots of stuff going on in your life and you've got a lot of things coming up that you've got to really keep your mind on, probably just tell them look at it again in 10 years, and
There
it'll
you
all
go.
be unveiled by then anyway, so they won't have to look into it because it'll just be like obvious.
Yeah, if you're not content for some reason and you feel like something's wrong and just something's nagging at you, like something just ain't right, content with your life, then by all means, dive head first.
Yeah, well, it turned my life upside down, that's for sure. Managed to keep it all together though, eventually, but yeah, I almost lost a lot of friends. Yeah.
I don't understand that part, bro. Like I've told my family, even the ones who don't agree, we're still cool. Um, all my
Yeah, but they've
friends,
got it in the back of their mind,
I'm
don't
still
they?
friends. I didn't lose not even one friend, dude.
No,
Like I
no,
don't
but they've
understand
got
that.
it in the back of their mind, though, don't they? And every time something triggers the conversation, they're like, "Okay, don't talk about it." Do they tell you not to talk about it? It's like we've heard it before.
I just said a ton of things on mute, bro. But I was saying that the main thing I was saying is like I could tell, like I stress, like the couple people I told that I could tell it was stressing out a little bit. I mean, I backed off, dude. Like if I'd have kept just arguing with them or trying to pile on facts when I see that I'm making them uncomfortable and stressing them, that'd have made me a dick. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying this about me, not anybody else. But I feel like I could read people enough to see if they're interested. You know, if they start asking questions, then by all means, I'll answer anything with my opinion or facts that I know. But a couple people I noticed that it was making uncomfortable, and I backed off. You know, I got no desire to make anybody feel like shit or uncomfortable, or you know, it ain't for everybody. I got pure lucky in the fact that my wife never did believe in a globe. Like that's not something you find very often. She never believed any of that NASA shit. Like it's weird. She's always pictured it in her mind as like concave, but flat at the same time. Like I'll argue with her that look, if you say it's concave like a dinner plate, that's flat, you know. But that's concave. It's not fucking flat, you know. She'll say it like that if she's sticking up for her concave, but she'll describe it as flat, you know. And she likes all the information. She likes seeing through bullshit, you know. She likes seeing truth, you know. Like she likes seeing NASA fakery and shit like that. It
How
interests
can you
her.
believe it's concave without going past flat? You've got to go past flat first to get to concave. I was like,
Yeah, she doesn't really. I was just joking when I said it's not fucking flat. Like I threw that in. She's never said it like that, but I was joking. I want to add clarity to that. No, she would describe it as concave. Like she said that when I first talked about it and shit, she's like, "Well, something's got to hold the water in." You know, that was her. Like she didn't even need waking up to that fact. Like that's was her natural way of thinking. Like I said, that's not very common, but we never discussed it um, before the subject came up. But that's how she naturally felt about it, which made my life a lot easier. You know, having a wife who already thinks that way. That was a blessing almost. It made sense why we got along so much. Like we're kind of the same type of minded people, you know. Because I never was going to get married, bro. I was like 30 years old. And I'm like, dude, never married to this point. Why would I ever get married? I'm living a great life single. And I'm like, you know, not quite 30, but almost. And when I was telling myself this, but then I just met the one. And there was no doubt in my mind. Like, that's why I say never about anything. You never know.
well, we have a sunny day here today. I'm off to work. Going to open up my little shop.
What'd you say that guy's name was one more time? Greg?
Green Greg's.
Green Greg's. Got you. Well, I appreciate the
Yeah.
combo, bro. You enjoy the rest of your day, brother.
You too. Ciao.
If anybody wants to add to my idea, man, if anybody want to partner up and add to my space elevator idea, man, I'm all ears, man. If anybody can or think of any problems with it or any solutions, all ears.
Yo. Let's go. I just did a 3-hour phone call. Let's get it popping now. You guys ready?